Thank you so much for participating in this event. I would like to welcome you all at the international conference called Hate Speech and Anti-Gypsyism in the Media. This conference is organized in the framework of the German government's presidency in the Council of Europe. I would like to thank all the participants of today's conference, as well as organizers, Council of Europe, German Presidency, European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture, as well as the Central Council. We will have a very important discussion with excellent speakers. But at the beginning, I would like to announce two high-level speakers, Director for Democracy of the Council of Europe, Ms. Snežana Marković-Samardžić, and Romani Rosa of the Central Council in Germany. So I would give the floor to Ms. Samardžić-Marković to welcome this conference. Then we will hear Romani Rosa's video message, and afterwards I will also offer welcome remarks on behalf of ERIAC. So Ms. Samardžić-Marković, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear President of the ERIAC board, dear ERIAC members, supporters, fans of ERIAC, dear participants. My also welcome from Strasbourg. As the Council of Europe representative on the ERIAC management board, for me this is a great pleasure to welcome you to this important and timely conference, I would say. Why important? Important because hate speech is an increasingly serious threat to the inclusion, to democratic security of European societies, and we cannot afford to let it pass without reacting. And why timely? Timely because of the ongoing work being done here at Council of Europe to help combat hate speech, like the recent conference on unboxing hate speech organized under the German Presidency of the Committee of Ministers. Today's conference contributes to this work. And it provides a civil society perspective on hate speech, particularly through the prism of arts and culture, because sometimes this prism is I would say not always taken into consideration enough. As a continental organization for human rights, for democracy and the rule of law, the Council of Europe and its European Court of Human Rights consider hate speech to be a violation of human rights. One of our well-known monitoring bodies, the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, so-called ECRI, has repeatedly highlighted the negative consequences of hate speech on the human dignity of members of minority groups, including Roma, travelers, migrants, refugees, and LGBTI persons. It is difficult to prevent and to remedy these violations, and especially in the online environment. This is why we need, I believe, consolidated and united efforts from all stakeholders. Already in 2012, the movement against hate speech, so-called No Hate Speech campaign, led by the youth sector of the Council of Europe, mobilized national authorities and youth organizations in 45 countries. It was really a huge campaign. Started in, as I said, in 2012. We had to end it after 5 years, but I must say it's still very, very relevant. Then at the same time, ECRI developed General Policy Recommendation number 15 on combating hate speech through a comprehensive approach. Thanks to our Committee on Experts on Combating Hate Speech, which has been set up jointly by one another steering committee in Council of Europe, namely Steering Committee on Action Against Discrimination, Diversity and Inclusion, and yet another that is about media. It's so-called the Steering Committee on the Media and Information Society. So all these committees have met together so that governments' representatives are preparing response to hate speech. And they're preparing a recommendation of the Committee of Ministers of Council of Europe addressed to all member states, again on a comprehensive approach to combating hate speech in the human rights framework. And that includes, of course, not only offline, but online environment. Why? Because online hate speech, of course, is not intrinsically different from offline hate speech, but the nature of the online environment makes it really difficult to address. Hate speech can stay online for a long time and in various places, and it could be rekindled at will through linking and sharing. It can travel at the speed of light with prohibited content in one place, finding free expression elsewhere, whether in another country or in another virtual space or whatever. Of course, regulatory action by governments and efforts by internet companies to limit the spread and re-emergence of hate speech, I would say they are essential. But we also need to deploy other responses that are effective and forward-looking. For example, by occupying the same virtual space but with alternative human rights-based narratives. For example, this youth campaign that I mentioned, it was very much about that too. Then we need to facilitate cooperation between different actors, especially those who are targeted, who are victims of hate speech. To do this, we must invest in and maintain education for human rights, for democratic citizenship, for information and media literacy. The media appear explicitly in the title of this conference. And I think it's useful to remember that the media are sometimes seen as authors and often as transmitters of hate speech. But that speech is also used to intimidate and silence journalists. It tends to be particularly targeted at representatives of minority groups or their alleged membership of or support for minority groups. This is, of course, detrimental to their right to freedom of expression and association and their full and equal participation in society. Then, sexist hate speech is one of the persistent forms of hate speech that undermines women's full and equal participation, for example, in politics and media, but any other relevant sphere of activities. Women journalists are particularly vulnerable and are frequently the target of personal or sexually explicit attacks online. The media community and national parliaments are encouraged to develop a system of collective self-regulation based on agreed codes or of ethics and based on mechanisms to receive and to respond to complaints about hate speech. Similarly, and probably this is very relevant for this conference too, civil society organizations should agree on codes of conduct that will help them to find solutions to the challenges they face while respecting the dignity and rights of their members. But I will come back to human rights education. This is another fundamental pillar of any approach against hate speech, being regulation or being self-regulation. It is essential that not only young people, but also professionals such as educators, police, journalists, community leaders, etc., that they learn what hate speech is and that the threat it poses to human rights and democracy is really enormous. They have to learn how to recognize it and how to best respond to it, because nobody is born with skills to respond to hate speech. In other words, they must critically acquire all necessary knowledge, but also develop value-based attitudes and skills, because it's not enough to know. You have to have attitude. And not only attitude, but you have to have skills how to respond to the hate speech. So the Council of Europe has launched important initiatives that have made the development of these competencies I spoke about, value-based attitudes, skills, necessary knowledge, all these competencies are priority in our reference framework for a culture of democracy, and a program for the development education for digital citizenship in European education systems. This is how we try to help our member states' education systems, but also informal learning. I would mention two manuals from this youth campaign against hate speech, because these manuals have been influenced by the knowledge bottom-up from national campaigns. One is so-called bookmarks on combating hate speech through human rights education. And so far it has been translated to 19 languages. It's really very useful, and it's a hit. It is also easily adaptable to different target audiences, not only youth. And the other manual, so-called We Can, provides tools for young people and social workers to help them develop alternative human rights stories to counter hate speech, to occupy the online space with positive, different agenda, with a different narrative. So joint training has been particularly useful when involving teachers and students together, minority groups and journalists together, employees of internet companies and civil societies, all of them together. So the joint learning allowed everyone to shapen and sharpen their ability to see different perspectives and to improve their critical thinking skills. Well, let me mention one more thing. Children, they are not immune from hate speech. The only immunization we currently have against these hateful narratives is to provide children with information about their own human rights and their rights as children, as well as the rights of the others. So the others may come in contact with as they move through the digital environment. So they do not commit unwillingly any act of hate speech. As emphasized in the Council of Europe guidelines on the respect, protection, and fulfillment of the rights of the child in digital environment, this information must be provided in a way that children can understand and that is appropriate to their maturity and their circumstances. Children need an education that addresses real issues and helps them navigate in the digital and online environment, however difficult this may seem. And let us not underestimate children's resilience, knowledge and experience of living in a digital space, especially today, which exposes them to the risk of becoming victims of hate speech, or even inciting the hate speech themselves. The Council of Europe provides policymakers, teachers, parents, and other carers with a variety of tools to help children in the essential task of providing this education, empowerment, including a handbook for policymakers on children's rights in the digital environment, if any one of you is interested, because it advises those who work with children and parents on positive parenting strategies in the digital age. And I use it as well for my children. We have also an internet literacy handbook designed to provide families, educators, and policymakers with sufficient technical knowledge, well, I would say know-how, to enable them to navigate together with children and young people in the online world. So, to conclude, awareness-raising campaigns should not only warn of the consequences of hate speech, but also provide information on where it can be reported, where support for victims is available, and invite the public to take positive action. It is important to replace hate speech with speech about human rights, about inclusion, and to bring people together for a respectful and informed debate. So this ERIAC conference offers valuable opportunities for awareness raising and networking to build sustainable partnerships and alliances to fight hate speech together. So I take this opportunity to, as the president of the board did, to thank the German authorities for putting hate speech or combat against hate speech as a priority during their chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers. And I'd like to thank ERIAC for organizing this very timely and very important conference.
Thank you very much, Ms. Samardzic-Markovic. This is a really insightful and comprehensive overview, both of the problem, and you mentioned some of the solutions. But I like the fact that you extended the domain about the hate speech, not only in the area of media, but area of education. These are crucial domains that we have to pay attention. One, of course, is more kind of immediate in effect. Another one is long-term. But both are equally important. Thank you very much. I will now ask our technical colleagues to broadcast the message of Romani Rose, the chairperson of the Central Council of German Sinti and Roma, who also wants to offer welcoming remarks.
Sehr geehrte Frau Samardzic-Markovic, sehr geehrte Frau Jourova, sehr geehrter Herr Jovanovic, sehr geehrte Frau Mirka Krusnelka, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren. Ich danke Ihnen für die Einladung und bin sehr froh, heute mit dieser Videobotschaft zur Eröffnung der virtuellen Konferenz einige Worte an Sie richten zu können und unsere Sorge über Antiziganismus und Hassrede in den Medien Ausdruck zu verleihen. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, wir leben in Zeiten, in denen in unserem Land und in ganz Europa Nationalismus und Antiziganismus und Antisemitismus wieder zunehmen und Menschen aufgrund ihrer Herkunft, Hautfarbe oder Religion angegriffen und auch ermordet werden. Daher müssen wir gerade heute besonders wachsam sein und alle Formen von gruppenbezogener Menschenfeindlichkeit konsequent entgegentreten. Gerade und besonders nach den Erfahrungen des staatlich organisierten Zivilisationsbruchs des Holocaust an 500.000 Sinti und Roma und 6 Millionen Juden. Einschlägige Untersuchungen zur Bevölkerungseinstellung gegenüber Sinti und Roma zeigen immer wieder, dass Antiziganismus als gesamtgesellschaftliches Problem in breiten Teilen der Bevölkerung kaum Beachtung findet, obwohl die Ablehnung von Sinti und Roma in Umfragen die höchsten Zustimmungszahlen erreichte. Die Ursachen für diese hohe Ablehnungen liegen zu einem Großteil an der fortgesetzten stigmatisierenden Ausgrenzung und Darstellung der Minderheit in den Medien. Filmemacher, Journalisten, Fotografen und andere Meinungsmacher tragen eine große gesellschaftliche Verantwortung, denn sie prägen mit diesen Stigmatisierungen direkt durch ihre Arbeit das Bild, das die Mehrheit der Bevölkerung von den Angehörigen unserer Minderheit hat. Dieses Bild ist beeinflusst von über Jahrhunderte tradierten Klischees, die von den Nationalsozialisten zu einer Rassenideologie geformt wurden und die bis heute in den Köpfen der Medienkonsumenten tief verwurzelt sind. Positive Gegenbilder zu diesen Klischees in den Medien sind die Ausnahme. Der Zentralrat hat deshalb in den letzten Jahren harte Auseinandersetzungen mit dem Deutschen Presserat, Redaktionen, Medienanstalten sowie Rundfunk- und Medienräten geführt, die bisher kaum ein Bewusstsein für den in unserer Gesellschaft verankerten Antiziganismus zeigen. Teil der journalistischen Sorgfaltspflicht sollte gerade nach den Erfahrungen des Holocaust eine besondere Sensibilität gegenüber antiziganistischen Darstellungen und Aussagen sein. Dennoch erleben wir im Hinblick auf unsere Kritik wegen dieser Stigmatisierungen und Respektlosigkeit so gut wie nie eine selbstkritische Reflexion. Die Redaktionen der Sendeverantwortlichen nach der jüngsten Kritik an der WDR-Sendung Die letzte Instanz bilden hier eine positive, hervorzuhebende Ausnahme, weil hier der Sender zusicherte, entsprechende Entschlüsse zu fassen, die eine derartige Sendung in der Zukunft verhindern. In der Regel werden unsere Beschwerden jedoch abgewiesen. Dies ist verantwortungslos und stärkt nicht nur die antiziganistischen Vorurteile in der Gesellschaft, es belastet auch das Leben von uns Sinti und Roma in Europa, die ihre gesellschaftliche Gleichberechtigung nur in der Anonymität wahrnehmen können. So werden zum Beispiel Vorwürfe gegen Einzelne der Minderheit immer noch trotz ihrer Staatsbürgerschaft mit ihrer Abstammung verknüpft. Damit wird, wie wir aus der Geschichte wissen, die gesamte Minderheit stigmatisiert und kriminalisiert. In einem Rechtsstaat ist jeder persönlich für seine Handlungen verantwortlich, niemals die gesamte Gruppe, der er oder sie angehört. Der Zentralrat fordert seit vielen Jahren, dass auch Angehörige unserer Minderheit in den Rundfunk- und Landesmedienräten mit ihrer Kompetenz vertreten sind. Nur im Rundfunkrat des Südwestdeutschen Rundfunks ist unser Landesverband vertreten. Hierbei sehen wir mit Hinblick auf das Rahmenübereinkommens zum Schutz nationaler Minderheiten insbesondere auch den Europarat in der Verantwortung, stärker darauf hinzuwirken, dass auch Angehörige unserer Minderheit in solchen wichtigen Gremien in ihren Heimatländern vertreten sind. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, die Ächtung des Antiziganismus ist die Aufgabe der Politik und unserer gesamten Gesellschaft. Die politisch Verantwortlichen müssen den Antiziganismus genauso ächten wie den Antisemitismus. Das sind wir der europäischen Geschichte nach dem Zivilisationsbruch der Nazi-Barbarei und der Teilung Europas schuldig. Es ist die Aufgabe der Europäischen Union und des Europarates, dass die Mitgliedstaaten diese Werte auch für Sinti und Roma durchsetzen, denn wir sind seit vielen Jahrhunderten gleichberechtigte Bürgerinnen und Bürger unserer Heimatländer. Haben Sie vielen Dank.
Thank you very much to Romani Rose and the Central Council. I think there are a couple of very important messages, especially important for the German context, but also beyond that. I of course need to acknowledge a little bit of technical difficulties because here in this conference, as in many others that we witness these days, there's always something going on with the technology, but I hope everyone could follow the statement of Romani Rose. I would like to build on the messages of Ms. Samardzic-Markovic and Mr. Romani Rose, and just place this conference and the topic in a larger picture. And that picture I would suggest for all the panelists and participants of this conference is the following. It is about two mutually reinforcing trends. It is about weakening of the liberal democracy in the world and strengthening of far-right right-wing extremism and white supremacy. This trend is not dangerous because it is kind of an external threat to liberal democracy. It is the threat that is coming from within the liberal democracies, from within the societies themselves. The hate speech needs to be also looked at as a phenomena, as a part of a larger one, which is a phenomena of propaganda. We usually associate propaganda with kind of autocratic regimes, whether it's communism or fascism. But academics already have shown the power of propaganda within liberal democracies. And as we know, the propaganda is always a tool for taking over the power. So hate speech as a part of propaganda is a power tool. It is about today's world in which far-right, right-wing extremists, white supremacists use propaganda against minorities, against Roma, against Jews, against Muslims, as well as against women who are not a minority but a majority in our societies, that propaganda is basically used to replace liberal democracies with autocratic alternatives. So how the propaganda works from within liberal democracies? As we know from history, how it works is in autocratic societies. I think our context should speak about, we should speak about how propaganda works in liberal societies. It works in a way a typical demagogues work, which means that they take a principle, an ideal, and a value of democracy, and they turn it against democracy. This is, for example, the value of freedom, and in particular freedom of market and freedom of speech. You will hear very often far-right extremists and right-wing extremists who defend free market, and they defend free speech precisely because they turn these values against liberal democracies. So all the minorities, including Roma as well as women, are just tools for much bigger force of propaganda that is trying to, and for the time being successful, to erode liberal democracies from within. So the aim is actually a power struggle that we need to actually factor in this discussion. So we know from experience and from all this work that happened on Roma after the fall of Berlin Wall, that Roma are also free in speech and free in the market. But we also know that the financial means to exercise the free speech, besides the regulation, is essential. Unless there is a financial capacity of Roma and those who support the Roma to buy time in the free market media, buy space in the free market media, there is not going to be an alternative image, alternative argument, or alternative story. Besides regulations that are essential, providing an alternative story, I think this is what Ms. Samardzic-Markovic also mentioned. We need to consider how the tools of the free market actually allow for free speech or allow for opportunities for alternative story. For this conference, I think this aspect is particularly important in the context of social media, because the conference will speak about reactive and preventive approaches, but also about traditional media and social media. In social media domain, we have this illusion that the media space or communication space is more democratized. But actually, the opposite is true, that algorithms and unhinged, unregulated companies, including Facebook that we use today, are actually the forces that reinforce hate speech of the particular groups, because we know from psychology and brain science, the hate speech spreads much faster than its alternatives. So algorithms are not about free speech. They're about editorial policy of these companies, editorial policy that allows certain content, including today's conference, to be more visible, less visible, more frequently visible, or less frequently visible. And this is not about the freedom of speech, but editorial policy in respect to the fundamentals of liberal democracies. So looking at the propaganda as a wider phenomenon and the purpose of propaganda, which is the power struggle, we should understand and highlight today that Roma are not the only victims of hate speech. Even minorities and women are not the only victims of the hate speech. The victims are the rule of law, human rights, and democracy. And after the attacks in Hanau that we recently celebrated or commemorated, actually commemorated the acts that took place, but also reactions of the German leadership. The German leadership about a year ago recognized that right-wing extremism is the biggest danger for rule of law and democracy in Germany. And this is also recognized by many others beyond Germany. So this conference is, in my view, a humble but important contribution to this wider set of issues that are effectively the issues of power and how the propaganda is used to erode liberal democracies from within. I hope that the conversations that will take place will be well documented, bring a new perspective, but also lead to advancement of decisions in the context of Council of Europe and in the context of the member states. With these words, I would once again congratulate the organizers for gathering about 50 people within this Zoom conference call, but also about the same number online. I would therefore like to thank to the German Presidency, Council of Europe, ERIAC, as well as the Central Council. And with this, give the floor to Anna Mirga of European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture to take over the moderation and lead us forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these welcoming remarks. I'm honored to be moderating, chairing the first panel in our conference today. As you know, the conference is divided in 3 thematic blocks. The first block focuses on reactive approaches in fighting hate speech and anti-Gypsyism in the media. And in this first panel, we will be concentrating on uncovering, monitoring, and documenting hate speech, trying to reflect what are some of the local, national, and international experiences of documenting and fighting against anti-Gypsyism and hate speech in the media. And at the same time, we also want to see what are some of the strategies at the intersection of academic research, of grassroots activism, public policy, and intergovernmental institutions' work that ensure systematic monitoring of and measuring of the scale of the phenomenon of hate speech and anti-Gypsyism in the media. And here today we have gathered some excellent speakers who will be sharing their experiences with us. And our first speaker today is Mr. Alen Tahiri, who is the director of the Office for Human Rights and the Rights of National Minorities of the Government of the Republic of Croatia. He is a PhD candidate at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Zagreb, researching modern and contemporary Croatian history in European and world context. Mr. Tahiri was given an award for outstanding contribution to working with the Roma community. And he is also a member of the ODIHR National Contact Point for Hate Crimes. He is the head of the National Working Group on Hate Crime and monitoring member of the Steering Committee on Anti-Discrimination, Diversity and Inclusion, member of the Committee of Experts on Roma and Traveler Issues, and member of the Working Group on Intercultural Integration at the Council of Europe. So thank you so much, Mr. Tahiri, for joining us. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Mirga. Good morning, dear colleagues and friends. First of all, let me thank you for the invitation on behalf of the ERIAC, Government of Croatia, and the Roma community in Croatia. I would also like to use this opportunity to congratulate the International Women's Day to all women. Romani women, historical, multiple discriminate still strongly and still begin a backbone of families and communities. It's a heart of worrying to see so many Roma women just a minute. It's a heart of worrying to see so many Roma women gathered here, pushing us all towards true equality. Since my dear colleagues, Nicola, is also here, I will not talk on Council of Europe perspectives. I will try to briefly present of the situation as when the things are considered more or less right of set in rights decision, and that is in relation to hate crime. However, I also reveals a huge gap we have with the area where the things are not that good or not good at all. And that it's hate speech as misdemeanor. This is aspect of which we all, and here I will limit myself to Croatia contents, are yet to set up a model for monitoring and reporting, as well as appropriately rating numerous instances of hate speech in public domain, particular media. This is also an aspect on which we can learning a lot from initiatives and experiences of those present, and I would like to express my gratitude to organizers again for making this gathering possible. Could you please start presentation? Thank you very much. The Office for Human Rights and the Rights of National Minority of the Government of the Republic of Croatia is a governmental body in charge of conducting the development, monitoring, and reporting of the implementation of national policies in the field of human rights and general at the rights of national minorities, and performs a broad range .
Excuse me, Mr. Tahiri, I think you accidentally might have muted yourself. So could you please unmute because we cannot hear you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Office for Human Rights and the Rights of National Minorities of the Government of the Republic of Croatia in governmental body in charge of conducting the development, monitoring, and reporting of the implementation of national policies in the field of human rights and general at the rights of national minorities, and performs a broad range of activity related to the human rights policy improvement and its harmonization with EU norms and perspectives. Could you please start next slide? Thank you very much. In the area of combating hate crimes, which includes hate speech and effective mechanisms for monitoring hate crimes, has been established in the Republic of Croatia. Office for Human Rights and the Rights of National Minorities has been designated as the center body in the Republic of Croatia for collection, compiling, and publishing data on hate crimes, cooperating with civil societies, organization, and international organization working in this field, such as the OSI and its specialist office, ODIHR. Next slide, please. Thank you. Republic of Croatia is fully committed to combating all forms of discrimination and bias motivated crimes, condemnation of hate speech in public space and social network, and strategic prevention activities, including pointed out in the government's program for 2022 to 2024, confirming the commitment of Croatian authorities to combating hate crime. It has been particularly welcomed by monitors, including Roma, since reporting suggestions and actual increase of such cases in previous years, as we will see later. The National Anti-Discrimination Plan 2070 to 2022 and accompanying Anti-Discrimination Action Plan 2070 to 2019 contains specific measures regarding prevention and fights against hate crime and hate speech, improvement of the system of data collection, organization of roundtable and campaigns, monitoring of the implementation of the code of conduct of the countering illegal hate speech online, publishing of annual data on case of hate crimes, and recording of support provided to hate crime victims. Next, please. Next slide, please. Currently, a legislative clause follows the EU approach in defeating hate crimes. Criminal offense of public incitement to violence and hatred is also prescribable. The criminal code defines hate crime. Next slide, please. The criminal code defines hate crimes and criminal offense committed on account of a person's race, color, religion, national or ethnic origin, languages, disability, gender, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Such conduct will be considered an aggravation and circumventing in the criminal code does not especially impose a more severe penalty. The criminal code also prescribes the criminal offense of the public incitement to violence and hatred. The definition of the hate crimes is in line with the requirement European Union framework decision of the against central forms and means of experiencing racism and xenophobia. Next slide, please. There is effective mechanism for monitoring and well-established cooperating between governmental bodies in the monitoring and data collection on hate crimes. Hate crimes data are collected by the Minister of Interior, the Prosecutor's Office, and the Minister of Justice and Administration, and published by the Office for Human Rights and Rights of National Minorities. Since 2011, the recording of hate crimes by police and other authorities is regulated by protocol on a procedure in case on hate crimes. Next slide, please. Next. Thank you. Monitoring system is currently being approached by a new hate crimes protocol that will govern procedures for more nuanced classification of data, including separate classifications of hate crimes and criminal offense of public incitement to violence and hatred, and disaggregation of data based on base motivation. Next. The working group for the monitoring of hate crimes as a working body of the Office for Human Rights and Rights of National Minorities was established in 2010. It's a responsibility to coordinating the collection of data on hate crimes and making a recommendation for improving the system for combating hate crimes. The working group.
Apologies, Mr. Tahiri. I'm really sorry. I just would like to ask you if you could kindly conclude, since unfortunately we're already over time and we'd like to leave the space for other speakers. So thank you very much.
Okay. I have 5 minutes more. It's okay?
Would you be able to maybe conclude a little faster, since we're already way over behind our schedule?
Okay, no problem. No problem. New hate crime protocol is currently being approved. Published data will contain this disaggregation by bias motivate and the legal equalization of criminal offers of misdemeanor by the competing authorities that have acted in the particular case. I should be noted that the legal regulates governing the misstable legal SWIFT in the Republic of Croatia do not contains of definition of misdemeanors committed of the hatred, as it exemplary in criminal law. How regarding the speech in the media, government of the Republic of Croatia is preparing a new act of electronic media. Currently, there are very wild discussion in particular regarding in the Article 93 of this act. Is prescribable the publishing's responsibly for the reading commission. Comments. This article does not repel of censor comments, but emphasize the publishing responsibility. Also, the new act does not provide misdemeanors sessions for the hate speech, but only the possibility to temporarily of permanent recognition of the concession in the most severe case of hate speech for media that provide audio and or audio visual content. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tahiri, for your engaging presentation, and really sincere apologies for cutting you off before time. Unfortunately, we're a little behind schedule. So I would like to just remind our speakers to try to stick to time so that we can still leave space for everybody to complete their presentation. Our next speaker today is Mr. Dan Pavel Dogi, who is the chief of the OSCE ODIHR contact point for Roma and Sinti issues, working as the senior advisor on Roma and Sinti issues since March 2018. He has served as the higher education program manager at the Roma Education Fund, and also as the national director of the Ref Romania office. He has also served as the member of the board of the European Roma Rights Center, and he has been involved in human rights and civil society work since 1996. Mr. Dogi, thank you so much for joining us today. It's a real pleasure to have you here, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna Mirga, for this kind introduction. I tried my best to fit my presentation within the 10 minutes, but if I tend to go over, please do remind me. So, dear organizers, dear colleagues and participants, it gives me pleasure to join today's discussion on this important aspect of the role of the mass media in portraying Roma and Sinti people. I congratulate ERIAC for this initiative. Romalen, Pralalen, Taipenalen, Taven, Sostete, Bartale. This topic is part of the 2003 OSCE Action Plan on improving the situation of Roma and Sinti. and reiterated by Ministerial Council decisions from 2008, 2009, and 2013. OSCE commitments stipulate clearly that media should produce positive stories regarding Roma and Sinti, portray them in a manner that it's balanced, and refrain from promoting discourses and stereotypes that could contribute to hatred and incitement against them. Whether we speak of radio or television or the written press, be it printed or online, when it's about the Roma and Sinti people, their portrayal in and by the mass media is overwhelmingly unilateral. It is full of prejudices and stereotypes, many of them perpetuated through generations, from old chronicles and historic accounts to nowadays advent of modern digital communication platforms. The quest for sensationalism by many of the media entities and journalists is in direct contradiction with the values and principles of ethical and responsible journalism. As such, it violates codes of conduct, social norms, and oftentimes the laws. Objectivity, impartiality, balanced portrayal, non-bias, and non-discrimination are the real values that should constitute the moral and professional compass guiding the work of journalists and the media. A pervasive pattern of news articles and audio-video broadcasts and materials make the highlights daily through Europe, depicting Roma and Sinti through a long list of epithets such as criminals, genetically prone delinquents and deviants, thieves, cunning and untrustworthy, lazy and work-shy, parasitizing and exploiting the social welfare systems. Be savage or wild, asocial and inadaptable, incapable of learning and unwilling to integrate and live a civil and lawful life. Anti-Roma discourse and rhetoric of hatred about the Roma and Sinti are an unfortunate reality. They are propagated in our societies both by the media itself through self-produced hate and bias materials, as well as by disseminating statements issued by state presidents, high-profile government officials, and party leaders, public personalities, and intellectuals. Such unfair conduct harms not only the Roma and Sinti, but our society as a whole. Few words about ODIHR activities. Relating to these concerns, in the past years, ODIHR has organized several activities such as roundtables and consultations with professionals working in the media, and has gathered information through a small-scale media monitoring conducted by Roma journalists, consultants in 10 countries, looking at the portrayal of Roma and Sinti since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. An internal database was built comprising 550 articles from national and regional media focusing on portrayal of Roma and the way some of the pandemic-related measures impacted upon the Roma communities in a disproportionate manner. The analysis confirmed that hate speech made up 33% of news stories, which is also indicative of an ongoing problem with the media being a key driver and channel of racism towards Roma and Sinti. 21% of the news reported on incidents involving Roma communities, often portraying the Roma as the rule breakers and Roma settlements being the places that need police interventions or intensified patrolling and control. 32% of reports by media were balanced. This shows a progress of a human rights agenda gaining some field in newsrooms across Europe. Misinformation and false and fake news made up just 6% of the reports. Few country examples. In UK, the usual themes generated by British media about the communities were largely focusing on the impact of Gypsy, Roma and traveler communities on majority communities. The news were largely conflict-driven and focused on use of police eviction powers on nomadic GRT groups. The impact of the GRT community events, such as funerals and horse fairs, and whether these are safe in a time of a pandemic and outbreak in GRT communities were in focus. Negative or hostile news made up 40% of the news, while balanced professional news were at 20%. There were also a significant number of good practice articles, around 40% of what was monitored, that looked at the impact of the pandemic on the community. In terms of protagonists, of the 28 articles representing 30%, were inclusive of Roma voice, while the majority, 70% of them, included non-Roma voices only. In Ukraine, the main topics that were published were about administrative and criminal offenses related to laws, the situation in Roma communities during the pandemic, culture and traditions, a case of hate speech in Ivano-Frankivsk in April 2020, and a case of physical pogrom in the village of Andriivka, Kharkiv region. According to data analyzed from regional internet media, in Ukraine, negative publications made up to 47%. Neutral publications were at 40%, while positive publications were at 13%. In terms of protagonists, only 10% of the articles included Roma own opinion or point of view. In Hungary, the media outlets reported mainly about the situation of Roma in the context of the pandemic and measures that directly affected the Roma. Most of them were connected to the social economic situation, health problems, and overcrowding in Roma settlements, suggesting that most of these people are living in an environment that helps the spread of the virus, not just in the circle of the Roma community, but also elsewhere for everybody else. At the independent media, around 90% of the articles had fair titles. However, almost all of these contained photographs which were biased in nature. In Romania, 54% of the media news incited hate speech, 25% reported about incidents, and less than 10% about good practices. 32 articles depicted various police interventions into Roma communities, and 24 articles blamed the Roma for the pandemic. In Bulgaria, 60% of the media news incited hate speech, and 10% reported about incidents that occurred in the Roma settlements. Findings of this media monitoring were presented last December during the roundtable entitled Promoting Fair Portrayal of Roma and Sinti by the Media, Challenges and Perspectives, organized under the auspices of 3 OSCE institutions, the ODIHR, the Representative on the Freedom of the Media, and the High Commission on National Minorities, together with journalists, both Roma and non-Roma, as well as other relevant entities and professionals working on this topic. They discussed about the role of the mass media in the perpetuation of a biased portrayal of the Roma and how this impacts negatively on the Roma inclusion efforts. Aside from monitoring the media, ODIHR also supported the production of news articles and feature stories on the impact of the pandemic upon the Roma, and a number of them were published by various online portals and the media outlets.
Apologies, Mr. Dogi, could I kindly ask you to start concluding your presentation?
Yes, thank you. Throughout these activities, the CPRSI has put together a solid compilation of recommendations for action by concerned actors. The contact point will continue the media monitoring and will follow up on this and the findings jointly with the mandated OSCE institutions. As a conclusion, the good journalistic practices need to be multiplied and expanded within countries and across Europe. We need to organize regularly public debates, anti-discrimination and awareness-raising campaigns, and develop and implement joint training and capacity-building programs with and for the media, promoting ethical, responsible, and accountable journalism. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dogi, for your very comprehensive presentation and for sharing all these details with us, both internationally and the national statistic. This is really very relevant, and this is important, exceptional work of the contact point. So thank you very much. Since we're running late on schedule, I'd like to also suggest the speakers that if you're fine with us sharing your presentations, or if you would like to suggest additional data or materials, we would be happy to post those on our website for others to learn more about this topic. Our next speaker is Ms. Izabela Michalake, who is a senior advocacy officer at the ERGO, the European Roma Grassroots Organization Network, where she is focusing on anti-Gypsyism and intersectionality. She also coordinates input on behalf of the Alliance Against Anti-Gypsyism and the EU Roma Policy Coalition on Roma Policy. She was involved with reviewing the Roma Civil Monitor reports on participation and anti-Gypsyism. And she has previously worked with the European Network Against Racism, the European Roma Rights Center, the Open Society Foundations, and the Council of Europe. Ms. Mikalaka, thank you so much for finding the time and joining us today. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anna. It is always a pleasure to be invited by you. So I'll try to be short. My presentation is not very long. And also, as you have mentioned, you can also find these findings that I'm going to share with you today on the website of the Civil Monitoring Project that is coordinated by the Central European University. So as you have guessed already, I'm going to speak today about the Roma Civil Monitor as an example of the mechanisms that are used by civil society to monitor the implementation of the EU framework for Roma inclusion strategies during 2017 and 2020. I have been part of the project in the third monitoring cycle and the last project year of the Civil Monitor as part of the ERGO network. As you know, I guess, the Civil Monitor is a pilot project which was funded by DG Justice, aiming to strengthen the monitoring mechanisms of the implementation of the national Roma integration strategies through civil society monitoring. The project was implemented with the participation of around 90 NGOs from 27 member states, except for Malta, where we don't have Roma community. And it was led by the Central European University and implemented in cooperation with ERGO, European Roma Rights Center, Fundación Secretariado Gitano, and Roma Education Fund. What the reports have showed so far is to confirm the rising incidence of hate speech towards Roma in the media and on social media. Hostility and hate speech in the media and social media seem to have become, unfortunately, casual and entered everyday language, becoming acceptable and a commonplace. An example of the normalization of hate speech and lack of responsible behavior from Lithuania mentions the case of a computer game company outsourcing a marketing campaign to a freelancer who used in a Facebook promotional post pictures of a Roma settlement with identifiable adults and children as illustrations of live targets for a shooting activity related to the game. The Croatian, Lithuanian, Hungarian, Romanian, and the Slovenian reports highlight how the media creates this us and them divide between the Roma and the wider population that problematizes the Roma and promotes stereotypes centered on criminality and welfare dependency. The Slovenian report concluded that the prevalence of such tropes, or if you want cliches, makes it easier for hate speech and anti-Roma rhetoric to grow, be unnoticed, unquestioned, and used not only on social media and commentaries under media articles, but also in the parliament and or by other public officials. Unfortunately, positive images of Roma presenters, reporters, and media actors are rarely present in mainstream media. The Spanish report describes the rise of online hate speech as a great concern requiring coordinated, sustained action from government agents and civil society. Several reports have indicated that governments have signed up to the EU Code of Conduct on countering illegal hate speech, and that nevertheless complaints for NGOs about hate speech online receive late or no responses from social media companies such as Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and others, despite the 24-hour deadline for responses. The Code of Conduct is very dependent on what are called reliable informants. And the Spanish report calls for greater transparency and inclusiveness in the process of appointing such informants. In terms of intervention, the report describes the work of ERIAC, which is the Spanish Observatory on Racism and Xenophobia, which is coordinating a project to identify and develop indicators on hate speech on Twitter and the design of common strategies that can be adopted. However, anti-Gypsyism is not included as a classification alongside racism, xenophobia, and anti-Semitism in this project. On the other hand, an example of good practice in Spain is the Roma Anti-Discrimination Network that brings together Roma civil society and cyber activists to fight online racism. A number of civil monitor reports claim that the incidence of anti-Gypsyism is prompted in part because of the rise in radical right populist politics, and this was mentioned previously, which seeks to galvanize and increase its electoral support by playing upon and magnifying racist tropes centered on the Roma. The Portuguese report, for instance, indicates that the anti-Gypsyism has increased since October 2019, when a far-right party called Chega, which means enough, was elected to the Assembly of the Republic and is encouraging a lot of people to voice horrible things about the Roma. A number of the monitoring reports expressed concern about the efficiency and effectiveness of state institutions, mechanisms, and legal frameworks created to tackle discrimination, hate speech, hate crime, and racism, and ensure access to justice and legal protection to victims. While the Commission is monitoring the implementation of the Code of Conduct on combating illegal hate speech online, and the IT companies such as TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook or Instagram have recently introduced new policies, data, tools, and initiatives to tackle hate speech on their platforms, in particular in response to growing threats from white supremacism, Holocaust denial, conspiracies. The involvement of Roma civil society organization has yet to be recognized and ensured within these processes. And tomorrow, I guess you will hear more about what we do in Ergo to counter hate speech online under the PECAO project from my colleague Mustafa, including what we do together with such big IT companies. When it comes to the future Roma Civil Monitor, right? As you might know, a call was already published earlier in February this year, where it is envisaged that the new project switches from the pilot version to a more upscaled ongoing initiative supported by the Commission to empower Roma civil society to participate in monitoring and reporting on the implementation of national Roma strategies, also facilitate a model of sustained partnership with different stakeholders, the Roma contact points, the governments and different other stakeholders, but also to produce reports concerning the civil society point of view on the implementation of the national strategies, but also probably different chapters, case studies assessing mainstream policies measured with significant impact on Roma, or relevant new developments such as new legislation or relevant initiatives on Roma inclusion under the 2021 and 2027 EU funds. The new civil project monitoring project will run for 48 months and would involve again 90 selected Roma and pro-Roma civil society organizations, including national civil society coordinators, which is a new factor, establishing national civil society coalition. Again, this is a new addition to whatever we had in the pilot project. The country reports will cover 7 thematic areas, including the horizontal topics such as anti-Gypsyism, discrimination, the fight against poverty and social exclusion, and the promotion of participation, alongside with the sectoral areas of education, employment, healthcare, and social services, and also the cross-cutting topics of diversity, Roma women, youth, children, and so on. When it comes to the fight against anti-Gypsyism, and that's the last point that I would make, is that within this new framework that the Commission has put forward, and that would include the civil monitor, anti-Gypsyism is in fact understood as a form of racism as defined by the ECRI, which has been mentioned by the Council of Europe previously, but also as defined by the Alliance Against Anti-Gypsyism, where Ergo is also part of, focusing in particular on structural and institutional anti-Gypsyism, including from law enforcement, media, and politicians, but also to the extent relevant from state and non-state actors in case of hate speech and hate crime. Right, so that's something that we look forward, and definitely it will play an important role in monitoring hate speech online and offline. I will stop here and definitely available for the discussion and questions later on. Thank you so much, Anna.
you so much, Isabella, and apologies for cutting you short. This is a very relevant experience and an example of how civil society is also playing an important role in monitoring the work that's done nationally and trying to influence the direction this takes. So thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mr. Markus End, who is a postdoc researcher at the Center for Research on Anti-Semitism and a member of the Independent Commission on Antigypsyism in Germany. His research on anti-Gypsyism focuses on theoretical and terminological questions, methods and didactics of educational work, as well as media and police discourses. Mr. N, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope that you will be able to still condense your speech into a shorter version of what you had initially planned, since we're so behind schedule. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to speak to you. I want to focus a bit more on the normalcy point that we have also heard of. For me, it's important to understand anti-Gypsyism in the media not only as hate speech or propaganda, but also as something that is normal. And as such, I think it's very important to see that it is, on the one hand, important that those monitors, they count the hate speech, they count the crimes, but at the same time, we have to understand that we cannot communicate the idea that those are the only incidents, that if we count them, this is all that happens, but that there's another layer, and that is the completely normal stereotyping that Dan and also Isabella already talked about. And what I try to do is not so much look at the spectacular incidents, but at the broader normalcy and how specific mechanisms and strategies of media productions work in there. For example, as Isabella mentioned, us versus them, or the focus on images that Dan mentioned earlier. So I want to give some small examples from 4 media articles I just collected, not by monitoring, but just because some people sent it to me over the last month. So that should show the normalcy. And I also want to say that it's not extremely, it's not hate speech. It is stereotypical imaging. I hope you can see that at the moment. This is an article, the latest of the one I show you, about how Roma ghettos might be a problem for European vaccination action. So that is something that Dan told us about. But I want to show you here, this is one of those stereotypical images from media and photo image agencies I want to talk about. But at the same time, you have articles like this that tell us there is a lot of crimes against Sinti and Roma. So it's a positive article, but it uses, again, such a stereotypical image I want to talk about. Here we have a left-wing even newspaper that tells us about also kind of something that was very good for this family that was in court, and they were able to receive government funding even though they couldn't tell their citizenship. So the article itself is good, but it uses actually a media image I wrote a paper about for my PhD thesis. I already also wrote them an email and didn't get any reply until now. And the last image is about actually the TV show that Mr. Rose mentioned earlier. What all those images have in common is that they show one or several people, mostly women and children. That's also something that's very typical of Romani photographs. Or Romani, I say, because we don't really know if they are or not. But what I want to focus on here is that idea that they show any person, but they want to say the Roma. And this is in itself a very racist idea, actually, that they are not talking about those specific people that are shown at the images. It's not about this woman with that her child. It's not about this woman. It's not about those 5 or 6 people eating and sitting on the street. And it's not about this woman with the 2 children. It's about the Roma. And this is something they very often do. And it has a lot of very implicit ideas in it. It says we can show you one individual, but we tell you something about all of them, which is, I would say, the basis for a racist worldview, that in a way, the Roma are all the same. For example, in this particular situation, we have an image that was taken 2012 in Berlin of Romanian Roma, but the article is about Roma that fled from former Yugoslavia and were fleeing from Kosovo via Serbia. So it's completely different social situations in Germany, because the ones are allowed to stay, the others are maybe deported. The ones get money because they are asylum seekers, the others don't, because the new laws in Germany have been shaped so that EU migrants aren't able to get social welfare money. So it's completely different social situations. But nonetheless, the left-wing newspaper here thinks the important point is that they are Roma, and that they could put on one image for the other group. So this is a mechanism I want to really reflect on. How is it possible that they would never do that for the Germans, that they would just put on an image of me to represent other Germans, or that they would put on, that would not happen here. It only happens if a group is othered and not seen as the normal. And that is also what implicitly is done here. It's a form of visual critical whiteness. There is this unmarked position of the viewer, and the viewer is told who the Roma are, but the viewer is also viewed as non-Roma because they need to be told. So the normal is still seen as not being Roma. And the last aspect I want to mention here is all of those images, they are not chosen by the people that wrote the articles, but they were chosen by image editors of the newspapers, and they very often just use the big image agencies, photo agencies. And I think we have to really focus on those commercial media agencies, photo agencies, because I, for example, looked through the 14,000 images Getty Images has at the moment, and the picture is more or less the same. They have a hashtag Romani people, and you have some 100 photographs that are of politicians or of remembrance situations that are kind of okay. But the vast majority is stereotypical. It's either poor people in situations like we see here, or there's some 2,000 images of photo models who were like hippie-esque clothing, but are white or any other group. But because of their hippie-esque clothing, they are hashtagged with Romani people. So I would say you can see how normal this stereotypical image is by putting yourself in the position of being an image editor and having no knowledge about it, but you want to have an image of the group, and you type in Roma people at Getty Images, and you get the stereotypical image. In this part, it's not only about the stereotypes in a specific person, but the stereotype has materialized in those photo agencies. And this is where all those images are from. So this is just two of the mechanisms I wanted to tell you about. And I think it's, for me, we should come over the point of claiming it is there, because so those people who don't agree that there is anti-Gypsyism in media, those are not the partners I want to talk to. If they don't agree that this exists, there's not much I can do. I want to talk to the people who say, okay, there is a problem. How do we deal with it? And that's why I think it's not, or it's equally important to counting the hate speech. It's important to really acknowledge how that happens, how it reproduces all the time, and what we can do about those mechanisms and strategies that reproduce those stereotypical images all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. End, for your presentation, and also for pointing out not only to the text, but also the visual aspect and the visuality in shaping the discourse and sustaining anti-Gypsyism as a phenomenon. Also, feel free to share your publications or links to the work that you've done with us here in the chat room, and we'll make sure to share it also with our participants and on our website so that we can spread the knowledge. And our last speaker is today Ms. Radmila Mladenova, who is a literary and film scholar based in Heidelberg, Germany. Her research interests lie at the intersection of racism and art. Currently, she coordinates the Explorer Project Artistic Alternatives to the Anti-Gypsy Gaze at the Research Center on Anti-Gypsyism at Heidelberg University's History Department. In January 2021, she defended her PhD thesis, The White Mask and the Gypsy Mask in Film. And in 2018, she led the pilot project, The Stigma Gypsy, Visual Dimension of Anti-Gypsyism. We are very happy to have you here, Ms. Mladenova. Thank you so much for joining, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for your invitation. It's really an honor to be able to present part of my research at the panel today. Greetings from Heidelberg, also on the part of our research center on anti-Gypsyism. I have prepared a presentation. It's timed for 10 minutes, so I would like to share it with you. One second. Oh. I'm so excited.
Tech support here, we actually have your presentation open in screen share.
Yeah. I just thought that I would very much like to be able to maneuver through the presentation. Okay, so if you can switch it on, then I'll tell when the screens have to be changed. It's also great that I'm talking after Marcus, who addressed the issue of normalcy of anti-Gypsyism in the media, because my presentation is a bit like an archaeology into this normalcy, how this normalcy has come to be. So I have to use the word gypsy, and that's what I'm starting with, like a note on the terms I'm using. I have to use it, and with this term, I refer to stereotypy and racist constructs. I'm designating fictional literary, fictional figures and literary or visual narratives. And in turn, I'm using the word Roma with capital letters to denote individuals or collectives. Can you please move to the second slide? Yeah, so anti-Gypsyism has a century-long history in European literature and arts. Anti-Gypsyism, or the perception that gypsies are intrinsically, irrevocably, and radically different, is a normality across Europe. A shared view which has been perpetuated by all art forms. Can you please move to the next slide? As I'm about to demonstrate, in European literature, fine arts, and popular culture, and film and visual media, gypsy figures are commonly perceived as and portrayed as non-white or black. And via this color coding, they're linked to darkness and shadow, to the night, to the cyclical time of nature, to forest, to pre-modern past, to paganism or pseudo-Christianity, to poverty and criminality. Thus, they are always stylized as social and ethno-racial outsiders to the modern white national body. Next slide, please. Positively or negatively coded, gypsy figures have come indispensable as contrast figures in all of the arts. They are part of the language of European art. So in the course of this presentation, I hope to achieve two goals. Can you please, next slide. First, I want to question the regnant black and white perception lens. And secondly, I want to show that the motive of gypsy child theft owes its pan-European popularity to the fact that it has been used as an aesthetic tool for racialization, or to be more precise, for the ethno-racial categorization in the nation-building processes on the old continent. Let me introduce you as a start to Angelika Das' photographic project Human Eye. Her portraits evidence that every single human being has some skin pigmentation and a resulting skin tone. Put reversely, no human being is colorless. No one has a skin tone that is identical with the white background commonly used in drawing, painting, photography, or film. No one is white. Everyone has a color. Everyone is colored. In the context of this art project, it is then necessary to ask, why are present-day Europeans, that is, representatives of the ethnic majorities in European nation states, universally perceived and self-perceived, regardless of their social status, as white, when in the times of feudalism, white skin, this highly cherished attribute, was a monopoly of the royals and the aristocrats. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yo no soy trapacero, I'm not a swindler, is a short film designed in a similar way to Human Eye. To my knowledge, this is the only film of documentary value, or one of the very few that testifies to the diversity of individuals within the Roma community. Just as in Human Eye, the film creates, through the montage, an overall portrait of the Roma, a gallery of individuals with very different combinations of hair type, eye color, and skin tone. There are darker and fairer types. There is also one straw blonde girl with pale blue eyes. So here, once again, it is necessary to ask, why is the entire Roma minority almost universally perceived as Black or non-white? The German literary scholar Hans-Richard Brittnacher pertinently observes that the blackness of gypsy skin is factually as false as it is aesthetically obligatory. Why then is the minority whose members range from blonde to darker brunettes perceived as non-white? Next slide, please. So my contention is that the persistent story of child-stealing gypsies has been used by European societies for some centuries now as a malleable tool for identity construction on two distinct but intertwined levels, social and ethno-racial. The staying power of the motif lies in its initiatory power to confer whiteness both on different social strata, from the high nobility to the working classes, and different national majorities across Europe. Now, I will outline my main findings with regard to the motive of gypsy child theft in visual media, one of the most pernicious anti-gypsy motives in literature and art. My case study explores the media journey of the motif, drawing an arc from the 17th century literature to 21st century film. The analysis starts with the review of Cervantes' tale La Gitanilla, moving through 17th century Dutch history painting. Here you can change the slide, please. To take a cursory look at 19th century printed images and book illustrations and end up with an annotating filmography of 50 films. Against this backdrop, it is easy to observe that in the time span between 17th and 19th century, the motive of gypsy child theft migrated from history painting, and that's very important. History painting at its time was deemed the highest form of art. This is one sample of it. And then the motif spread into popular culture, making its way to nursery rhymes. We can go to the next slide, please. So after Cervantes' tale was published, the fame of the extraordinary Spanish gitanilla quickly spread across Europe through translations, stage adaptations, and various reworkings. Between 1630 and the first decade of the 18th century, the literary drama of the noble girl child stolen and raised by gypsies was interpreted by more than 20 Dutch history painters. Here, I want to stress out the fact that in its day, history painting was deemed the highest form of art. The stories depicted on the canvas were stories for eternity. We can go to the next slide. Instructively, Dutch history painters chose as the main subject of their works the twofold moment of recognition. In almost all of the works, the moment of anagnorisis, that is the revelation and ascertainment of Preciosa high birth and nobility, is rendered in strong light and color contrasts, placing an emphasis on skin tone, where Preciosa whiteness appears to be the work's central message, but also the artist's chief painterly achievement. Next slide, please. Color-wise, we have the interplay of two archetypal extremes, of day and night, or of light and darkness, but embodied in human form, staged as an opposition between white aristocrats and black gypsies. In the story, a noble infant girl is first engulfed by the underworld of gypsies and then found anew, recognized thanks to the spark of true love ignited in the heart of a distinguished nobleman. Out of the gypsy shadow, an adolescent woman steps out who, unaware of her noble origin, has had the wisdom to preserve intact the purity of her spirit, the virginity of her body, her white skin. And thus she has proven her noble nature and the power of her noble blood, demonstrating the inborn superiority of her kind. It has to be highlighted here that the whiteness of the girl's skin is an indirect reference to her virginity. Can we go to the next slide? So in the 19th century, the child theft motif gained striking popularity among lower-ranking social strata and was inexpensively mass-reproduced in various printed forms, decorative prints, but also broadsheets, illustrated books for children and juveniles, magic lantern slides, films, and so on. The narrative broke away from Cervantes' novella, and notably, the focus shifted from the moment of anagnorisis to incorporate and emphasize the moment of abduction. We can move to the next slide. So thus, over the 19th century, the child theft narrative, already an established tool for the production and conferral of white identity among aristocrats, was appropriated by other social groups who simply could adopt a reverse line of reasoning. If a child has been stolen by gypsies, it must be a white one. No further proof is needed. By highlighting the moment of abduction and the narrative structure of theft and recovery, the rest of society, from the aspiring nobility through the bourgeois to the factory workers and the peasantry, could and still can participate in a symbolic rite of initiation, whose primary effect is to ascribe whiteness by implication. Can we move to the next slide? The motif should be viewed as one of the important tools in the aesthetic arsenal of the nation-building projects underway in 19th century Europe. The consolidating effect of whiteness as the lowest common denominator for the various and otherwise conflict-ridden social strata within the burgeoning European nations is, in my view, one of the reasons why the tale of gypsy child theft experienced such a crescendo of popularity over the entire 19th century in a plethora of art forms. We can move to the next slide, thank you. During the silent film era, the story of children who are stolen by gypsies and then rescued and restored to their families became one of the popular stock plots. I have identified more than 50 silent films that stage the said motif. In my study, the films are arranged in a chronological order according to the year of production, so it is clearly visible that with the introduction of film sound, the motif almost instantly disappeared from the silver screen. So in this context, the revival of the story as you can see in the film Nelly's Adventure, this is a German fiction film for children from 2016. The revival of this story nowadays represents a worrying symptom. We can go to the next slide. Which is just one illustration how symbolic violence transforms into real violence. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mladenova. This was very fascinating, and thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us and outcomes of your research. Unfortunately, since we have already exceeded the time for this panel, we will not have the space for questions and answers here. So I would like to thank all of the panelists for joining us, for your fantastic presentations and for sharing your knowledge with our audiences. And if you do agree, we'll be happy to place your links and also your speeches and your presentation on the website of ERIAC so that we can leave it as a resource for others. And I would like to thank also the audiences and for your questions that you can see here in the chat box. I encourage the panelists to also respond in writing to the chat in the Zoom webinar. And we will be now taking a very short break. I'd like to inform you that ERIAC has curated a selection of videos presenting relevant initiatives and Roma media-led projects and other engagements as a space to share more knowledge with everybody. So during the breaks, we will be showing those films to you. So we'll be back in 5 minutes, and we'll be starting with our second panel, taking action against hate speech and anti-Gypsyism in the media. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hola, soy Samara. Soy Lolita. Me llamo Rosa. Tengo 8 años y lo que más me gusta es jugar con mis amigas, a papás y a mamás. Me gusta irme de vacaciones y si tuviera un barco me iría de viaje. A Hawái. A Miami. Lo que más me gusta es tomar helado. Pintarme las uñas. Me gustaría estudiar Derecho. Matemáticas, lengua, de todo. Y que me hagan puesto para arriba.
Me gustaría que ahora cogieras el diccionario y buscaras la palabra gitano.
Diego, lo que pisa. ¿Con qué se escribe gitano? A ver, espera. Gitano. Gitano. Dicho de una persona de un pueblo originario de la India. De egipciano, porque se creyó que procedían de Egipto. 5. Trapacero. Trapacero.
¿Sabes lo que quiere decir trapacero?
Pues no. No.
¿Puedes buscarla, por favor?
Espera. Trapacero. Trapacero, trapacera. Que emplea trapazas que con astucia, falsedades y mentiras procura engañar a alguien de un asunto. Los gitanos no hacemos eso, porque también otras personas pueden hacer eso. No me gusta que digan esto en el diccionario. Me están insultando. No me parece justo. Porque está diciendo una mentira esto. Yo no soy trapacera. Diccionario de la lengua española.
ganz egal, wo wir sind. Wir sind drin, wir alle sind online. Im Netz kann jeder alles sagen. Machen, wollen, meinen, mögen oder auch nicht. Mit unserem Namen oder inkognito. Ich weiß nicht, wer du bist, du weißt nicht, wer ich bin. Und ohne Respekt geht das nicht gut. Es gibt kein Recht, jemanden zu beleidigen, zu hetzen, zu bedrohen. Denn Hass ist keine Meinung. Nicht mal im Internet. Wir müssen laut werden. Sagen, was Sache ist. Laut und freundlich. Wie das geht, steht auch im Netz.
Okay, excellent. So let's start. Hello, everyone. My name is Julius Rostas, and I have the honor to serve as a moderator for this panel. Let me briefly introduce our panelists in the order of their speaking. First, we have Ismael Cortés. Ismael holds a PhD in International Studies of Peace, Conflicts and Development, with an international award by the UNESCO Chair of Philosophy for Peace, Universitat Jaume I, Primo. He has been a researcher at the University of Nottingham, the International University of Andalusia, and the Carlos III University. He has been an expert consultant for the OSCE ODIHR project Turning Words into Action, Combating Anti-Semitism and Other Forms of Intolerance, 2015-2018. He has worked as a policy analyst for think tanks, such as Center for European Policy Studies and Open Society European Policy Institute. He was a postdoc fellow for the Romani Studies program at the Central European University. He coordinated the book's Dimension of Antigypsyism in Europe. His last book was recently published in Spain, Dreams and Shadows on the Roma, the presence of an historical racism. Currently, he serves as an MP in the Spanish Parliament. Then we have Roberto Bortone, who holds a PhD in Education and Social Work. At the Ministry of Interior, his work focused on the protection of national minorities. He studies the impact of discrimination on the integration process of minority groups with specific reference to identity definition dynamics. At present, he works at UNR, National Anti-Racial Discrimination Office, with the Presidency of the Council of Ministers, where he coordinates the national strategy for the inclusion of Roma, Sinti and Caminanti communities, and he is in charge of the National Observatory on Hate Speech. He's currently managing several EU projects on the topic of online hate speech. He has been temporary lecturer in sociology of ethnic relations at the Roma III University for the academic year 2016-2017. Then we have Vivian Brașoi, who studied in the Human Rights LLM program of the Central European University in Budapest, Hungary. Prior to that, she graduated from the Faculty of Law at ELTE in Budapest. She has acquired a strong foundation in the field of international human rights, which she has strengthened through the participation in programs such as Minorities Fellowship Program at the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in 2019, and the Legislative Fellow Program on Sustaining Civic Participation in Minority Communities in the USA. Vivian currently works for the European Roma Rights Center as a legal manager, where she engages in strategic litigation to ensure that ERIAC is supporting Romani people to make cutting-edge legal arguments in and out of courts to achieve radical change across Europe in multiple thematic areas. And we have Anja Roys, who is a political advisor at the Central Council of German Sinti and Roma. She studied modern European history with a focus on National Socialism, genocide studies, migration, and minority history at the Humboldt University in Berlin. Her current work and research interests are the dimension of anti-Gypsyism, media, minority rights, policing, hate crime, and data collection. She's a member of the Society for Anti-Gypsyism Research, and in 2015 published a study on anti-Gypsyism in Germany after 1945. She's also co-editor of the volume Antigypsyism and Film, published in 2020. So let's start in the same order. Ismail, please.
Thank you, Julius, and hello everyone. I'm really pleased to participate in this international conference. I will try to share my screen. So I want to continue the presentation on symbolic violence that was very well done previously by my colleague Radmila. She focused more on cinema. I want to focus on anti-Gypsyism in media. The basis of symbolic violence is that previous to establish a social hierarchy, it does in the field of moral. So it establishes a moral hierarchy, and then from there it's easy to justify a social hierarchy. And I want to focus on hate speech, which is a very complex field. We have a basic definition by ERIAC, and says that hate speech is based on the unjustified assumption that a person or a group of persons are superior to others. It incites acts of violence or discrimination, thus undermining respect for minority groups and damaging social cohesion. I have done a research that, by the way, was recently published by the Critical Romani Studies journal by CU Press, starting by a sample of 1,200 news among the biggest national newspapers and TV news programs, and I identified an explicit semantic association between acts of violence and various representations of Romani characters. And this was done in different ways. It was verbally expressed by newspaper and TV channels, but also through images. So in this way, the Romani characters were represented as violent. And then also you see they use a very specific terms such as clan, mafia, drug gangs, and also they continuously use words such as rough house in order to identify that the Romani characters usually participate in big fights. And I propose a general hypothesis and then three particular hypotheses. The first one is that anti-Gypsyism as symbolic violence legitimizes systemic discrimination against the Romani people. In first place, the social dialectic of inclusion-exclusion is highly moralized, as I said before, classifying humans in hierarchies of moral worth. Secondly, the idea of the Romani threat fragments the logics of social solidarity, social inclusion, and common belonging. And last but not least, the symbolic construction of the Romani subject as a public danger justifies special policies of surveillance, exclusion, and segregation as logical security measures. And hate speech produce specific mechanisms of othering toward the Romani population. First, fragmenting sentiments of group identification, so majority society is not able to identify with the Romani communities. Second, inhibiting attitudes of empathy, solidarity, or trust, so hate speech work on the level of moral sentiment. And third, activating attitudes of fear, hate, or disdain.
Ismail, I think
yes.
Your screen sharing, your presentation disappeared. Can you
Okay,
check?
Let me check. So this dialectic between real insecurity and perceived insecurity in the mechanism of fear production. The social fear has nothing to do with real personal experiences of factual crimes, but with levels of virtual exposure to crime cases reported by media. And to provoke fear, social fear is not that relevant the frequency of real crimes, but the frequency and intensity of exposure to crime stories. And last, the social fear is intentionally manipulative when identifies social blame and social innocence with entire racial, cultural, or ethnic groups. And the last slide, recommendations for media, and this is what I'm working right now in the Parliament in the next equality law that we are now drawing a report. So first, it would be important to organize trainings to spot stereotypical coverings of Roma for journalists. Second, would be very important avoiding any implicit or explicit relation between ethnicity and criminality. Then it is also highly important that Roma must have a say at various levels: content production, editorial decision-making, and supervisory activities. And last, media should publish anti-racist narratives, experiences of intercultural coexistence, stories of prominent Roma professionals, and highlighting the role model of Roma public figures in order to close the gap between the Romani community and majority society. To end, I want also to share with you a theoretical framework that I'm working on right now, and is the dog whistle politics. Just in a nutshell, a dog whistle is the use of a coded or suggestive language in political messaging to garner support from a particular group without provoking opposition. Is development of political correctness, and the concept is a metaphor for ultrasonic dog whistles using Sephardine. So the dog whistle use of language which appears normal to the majority, but which communicate specific things to intended audiences. So as I said before, sometimes it's not needed for the media to say that they are talking about Romani communities or Gitanos in Spain, that they just have to show some images or to talk about clan, drug gangs, or also the discourse of integration is very much used when they want to talk about Roma. So in this way, they don't talk explicitly about the Romani communities, so they don't receive adenons, but they are appealing to the public opinion to provoke specific moral sentiments against the Roma. And I want to finish here in order to give a space to the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I propose we move on with the next panelist, and we'll have the discussion afterwards. So in this way, we create space to all the panelists, and then we'll have also time for discussion. Thank you. Our next presenter is Roberto Bortone.
Yes,
Roberto, please.
Yes, good morning to everyone, and thanks for the floor. Allow me to thank the organizer of this important conference. I don't know if it's possible to get my presentation on for Denisa, or I will do it by myself, as you wish.
We'll do it from here. I'm just
okay.
Sharing screen with you.
Fine. So our office, was said before, UNAR is the National Office Against Discrimination in Italy, has been working since some years now to tackle online hate speech. And it was for this reason that in 2015, our traditional media monitoring activities has been extended to social media as well. So namely Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And in order to detect, analyze, and of course, remove on a daily basis the potentially discriminatory content posted online. And in these years of work, we have decided to adopt an interdisciplinary strategy which combines the analysis, monitoring and protection of victims with the study, research, and creation of awareness-raising campaign. But I will share my presentation so you could see how our monitoring system actually works by yourself. So I move forwards to some conclusion, if you agree. So some lesson learned. And so what we have learned from our professional experience with regards to hate speech against Roma. There is no media that is immune to this form of hatred, which takes the form of slurs, insults, and reinforcement of negative stereotypes about Roma, up to the incitement of violence towards them. The first thing I want to underline is that according to our monitoring, we must be aware that a kind of extreme hate speech towards Roma and Sinti travelers community is prevalent. And sometimes it also seems to be tolerated, from violent anathemas to the different shades with which a final solution is often evoked on social media platforms made up of lager, gas, ovens, parasites, and fire. In 2014, the intervention of a municipal councillor on Facebook caused a great sensation in Italy because this binomial Roma ovens was widely evoked. She wrote, "Anyway, no jail, it will take ovens. I make my house available for it. If you see strange smoke coming out of the roof, don't worry." Just to mention one episode among many. But the use of hate speech in politics, however, do not represent the privileged object of our analysis, because to understand the scenarios of today's anti-Gypsyism in Italy, it is necessary to enter the most barbaric forms of daily communications toward Roma and Sinti, and to verify how even today extermination is a common evoked passage. Let me the license to provide you with some common examples of this hate content that we find daily online. Shit, Gypsy, all of them should be deported together with those who stands for them. Let's put together them, Roma men and women, in the gas chambers. We have to start burning them indiscriminately. Fire to the Roma pigs, they deserve to be expelled from the face of the solar system. Burn them all alive. Flamethrower, don't burn them in Italy because we already have too much pollution. Open Gypsy disposal center in Romania. They are minors and we cannot do anything to them, but it's possible to kill them at least. Immediate reopening of the ovens, everyone burned at the stake. Punitive expedition to the Roma camp and then a nice barbecue. Shit Gypsy, give me back the fucking Hitler ovens. At the stake, burn alive without mercy, women, men, children, and the elderly. You don't look anyone in the face. Gypsy bastard. So the result of this brief digression is, and we didn't think it would have been otherwise, chilling. It certainly refers to an ancestrality of hatred and prejudice against this minority. However, it also recalls the needs to recognize a memory that is totally repressed, denied, and consequently little known. Therefore, for this reason, the hate speech towards the Roma recalls the urgent need to educate the younger generation to the memory of the Nazi and fascist genocide of Roma and Sinti. Roma genocide and hate speech towards them are strictly connected. Having said this, what we are trying to do at UNAR is to finding answer to some specific question I would like to share with you today. What are the characteristics of the anti-Roma, anti-travelers hate speech online? What kind of self-regulation measures should the media adopt in order to combat anti-Roma and anti-traveler hate speech? And how can young Roma and travelers participate actively on combating hate speech online? Trying to find some answer, I would like to make just two brief remarks. The first concerns this period that we are experiencing, the pandemic, which carries out an important lesson. It reminds us that we are all interconnected for the better and for the worse. We must not miss the opportunity to learn more about the time we are living. And the issue of hatred as well must be investigated better than we have done so far. Because if you are in this situation, we all have some responsibilities. In other terms, the use of hatred must be explored in this deepest implication. If you want to build a policy tool that is valid for the coming decades, we need to put ourselves in the shoes of everyone who will be affected by our work, in the shoes of the victims, of course, because hatred is never neutral and we must protect them. In the shoes of the haters, because to understand who they are, young people, adults, elderly, what are their motivation? And then in the shoes of the silent majority of our society, which cannot be left to the dynamic of polarization that we all know very well. Finally, in the shoes of the digital platforms, the IT companies, social media, to understand the internal dynamics, the bilateral relation they have with countries, and their role in this challenge. My final thought concerns what Gordon Allport explained about prejudice, how an erroneous concept, which is always possible, turns into prejudice when it remains irreversible, even in the face of new cognitive data. It would seem, at every vision, a perfect description of the birth and continuation of the anti-Roma feelings, because Roma group, as was said before during this conference, are underrepresented at all levels, including in the online environment. Their voices are often excluded, we know this, from shaping and delivering policies and practice that are designed to engage them. But this space, the online one, is not a space that remains empty. Rather, it is filled with hatred towards Roma, so much that it constitutes like a sort of digital new anti-Gypsyism, which in its continuous changes tell us of a communicative involution that takes up crystallized motifs of the common feeling without abandoning of old prejudice, but making them more violent through the massive propagation of content and speeches of hate made possible by social media platforms. In conclusion, hatred against Roma and Sinti represent an extreme kind of content, very often related to their extermination, and it must be investigated better. We believe it's important, essential, a cultural approach that takes into account the point of view of the victim. To start a real fight against hate speech towards Roma and Sinti, an effective involvement of the Roma and Sinti themselves is essential to fill the space left empty by culture and also by institutions before hatred spreads further. And I think that the next speakers will stress out this crucial point better than me. So, lastly, if you want to know more about our efforts to take anti-Gypsyism, feel free to download our last publication, Attraversare Auschwitz, edited by Everett Sin, a researcher of Sinti origin, which collects all the things that I've told you today, and of course, much more. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Roberto, for your presentation. Now, we move on to Vivian Brashoy and her presentation. Vivian, please.
Thank you very much, Julius. And also thank you very much for having me on this conference. I'm very happy to talk about the work that ERIAC does around fighting against hate speech. So as Julius already mentioned, I am a legal manager of the European Roma Rights Center. Actually, I co-manage the legal work of the organization with one of my colleagues, Sanada Sali. As you might know, the ERIAC is a Roma-led international public organization working to combat anti-Romani racism and the human rights abuse of Roma. And we do this basically through strategic litigation, advocacy, media work, and human rights education. Currently, we are involved more than 150 pieces of litigation concerning 15 countries across Europe. And we particularly focus on litigation before the European Court of Human Rights. These cases concern mainly police misconduct, access to housing, public services, school segregation, racial profiling, unlawful restriction of migration of Romani people, discrimination, exercising reproductive rights of Romani women, and also Romani families being targeted to have their children taken into care. In addition to the legal work, to the litigation, we also engage in other forms of advocacy and in extensive communication work. So in all EU member states, incitement to racial hatred is considered a crime in accordance with the EU framework decision on racism and xenophobia. And so public incitement to or hatred directly against Roma is always a criminal offense. International law also encourages states to introduce legislation which penalizes incitement to hatred. There are two main instruments which require this. One is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the other one is the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. Pragmatically, hate speech for ERRC is usually speech by a representative of a state institution which is discriminatory to Roma and is actionable under domestic legislation. However, sometimes we take into consideration legal actions against private individuals or organizations if they have a huge audience and huge influence. The point of departure for analyzing whether something amounts to hate crime or hate speech is the EU framework, as I mentioned before, which is more clearly set as the minimum standards in detail for the EU states. And it's very important to mention that there is a link, both direct and indirect, between online anti-Gypsyism and offline violence. We have been pointing out in various countries the link between hate speech and real-world violence, particularly when this intersects with far-right movements and politicians. For example, in 2019 in France, rumors spread online using ancient stereotypes of Roma as child kidnappers, that these Roma were abducting children in white vans. And locals basically went there and attacked the makeshift camp that these people were living in. Also, the offline violence committed against Roma in Ukraine in 2018 went hand in hand with a strong social media presence from far-right groups and actually resulted in the death of a 24-year-old young Romani man. So there is a clear danger when hate speech online goes viral, and it is often overlooked or played down. And it's always difficult to predict what type of online hate will manifest online and how that will happen. So this is the reason why it's important to always treat these instances of hate speech online, which are reaching large numbers, very seriously, and this can quickly be the consequence. And now I would mention some of the cases that we brought legal action. One of the ways we have tackled hate speech through litigation in the past few years was by intervening as a third party in Vona versus Hungary, which was a case before the European Court of Human Rights. And our intervention provided support to the European Court, finding that Hungary did not violate the freedom of association by dissolving an association that engaged in hate speech and other forms of anti-Gypsyism, other manifestations of anti-Gypsyism, including racist marches in Hungary. Another example comes from North Macedonia, where a well-known actress and animal rights activist went on a racist blame on Roma for mistreating a horse after she found an injury. And she incited hatred and violence against all Roma, or all North Macedonian Roma on social media. So we decided to complain to the police and to the public prosecutor, and also we filed a complaint to the Macedonian equality body. And the equality body found that what she said was, in general, harassment of Romani people in North Macedonia. However, the police took 2 years before concluding that there was no case of incitement to racial hatred. And also the case kind of backlashed because then this woman filed a criminal complaint against ERRC for filing a criminal complaint against her, which was manifestly unfounded. And also the colleague who was working on the case was heavily insulted and harassed offline and online by the fans of this actress. we also recently we also filed a similar complaint to the Serbian equality body against a far-right affiliated, and again an animal rights organization called Leviathan, and this is kind of a phenomenon having this eco far-right movement which targets minorities in Europe. And apart from the litigation part, we have a project called Challenging Digital Anti-Gypsyism. This is more of the part of our advocacy work, and we use the definition of our project, which predicated on the guidelines of social media platforms. It is a kind of a new for us, which sees volunteers in several countries reporting hate speech online to have it removed, as well as providing counter arguments and counter narratives to racist content, which has the potential to influence comment sections on social media. So as you can see, it's very not easy to litigate hate speech, even when it comes from public figures, because human rights organizations such as ERIAC as well focus on state. But when it comes to hate speech, the perpetrators are often private individuals acting on private platforms, so getting involved is hard. The other reason is that these cases immediately rise a conflict of rights that don't usually emerge in areas of Roma rights work, because you are basically pitting one person's right to freedom of expression against others or other persons or communities' right to respect for family rights, integrity, and dignity. And as we see, there are three possible ways for future litigation. The first one is that, for example, we assist Romani people to take private against those who engage in hate speech online. This would be a shift to private law, and this is probably not the route we would take, because it doesn't use resources very effectively to tackle structural discrimination. However, sometimes something can come up and can get the attention of the to point out how dangerous hate speech online, regardless of the outcome of the case, perhaps. The second one is that taking cases against social media providers who allow hate speech to be published on their platforms, that's a costly shift to private law. This is very expensive and is already done by some other, in some extent, notably in Germany, where the laws have been passed allowing this. And the third one, the most feasible, and this is mainly advocacy work, to try to establish an obligation for states to react to hate speech on the internet. That would be an ideal result from a human rights perspective, because then we could challenge the states legally if they did not fulfill their obligation to prosecute hate speech. And just I thought that currently we are arguing for racial motivation to be considered at all when investigations are allowing in obviously hate motivated crimes, and we often struggle to get a court to label a hate crime as a hate crime, and the judgments usually missing out the discriminatory nature of the crime. So something like an obligation to react on online hate speech would be a huge in most of the European countries, because really we are even in more serious offline violence, we don't reach the level when authorities are defining these things. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Vivian. We move on to Anya. Anya, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to this important discussion. In my contribution to this panel, I will focus on the importance of Sinti and Roma representation in control media boards. As anti-Gypsyism, no surprise, is also in German media a persistent problem and appears in all areas, from news articles to movies, from documentaries to entertainment programs. In the past few years, the Central Council of German Sinti and Roma has been very active in taking actions against anti-Gypsyist contributions in the media. And before I will talk further about the importance of Sinti and Roma representation in media control bodies, I would like to present two cases of anti-Gypsyism in the media and the action that have been taken against it. One case is concerning a documentary broadcasted by the private TV channel in 2019, and the other example is an entertainment show that was screened in January this year by a public broadcaster. In 2019, the private TV channel Sat.1 screened a documentary titled Roma, a People Between Poverty and Bragging. The 45 minutes documentary slandered Sinti and Roma in a revolting and racist way. The Central Council filed then program complaint to the broadcaster as well as to the responsible control body, the Commission of Licensing and Supervision of Media Institutions. We also commissioned Professor Hajo Funke for a scientific expert opinion on the documentary. His assessment came to the conclusion that this film uses an arsenal of prejudices against Sinti and Roma that are still widespread in German society and have the potential to fuel hatred, agitation, and violence against Roma and Sinti. Also, the documentary contradicts all journalistic standards of fairness, balance, information, and education. But despite this assessment and the complaint of the Central Council of German Sinti and Roma, as well as of the Central Council of Jews in Germany, the TV channel kept this view that the program was not racist and did not fuel stereotypes, but was a good piece of journalism. Also, the Commission of Licensing and Supervision of the Media refused to examine the program complaint and turned down the case before a hearing. With decisions as such, responsible control bodies legitimize stigmatizing and racist programs against Sinti and Roma and pave the way for hate speech online and offline that also can turn into violence. The second case I would like to talk about was only a few weeks ago. The public broadcaster Westdeutscher Rundfunk screened only 2 days after the International Holocaust Remembrance Day an entertainment show that used deep-rooted anti-Gypsyism for the sake of high TV ratings. In the show, 5 people from the majority society discussed the question whether or not it is a necessary step to rename a German barbecue sauce that has the racist term for Sinti and Roma in it. Background of this discussion is that last year, some German sauce producers announced to change the name of their products due to its racist characteristic. Only after public pressure in social media, the podcaster apologized for the brazen and populistic way the program was made. But this does not change at all the reality that in large parts of German media, there is no awareness whatsoever about the widespread and violent anti-Gypsyism in society. On the contrary, anti-Gypsyism is rather handled as a joke in show business. At the same time, criticism towards the program has been voiced very clearly in social media, especially by young Sinti and Roma, but also from other people in society. This is a positive development that also stands against the increasing hate speech and anti-Gypsyism in media and society. programs as such demonstrate that anti-Gypsyism is not taken seriously as part of everyday racism and as a problem of society. It is long overdue that representatives of Sinti and Roma are finally given a permanent seat in the public broadcasting councils and regulatory media boards of private broadcasters. There, they are given the chance to counter the social acceptance of anti-Gypsyism, as it is repeatedly shown in the media. For many years, the Central Council has been demanding the participation of Sinti and Roma in the media control bodies. Together with our regional associations, we advocate for this and target the responsible institutions. But it needs proper timing and, of course, a political will to grant Sinti and Roma a permanent seat in these bodies. To date, only one of the many media control bodies in Germany, the SWR Broadcasting Board, has a Sinti and Roma representative. This seat was not given due to broader political will, but due to a regional politician that was nominated for the board and gave up his seat in favor of a Sinti and Roma representative. In all other German media control bodies, Sinti and Roma are still not represented and are not named as a social group that should be represented in such a body. The representation of Sinti and Roma is not laid down in the media contracts, as it is with other social groups in Germany that are granted a permanent seat. The appointment of Sinti and Roma to the control bodies of the public media represents a legal obligation resulting from the recognition of Sinti and Roma as a national minority in Germany. By ratifying the Framework Convention of the Protection of National Minorities, Germany has not only committed itself to special protection, but also to the inclusion of Sinti and Roma in social and political life. As a result, representatives of the minority must be taken into account in the media control bodies as a socially relevant group. The obligation to include Sinti and Roma representatives in the media control bodies is also a result for the historical responsibility after the Nazi genocide of Sinti and Roma. Like the participation of Jewish representatives in all German control media boards is justified with the special historical responsibility. This responsibility applies equally to Sinti and Roma. Let me conclude. Our participation in media control bodies is an important step to fight anti-Gypsyism and hate speech. It can bring a differentiated knowledge about Sinti and Roma and their history to the media. But this step must be accompanied by other measures. Mere representation in media control bodies cannot fight the massive and deep-rooted problem of anti-Gypsyism. It also needs trainings for journalists, producers, and editors, because the lack of awareness bears the danger to reproduce anti-Gypsyist knowledge, consciously or unconsciously. And this must be unlearned. In order to get ahead of the situation, it needs a consistent strategy with a set of measures to tackle anti-Gypsyism in the media. One of them is the representation of Sinti and Roma in control media boards. But there's also a need to integrate knowledge about the dimension of anti-Gypsyism and diversity of Sinti and Roma in journalistic trainings and further education, as well as a bigger support for young Sinti and Roma that aim a career in journalism and the media. That would be from my side, and I thank you for your attention and looking forward to a fruitful discussion now.
Thank you very much, Anya. Thank you to all our panelists. And now I also invite the audience to ask questions even those that are on Facebook, do write in the comments questions, and we'll try to follow and bring them here in the discussion with our panelists. I think the conference today, organized by the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture and partners, is really important to explore these different manifestations of anti-Gypsyism and to learn from these practices, because the universe of these manifestations is so vast that we have to learn, to research, to study, to know how to tackle them. And here we had few examples on that side. Yeah. Now, I'd rather go through something that Ismail pointed out, that hate speech legitimizes fear and discrimination. Yeah, we saw also what Roberto said, the direct link between the hate speech and the genocide. The aim of the hate speech and the examples he provided were to exterminate the whole group of Roma and Sinti. And then we had Vivian mentioning cases and getting into the technicalities, how best to use the laws to tackle hate speech. Also, she pointed out other technicalities on the link between hate speech, hate crime, and discrimination. And then we had Anya Royce, who talked about Roma and Sinti participation in regulatory bodies when it comes to media. And we had some examples on what can be done, because otherwise what happens is that we will turn in the whole event into something just complaining how bad the situation is, but we'll not find even few ideas of what we can do to tackle this. So I'd like to ask something here related also to law. How we can clarify the law, how we can update the legal framework to become more effective in combating hate speech against Roma and Sinti in particular, but hate speech in general. What will be your ideas on this issue? And if you can answer briefly, then we'll move to other questions, and also, once again, the questions from the audience. So Ismail, maybe you can start. How we can update the legal framework in such a way to become more effective? You hinted in your presentation something.
Yes, thank you for the question. Thank you for the question, Julius. Vivian explained very well the labyrinth to denounce hate speech. And because there is a big conflict between hate speech and freedom of speech. So at this level, it would be very difficult to have a good case to denounce a direct link between hate speech and hate crimes, because most of the time, hate speech is not produced in such an explicit way, because it operates in a binomial structure, is mostly implicit, explicit, friendly, hostile, covert, uncovered. So in this way, I think I would go for what Anya said, and is to work at the level of media production and in this case in Spain, I'm putting very much effort on ensure that in the new equality law, there is a chapter on media representation for minorities. And there, I think not only Roma, but other minorities should be at every level. So content production, supervisory structures, but also this board that is supervising the ethic content. And I want to finish saying the last thing is that hate speech provoke not only a direct connection between hate speech and violent attack, but what I said is hate speech and moral disengagement. So media, especially right and far-right media, and working a lot through this, what I call dog whistles politics, yeah, these subtle messages to disengage morally majority society and Romani community. So whatever Romani communities suffer is justified by this big media framework.
Thank you. If there are other colleagues that want to answer, please.
Maybe just a thought that in many cases the framework or how they are articulated are actually well defined. So it's not just about the laws on hate speech or the crime of committing hate speech are not existing. It's not just that, but in many cases, authorities who deals with the investigational part, for example, police and prosecution, are not aware of how to do that well. And for example, a path for us at ERRC to approach these cases is not to take a legal action against an individual person who incited against members of the Roma community, but for example, file complaints against the police who was not able to properly investigate these crimes, because in many situations there is also a lack of understanding of what is hate speech, what is hate crime, how you should collect, how you should properly investigate in these cases. So I think there is also an element, and there is a need for openness from public authorities to learn and have trainings on identifying these cases. And actually, in Ukraine, the pogroms in Ukraine in 2018, they were very serious. They were hate incidents and hate crimes against Romani people there, and we initiated legal criminal complaints against prosecutors who failed to investigate properly. And really, but it's fascinating when something is so openly, vividly, racially motivated, and public authorities don't do nothing, basically. So this is just there is a need also an openness from the authorities to approve or their methods of dealing with these cases.
This is an important point that you are making on the failure of the state and authorities to properly investigate these kind of events, including crimes, hate crimes. Yeah, and we have, even if we only look at the European level, yeah, we have quite a number of cases decided by the European Court of Human Rights, establishing legal standards on how to investigate crimes against minorities, and especially when they are committed. Is there a solution how to address the lack of awareness among the legal professionals as well, probably, when it comes to racism and discrimination? Roberto, I see that you are nodding, and the examples you gave maybe you can answer this.
Thanks, Julius. Just a few things. No, I fully agree with the needs of awareness raising for the trainings for journalists, and it's what we are trying to do in Italy actually with an annual seminar that we have every year just for them on the topic of anti-Gypsyism. But I think in one of these seminars came up an issue that is still in my mind, and want to share it with you, because it was a representative of Google in Italy said that in the past they had trouble with the word Holocaust because putting them in Google, they used to came up on mostly fake websites with telling fake stories about denial stories about Holocaust. And he asked the Roma Roma participants of this seminar, why don't you do the same with maybe Samudaripen or other words that you use for the genocide of the Roma and Sinti, and trying to see what you get. And Poraimos or other words, and probably you will get or anything or some kind of fake news or some kind of fake website. But the issue was trying to say it was this, that if you don't fill the space, someone else will do it online, because the online environment is different. We can train journalists, we can train legal experts, we can train law enforcement, and we will do it, and we do it. But the online environment is different. You have to stand up and speak up for yourself. I saw in the Facebook chat that someone tells that, for example, the Roma and Sinti are not an ethnic group, social group, but an ethnic group. So this is what I mean. We have to fill up this space because the environment, the digital environment is different, has different rules.
Thank you. We have also a question from the audience. Is misinformation hate speech?
I wanted to, sorry, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to speak now. The host wanted to unmute me and I raised my hand, but if I'm not allowed to speak, I will wait for my turn.
Please, you would be the next one after the question of the misinformation. I notice your raised hand. Or until our panelists are reflecting, if you have a question, please go on.
Well, I wanted to actually join. I'm tomorrow panelist. I will be in the panel 6, speaking about the monitoring exercise and the social media experience. So briefly, I just wanted to say and illustrate together with all of you the issue that we also have in the Czech Republic. Our chief health officer, who is supposed to be in charge now on the pandemia regulations in the Czech Republic, published a joke. And the joke was saying that a person with a distinguishedly Roma name, that he burglared his own home and he's working from home, therefore obeying the rules. Work from home, and what can Roma do at home but burglar their own home, because that's their job. And so that was the joke, and she initially said that she has no control over her Facebook, she doesn't know who posted it there, and then when it was not sustainable, she started saying that she deeply apologizes and so on. But and this is my point here, it's not only about these people who say stuff like that, it's that they are in this power hierarchy others. Very often online you will find that they actually put something anti-Gypsist and they just ask the audience what they think. And you have this avalanche of anti-Gypsist comments responding to the person. And my experience is, if you report this to the platforms, the social platforms, and if it's formulated in the form of a question, they say we are powerless, we cannot remove it. But and then we end up removing all these individual comments without tackling the source. And I have been I've been bringing up this issue with platforms, with the European Commission during the monitoring exercise before and after, that they need to disengage from algorithm and employ real people and experts who understand the context, who understand that this is incitement to this kind of reactions. So maybe panelists can also comment, if they wish, on this power disbalance in the removal of the content.
Yeah, we have already Ismail raising his hand. Ismail, please.
Yes, so I think on misinformation, it depends. If affect a minority group, I think it could be considered as a hate speech because it's damaging the reputation of a minority collective. But I want to touch upon what Selma said now about, and also Roberto, about the digital sphere. And this is a very much complex field because what tech companies does is using metadata in order to analyze hate speech. So unless you use very concrete signifiers, which haters avoid to use, you cannot notice if anyone is using hate speech. So that's why civil society organizations monitoring what happened in digital sphere is very important, but also tech companies should hire people monitoring a specific this kind of discourses. In Spain, I propose law initiative precisely about these topics. Yeah, that when either that company or civil society identify a clear hate speech, the company is obliged to delete the content in 48 hours. If not, they will have to pay a very high fine.
Thank you. We have we have a question specifically for Anya from someone from the audience. Is there any case in Europe in which Roma or Sinti representatives were included in media control bodies, and the person is giving an example from the Romanian national television where the term Țigan is commonly used in entertainment programs, yeah, which makes the person wondering about the lack of guidelines for media professionals from the bodies which they work for.
I'm unfortunately not so familiar with the cases in other countries, so I cannot answer about representatives in other countries. Maybe my colleagues can do that if they have any information about that. But to the other part, racist language, or not even, or even if they spare the racist language, but make anti-Gypsyist comments or jokes on that, we see also a lot in entertainment shows and also in movies. Like Radmila in the panel before mentioned this child movie, Nelly's Adventure, that is also kind of entertainment, and it does not use racist language, and not even, or I think only twice or three times the word Roma appears in this movie, but it is a complete racist outlet, and we also had an expert opinion on that, and an article in the book that we released only last year about that. And there is also in Germany a lot of guidelines for the broadcasters already in place, and we continue writing letters to them, complaining and complaints about cases where this happens. But it needs a stronger discussion in society about that, and also a stronger advocacy to include social groups as like Sinti and Roma in these control bodies, which is, I think, one of the biggest things that we have to take forward right now, because yeah, the problem is will not go away.
Thank you. We have already the time, we are going over the time, and we have a comment from our colleague Isabella Michalake from Ergo Network, providing us with some information that the European Commission will present by the end of 2021 an initiative to extend the list of EU crimes in Article 83, paragraph 1 of the EU Treaty to hate speech and hate crime in response to extremist ideologies online and so on. I think that's very valuable. I think we all have to follow what's going on with the discussions about the virtual space, about the digital rights. Yeah, there are different initiatives at the European level going on, and I think we have to follow that and make sure that hate speech and hate crime online are included among the crimes and are properly addressed by the legislation. Meanwhile, we got also a clarification on the news with the misinformation, and the person is asking if fake news can be treated as hate speech. Yeah, in this. I think there are many technicalities with it, but because the time is passing, I just want to share with you one of my thoughts that I have following a discussion I had with my students from the course I keep, and we had a discussion on racism, and we realized that there are almost no courses focusing on racism specifically in universities, in these professionals, being them in law school or in journalism schools. Yeah, so people realize, yeah, already at an early stage of their formation as professionals, yeah, in their initial formation, how serious racism is in our societies, how it operates, and how to tackle it. And maybe we have to think a little bit on how to get these issues that pertain to racism, anti-Gypsyism, hate crime, hate speech, to be studied, to be part of the curricula, of the initial formation of these professionals, yeah, that we are talking. And here, of course, we have journalists. And I think that will be something to take or to reflect upon how we can do that. Now we are already 4 minutes over the time. And if any of you want to answer briefly in 1 minute to the question of fake news, and if that can be considered hate speech, please feel free. If not, we'll conclude here. Okay, so here it is. I see that it's already 5 minutes past 1. So let's stop here. Let's have lunch, and then we will return all to 2 o'clock with the next panel. Thank you very much for your contributions and for the discussions here. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Julius.
you.
Thank you, people.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Bye.
Oh.
Bye.
Welcome, everybody. This is the third panel of ERIAC's Hate Speech and Anti-Gypsyism in the Media International Conference. And the topic of our panel is strategies of challenging and preventing hate speech in the media, building a counter-narrative through Roma-led media initiatives. We're going to have four presenters, four panelists in this session. And first I'm going to introduce them, and then everybody has 10-15 minutes. And then in the end of each of the presentations, hopefully we're going to have a discussion. We will have time for that. I have prepared for you, for the panelists, a question, but we might receive questions from the audience as well. So I hope that we will be able to reflect on them too. And also I encourage all the participants to reflect on each other's presentation. So now I will introduce each of you in the order of how you will speak. And it will take a little time, but I would like to respect you with this because I think it's very important to tell about your work in detail. So our first presenter is Gwendoline Albert. She is a human rights activist and an ally of the Romani minority. She has been involved in advocacy for decades. She has been involved as an expert in EU-funded projects on monitoring hate speech online, testing discrimination, and monitoring implementation of policy on Roma in the member states, with the Roma Civil Monitor Project. She translates the news daily into English for the Romea News in Prague, and she was a contributor to an extensive report by the Council of Europe's Human Rights Commissioner, Thomas Hammarberg, Human Rights on Roma and Travelers in Europe. The next panelist is Lisa Smith. She has an MA in education and she is the chair of the Advisory Council for the Education of Romani and Travelers. Lisa is the youth editor at Travelers Times, a national magazine for Roma and Travelers, where she supports young people through journalism, media, and training programs. And she is the founder of its Kushtito Rocker initiative, an education and filming project exploring the impact of anti-Gypsyism on youth mental health and well-being. She is also currently working with Berlin-based organization Roma Trial, producing a podcast reporting on news and issues in Germany and across Europe. Our third presenter is Dalibor Tanic. He was born in Serbia. He's been living in Sarajevo since 2009. He's an activist and journalist for more than 10 years. He was awarded by the European Union for investigative journalism for Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2014. Throughout his career, especially from 2010 until today, he follows and reports about trauma issues in Bosnia and Herzegovina. He has been contributing for several journals, and for more than 4 years ago, he established the website Udar, which is a journalistic-oriented activist website where young Roma people can contribute from all around Bosnia and Herzegovina. In 2020, he founded the organization Association of Young Roma, Axiom. He is married, father of 2 children. Katalin Bashon is our fourth presenter. She is a documentary filmmaker and executive director of Budapest-based Roma media organization, the Romedia Foundation. Ms. Bashon is completing her doctoral dissertation in communication and behavioral science at Corvinus University in Budapest. She used her deep understanding of minority issues and expertise in sociology to create the first ever documentary series on Roma communities around the world called Mundi Romani, The World Through Roma Eyes, to be broadcast on a mainstream television channel, the Duna channel in Hungary. It won recognition worldwide for its innovative quality cinematography and the untold stories the films uncovered, and was awarded and nominated by several international film festivals. She also created independent media campaigns, such as the I Am a Roma Woman campaign, and film projects such as Uprooted. In 2012, Rome Media organized the Budapest leg of Requiem for Auschwitz, a series of events including concert, film festival, and an art exhibition that toured Europe. Her latest film, How Far the Stars, were premiered last year. And now I would like to ask Miss Gwendoline Albert, to start her presentation. As I understand, for your presentation, you need a PowerPoint. So I would like to ask the technical people to support you with that.
Thank you. And it's a real honor for me to be here. If we could proceed quickly to the first slide. We've been asked to discuss Roma-led media and the counter-narrative to hate in Europe. I myself am not Romani, but I have had the honor of working for a very long time with Romea.cz, which is a Roma established and Roma-led media outlet here in the Czech Republic. And we've been asked here to discuss several different things. Basically, when it comes to the issue of preventing hate speech in the media, the regulation of this industry is something that has to start being taken more seriously. I know that the European Commission has been attempting, especially with regards to social media, to make this happen. But financiers and managers of the media need to have an incentive to prevent hate speech from even reaching their pages and our screens. Unfortunately, hate sells, as the tabloid industry has made very clear. And in my view, what we need to do as human rights defenders is bring in people from the media analytics industry, which is quite large and powerful also, harness them for this task of attempting to generate regulations that can push us forward in this regard. Self-regulation doesn't seem to be working, in my opinion. I believe that equality bodies in all the European countries and media regulators should be tasked with collaborating on how to improve the media's performance. And I also do believe that law enforcement can and should play a role, and it has in many countries. For example, the Roma Civil Monitor Project reported that in 2017, there was a French journalist who was convicted and sentenced to prison and fined quite a lot of money, as was his publisher, for publishing and inciting discrimination against Romani people. It's not out of the realm of possibility, and it's definitely something that we should be calling on the authorities to do. And Romea has done this in the past, reporting a great deal of hate speech against Romani people to the authorities in the Czech Republic. Could I have the next slide? Roma positive media output as a challenge to hate speech. This, I think, is a bit of a dilemma. Roma positive output, in my opinion, is good in and of itself, especially Roma produced output like the wonderful things that have been shown all day today during the breaks here of this conference. But in my view, when it comes to hate speech, it is not likely to change minds. People who engage in hate speech do so for their own strange reasons. And we shouldn't be shifting the burden, in my opinion, onto the people who are the targets of the hate. We need, as societies, to take full responsibility for the fact that this has become the norm, as Marcos described earlier in the day. And in my view, the media needs to start reporting this more, the fact that there is this bias, the fact that it is normalized, the fact that there's a Romani movement pushing back that needs to be given much more voice in regular media. And I think that if we can bring mainstream media outlets into what we all have been doing and show them that it's actually valuable to report on, that's the way forward. Again, from the Roma Civil Monitor Project, there was an example in France of a film that came out that presented Romani youth in a very negative light. And what some civil society organizations did there was bring Romani youth together with journalists to watch the film together and then discuss what it was like for the Roma to see that portrayal of themselves. And then that was what the media reported on. This is the level that we need to get to now. People need to really understand the harm that this content causes. Also, there's this positive reinforcement mechanism called the Roma Spirit Award. It's been running in Slovakia for quite some time. And in 2016, they ran a European version of it, and Romea Datsizid was awarded at that level. I'm not entirely sure why the European version of that seems to have not been repeated, but that's the kind of thing that we also need to sort of institute and keep going. Positive reinforcement to people who actually do the right thing in the media. Could I have the next slide, please? Counter discourse is extremely important, pushing back against hate when it happens. One of the best stories of the year 2018 was when Czech President Zeman made the mistake of saying in a very careless way that 90% of Roma were unemployed. And there was a genuine, authentic pushback against him by Romani people, not just from the Czech Republic, but all over the world, people from Canada, the UK, Soraya Post got involved, taking photographs, selfies of themselves at work and sending them to him over social media. And Romea really helped as an amplifier of that genuine response to his remarks. This is the kind of thing that I think is important. But even more important is when journalists themselves take it upon themselves in real time to push back against the racism that they hear. And we know of terrible examples involving vulgarities and all kinds of things, especially in countries like Bulgaria and Romania. This is really what has to start happening, and people need to have the courage to do this. And I think that when it comes to online hate speech in social media, people responding to media online, etc., we need to learn more from the people who have been pretty successfully pushing back against disinformation and extremism. These areas all overlap, and I think that there's a lot that we can learn from the efforts that are underway there. And lastly, if I could have just the last slide. The role of Roma-led media. The Roma-led media is, of course, very important. I hope that we can look forward to decades of further growth in this area. But again, it's not enough just for Roma-led media to be telling their stories and presenting the arguments. We need to partner with the mainstream media. We need to let the mainstream media know when they are crossing the line. Again, I'll just give a positive example that was from the Roma Civil Monitor reports. In Hungary, something called the Roma Press Center set up an anti-award, a booby prize, and they worked together with a very popular mainstream news portal to get people to write in and identify the local police station that was the worst, that had given just the absolute worst ridiculous ticket to someone. And a man was identified who had been given an exorbitant fine for accidentally littering. And this was a great example because not only did all the readers of that particular website at the time vote for this case and demonstrate their solidarity with this person. They even actually chipped in to pay the fine so that he wouldn't suffer in the future. This is the kind of collaboration that needs to happen, although I understand that that venue has since had managerial difficulties in Hungary. But what's key about this is the framing of Romani people as our fellow citizens, our fellow residents, our neighbors, and standing up for them and understanding that if we don't stand up for what's happening to Roma now, the harm of that will spread to include more and more people. It's hatred is infinite if it's not confronted, and that's what we need to encourage the social media platforms and the media itself to do now. I'll end there, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak here.
Thank you. And now I give the platform to Lisa, Miss Lisa Smith. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Maria. Is it possible to put my PowerPoint up? And next slide, please. So thank you very much for inviting me to speak as part of this panel from the perspective of Travelers Times and our work locally. So Travelers Times exists to empower Roma and travellers to develop media skills, to challenge discrimination and highlight the active roles that we play in contemporary society. It's a print and online platform designed to amplify Roma and traveller voices, celebrate our culture and history, and challenge stereotypes. Travelers Times uses the power, or attempts to use the power of the media to promote positive stories and role models as a counter-narrative to the predominantly negative portrayals in mainstream media. Next slide, please. So, what is the problem with the UK press in the way that it reports on Roma and travellers? In 2012, the Traveller Movement research found that UK press articles about Roma and travellers were often characterised by distortion, name-calling and emotive headlines and untruths. So in short, editors believe that articles about Roma and travellers being perceived to do bad things sells and has sold newspapers. Next slide, please. Research by the Traveller Movement for the 2012 Levinson Judicial Inquiry into the practices, cultures and ethics of the UK press found that Roma and travellers being perceived or presented as doing bad things has massive news value for newspaper editors and journalists. And although the Traveller Movement found that much of the reporting was based around the phenomenon of unauthorised camps, Roma and travellers living on authorised sites, paying tax, rent, and going about their daily business in life still received a bad press and were presented as outsiders to society. Next slide, please. An example given to the Levinson inquiry by the Traveller Movement was a story about local residents opposing the routing of a national footpath that overlooked their homes and would seriously impact their privacy. In this case, the local residents in questions were Romani travellers living on a caravan site. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is what the Traveller Movement had to say. Gypsy is an emotive word that for many brings up a multitude of meanings and feelings. It symbolises otherness, crime, conflict, mystery, romance, freedom, dirt, and now modern day slavery as well. This makes it a very useful word to sell newspapers. Stories about Roma and travellers that would barely cause a ripple in the online hyperlocal news desks or newspapers if they were about non-travellers are splashed across the national headlines. For instance, consider this headline. Cardiff caravan site residents for fight proposed coastal path. This story would not be out of place in a local newspaper or website, and there's really not much chance of it moving on to the nationals. However, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, compare that same story and headline to the way that the national news picked up on it. For example, The Sun reported on it as NIMBY gypsies fight walkers. The same story, but this time in the Express, coast passed under threat to protect gypsies' privacy. And finally, in the centre, the Daily Mail, gypsies turn into NIMBYs, coastal path round Wales will invade our privacy, say travellers. So in short, an article that slates Roma and travellers has news value to the UK press. And even if that article on the face of it, where the protagonists are not behaving in any way that could be described as antisocial or deviant, if the protagonists are Roma or travellers, then the article is often distorted to fit the editor's news values and given a sensationalist and emotive headline that highlights the ethnicity of the protagonists and the sense that they are doing something bad even when they're not. Next slide, please. Next slide. The Levinson inquiry was over a decade ago, but has anything changed about media representation since then? And is there an increasing space for positive representation of Roma and travellers in mass media? And by positive, I mean where Roma and travellers are perceived to be doing good things rather than bad. It's fair to say that 10 years ago, charities in the sector were not that great at challenging and affecting the mass media. And it's equally fair to say that charities have upped their game in the UK context. It's also equally fair to say that the explosion of social media has increased our exposure to negative stories through the internet, but this has also resulted in a much more media awareness of Roma and traveller individuals who are challenging the monolithic negative portrayals through self-representation in social media. Thank you. Next slide. So, positive stories in the media. What do we actually mean by that? There is a small but emerging space of positive representation of Roma and travellers in mass media, where we're being perceived to do good things. Here are some examples. The first one is Traveller Man's 6-day hike set to raise money for Samaritans. Samaritans is an organisation that prevents suicide. We published this story and it was later picked up by the local press and then the broadcast media, who intervened and interviewed Tom, who spoke about his traveller background and also about racism and the very high rates of suicide among the UK Roma and travellers. The second example, where this is a story that recently made the national news and headlines over the last week, where we found that the franchise holiday parks pontoons were using a blacklist of names to keep travel families from using the holiday parks. The next one that we see, traveller families. We want to live on land we legally own. The TT worked with this family, advising them on how to approach and talk to the BBC, and then provided background information on planning laws to the journalist who was working on that. This resulted in a meaningful and accurate story that highlighted and produced a positive outcome. We also distribute a press pack to local and national desks to try and promote fairer and accurate reporting. Next slide, please. So, how can we support counter-narratives, and what can Roma and traveller organisations do to support this in the UK context? We need to understand and exploit changing media news values. We need to understand and exploit changing media news values. Roma and travellers in the UK doing extraordinary things is increasingly becoming news, as are Roma and traveller organisations and people challenging racism. Next slide, please. Thank you. By providing a friendly media platform, the Travellers Times helps train ordinary Roma and traveller people on how to engage with the media and get their voices heard. We also provide ad hoc media advice to people who are suddenly thrust into the media spotlight. And this is normally people coming to us who are facing a struggle in their daily life surrounding housing, education, or any of those. We also train Roma and traveller spokespeople, but with the recognition that such spokespeople are not always who the media want to speak to. Next slide, please. So the UK media is increasingly becoming interested in challenges to anti-Gypsyism. So as well as supporting Roma and travellers engaging with the media, we also support Roma and traveller-led organisations to find, break and pass on stories to their local news desks, because we believe once those stories are up, this then creates a space for Roma and travellers to widen the story beyond the particular issue that the media are interested in and speak openly about this. This is a model that the Travellers Times has been working on for the last 20 years, and I think we're slowly starting to see progress, at least in the UK context. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Lisa. And now we continue with Mr. Dalibor Tanic.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be a part of this international conference, and I'm so glad to see that familiar faces on these conferences and my colleagues. And first of all, I would like to say something in Roma language. Magav Sarienge, te penav nice to menge, sosie na katea mensa, te shunen amen, or journalistia so mangate vakera. And ake nakle duidive sta taro mashkarelu miako dive erom njengero, and mangav sairom njenge, and tai amareda yenge, penenge, te penav toven bud bachtale, toven bud zorale, toven zorale bud nai omursha, toven en te povakeren your power, to show your power, of course. So thank you. For the beginning, and I'm so glad to hear totally different perspectives from Great Britain, for example, and from Czech Republic, and for me personal, it's how to say I have some special values to her this perspective, and to her your opinion, and okay, I will try at the beginning to give some answer, some special answer to question why we have to need, and why we started to build our own media and our own sources of information at the same time as we have a mainstream media and public service. When I talk about UDAR, about our media, but I believe that it's a case in other countries with other media, UDAR are, how to say, a direct response to the completely exclusion of Roma topics in the mainstream media. And it's on the one hand, and on the other hand, unprofessional and reporting with lot of prejudice. And on that way, unconsciousness, maybe, I don't know, we are started to create our counter narrative that was needed in this time. So I know that in this part of Europe, I'm talking about Southeast Europe, there is a many media, especially actually I'm talking about online media, web portals, and I don't know, web stream television, etc. So, and the sooner we understand the purpose of our existence, our role like a media, like a journalist, will be more and more important. So I would like to share some experience of UDAR, of our media, and to share a few things. So Portal UDAR has three basic pillars. So, and I believe that we have good results after 4 years with this strategy. So we have the basic one, informative pillar. Okay, we are journalists, we are media, and we have a mission to inform not just our people, not just the Roma community, but to inform and mainstream community about Roma community. So then we have educational pillar, like a second, and perhaps the most important, maybe, and for today, for this conference, the third pillar, it's an activistic pillar. You know, so through this third pillar, actually we combine third and first, so activistic and informative pillar. We combined it, and we placed the largest number of media contents of articles that had an informative, but much more activistic role by sharing some positive stories of successful people, Roma people, of course, especially about young people. So we shared success stories of successful peoples. Also, we wrote a lot about Roma organizations, about their efforts, their success, and everything what they did. So, how to say, the first time, 2017, the first year actually was, how to say, laying the foundations on which we will started to build a counter-narrative building. And that was slowly, slowly, but in the one moment it started to expanding, you know, on the way, so that the mainstream media also began to take an interest on some topics what we are reporting about in one moment, you know. So for us, it was very significant because we realized, I believe, one crucial thing. We recognize a space, we recognize differences in approach, how we report about Roma media, about Roma topics, actually about for example, young Roma, successful young Roma, and how they have approach mainstream media, mainstream journalists. And that, how to say, discrepancy and that space, it's a crucial. And that was a key to understanding in which direction to go next for Portal UDAR and for all of us. So we represented people like a journalist. We represent their life stories. And on the other hand, the mainstream media, mainstream journalists, they had access, how to say, believe it or not, do you believe that young Roma are engineer or young doctor or etc., etc.? And that was a very, very important point for us. It's a possible, oh my God, do you believe, etc. And I have presented this example for the reason that I believe that such examples with more or less differences there is in the other countries, you know. And now I'm not talking about the extreme reporting with so many prejudice and unprofessional reporting. So the space that exists between Roma reporting and mainstream reporting is somewhere where our attention needs to be focused. When I say we, I'm talking about journalists in general in all Europe. So I will return briefly to the Udar again. In our work, in addition to the Roma, we also included professional journalists, but from the mainstream media. You know, not just Roma journalists, but professional journalists from mainstream media. So it was a way for a journalist from the mainstream media to write about Roma through Roma media, and slowly to make, how to say, to make a transfer and this practice to his original media, you know. So as time passed, the mainstream media slowly began to share some our articles, to cover some topics themselves, but also to invite me, like an editor-in-chief of Udar, to comment some daily political topics do not only concern to the Roma. Some, I don't know, about I don't know, Bosnia and Herzegovina approach to the European Union, and about political parties and elections, etc., etc. So all this has contributed to the image of the Roma, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and this part of Europe, because we cover and some topics from Serbia and Montenegro, Croatia, and ex-Yugoslavia countries, slowly starting to change. You know, of course, it's a far away from the fact that everything has changed and that the media today are completely different. But this topic has been imposed in public space, and we just had a couple days ago, actually, yeah, last week we had a conference last week that talks about this stuff, and it may sound, how to say, utopian, but we have a mission, like a journalist. Really, I really believe that we have a mission. So Roma journalists have a mission and a very important role, and we are professionals with the task, of course, to informing our community, but also role to changing the image of the Roma that is imposed in the public discourse. You know, how are we going to do that? It's a question for $1 million. So first of all, we must be professionals, like a journalist, and to be how to say, corrective for everything negative in public space, to impose topics and to write not just about Roma topics, but to include in our media and some other topics, and about, I don't know, about politics, about everything, and to show that Roma media and that Roma in general can do and some other, to make and to write some other articles, and to be professional. And it's a part how we can starting to change image, our image in public space. So if we have a time, maybe later, I will share with you some special concrete example from last week, actually from 10 days ago, when we published some article that make a very big change, not here in Bosnia, but in Serbia, but it's important that we focus our attention on someone, on some public person. We show them, and okay, I will talk later about it. Thank you for all.
Thank you, Dalibor. I would listen to you forever. Really, this is very interesting. And I'm just telling you that although I prepared for you with a question, now I have another one or a lot more. But let's continue with Ms. Katalin Bársoly, and then let's have a discussion.
Thank you, Maria. I'm going to be speaking a little bit about the policy area of our work and then come closer to Romedia's work in the past 29 years. So while in 2020, the digital economy grew twice as fast in previous years in the CE region, achieving 78% of the total increase seen in 2019 in just 5 months. The gap between Romani and non-Romani students further widened. Access to technology greatly depends on the economic state of families. The pandemic hardship created the term digital minorities, highlighting structural inequalities and lack of access to technology that can secure democratic online participation. It is good to be reminded of the pre-pandemic structure, when Romani children often lack IT and basic software education due to different curricula and low standards of educational services they receive. Digital inclusion is only possible with synergic approaches where we focus on bridging the gap, the digital divide between our communities and the general public. Digital inclusion is a key lever to maintain the growth trajectory of each country. And 2020 was a unique year, resulting in 3 out of 4 people digitally engaged in the Central Eastern European region. The unique challenge is to achieve socially inclusive digital growth that is accessible to our communities, forging messages and communicating an image about ourselves goes along the lines of empowering Romani communities with tools and the know-how of the online world. Antigypsyism that is amplified on the web is deeply embedded in European history for centuries. It is essential to see that antigypsyism is not a minority issue. It is a phenomenon of our societies, which has its origins in how the social majority view and treat those whom they consider gypsies. To combat anti-gypsyism, our attention needs to shift to mainstream societies while raising the voices of those who are dramatically affected by anti-gypsyism, but also usually silenced by it. To advance the critical discourse about the visual representation of Roma, Romedia strives both identifying the persistent anti-Gypsyism in the media and film and public media representation, and researching potential entry points, including film boards, festival selectors, commissioning editors of various media and film outlets, and also uncovering and stimulating powerful counter-narratives. By designing code of conducts for film and media professionals, including image policies with the participation of minority voices. At the level of the selection boards, we work towards rewriting the colonial matrix of power. Romedia aims to make Romani cultural heritage and artistic production appealing and interesting for European youth, while improving film literacy, inspiring critical thinking, and promoting acceptance of Roma and Sinti in European cultural space and society. Tech companies like Facebook we utilize for this conference today, or Twitter, Instagram, and Google all have a certain responsibility when allowing racist hatred fueling on their respective platforms. We need to see possible ways in which we start to use AI for the interest of our communities. It is a long way ahead, but it definitely goes along with more conscious use of the platforms and feedback and targeted policies towards the tech companies. So the next generation of small Romani heroes are isolated and sometimes lack basic access to online learning on the black side of the digital divide. Evidence shows that children from Roma, Sinti, and travelers background among the lowest achieving groups, and key stage of education and are likely to have been disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 pandemic due to lack of access to public services, a digital exclusion which impairs access to online learning. The current situation of Romani civic society is dire, as the Hungarian overall civic society stays is reminding us of a picture of 1985. The decrease in democratic processes, as well as the overall stereotypical assumptions towards civic society members, are generally painting a dark reality. Romani civic partners representatives during various consultation meetings confirm that they are not consulted, negotiated in concerns related to their Romani communities, and they're fully left out and left behind. So in this situation, Romedia Foundation places great emphasis on utilizing the nationwide network of contacts that we've built throughout our 8 years of work with Buvero. Thus, with the help of local organizations and local educational programs, we strive to reach out to as many Romani girls and boys as possible. This way, we focus on regional difference, and most of the participants of our Buvero Media Camp were formerly women, but now are mixed. They are coming from underprivileged regions of Hungary. And we are especially proud of being able to mobilize the youth of these regions and realize the online version of Buvero in 2020. Because of our unique Buvero Media Camp methodology, which trains girls in practical matters related to the research engine, software management, media production, as well as provides them with critical thinking skills through training in the field of culture, history, and social theory, we build on existing knowledge and technical network. The 96 Buvero alumni are able to critically assess different issues around them. We created motivated and goal-oriented youth group that is well equipped with technical devices and take part in the debate about the ways in which we fight anti-Gypsyism in Hungary today. Recent examples and the work that I would like to highlight today is Kristina Balog, Cynthia Saiko, Georgina Laboda, Samonta Varga, just among the few very, very good examples. The Romedia Foundation, a Romani-led foundation established in 1992 in Budapest, works towards employing film and media to challenge and redefine traditional conceptions of Romani identity, as well as to amplify marginalized voices through media, film, and through other visual means, with long-standing experience in conducting targeted research, proficiency in filming, expertise in film production, as well as state-of-the-art equipment. Romedia fights forms of discrimination and racism, particularly anti-Gypsyism, through innovative and creative cultural practices. By mobilizing, popularizing, and promoting sources of Romani film, arts, and culture, we aim to stimulate a wider societal interest in the audiovisual and photographic work of Romani creative professionals, to raise awareness about the stigmatizing patterns, but also the new self and counter narratives. With the powerful tools of film and photography, we can contribute to challenge anti-Gypsyism, to develop a bottom-up, a non-discriminatory discourse about Roma. And the message of my presentation with this photo on my back, with Edith Piaf palm reading to Django Reinhardt. Yes.
Thank you, Kata. And well, I am really, really enlightened now. Like, I mean, I really like this, like all of your perspectives. And I have a question for you, but I would also like to connect it to my new question. Don't worry, it's not going to be a difficult one, but I've been thinking about it a lot, and I'm very happy that Dalibor just raised this perspective. So my original question for you was this. So how do you see your own work? How has been hate speech defining your everyday work in the last 10 years? And I emphasize last 10 years here because of social media has been transforming our societies in the last 10 years, the way we communicate with each other and the way media works and so on. So I suggest you to tell concrete stories because you are working in the field. And with this, I would like to show for our audiences how the theory and the practice are meeting. And also, in addition, I would like to challenge you with this idea that what if we start to cover, like as media, like self-representation, like we are media outlets, like led by Roma professional journalists. And what if we try to challenge this image or like do this counter narrative or create a counter narrative in a way what Dalibor actually just a little bit just started to talk about it. What if we start to cover mainstream topics with our perspective? Because I've been thinking about it a lot, and you all, each of you raised this, like we are trying to create positive images, and Gwendolyn, you also questioned it, is it enough? And we tried like cooperate with mainstream media outlets, but I've been thinking about what if we go on one further step. What do you think, would it work? And how would it work? Like, what is our perspective? Like, what could be our perspective as journalists, as Roma journalists, if we cover mainstream topics? So this is just my leading question for you, and I would like you to contribute for this discussion and reflect on each other if you feel like. So who starts? Dalibor?
Okay, thank you, Maria. Okay, as I said, we are journalists and we have a mission, you know. But first of all, everybody needs to know that we are not a Roma journalist. We are journalists, and I believe that it's very important to start, and for us, for journalists to write, to report about non-Roma topics, to show us like the professionals. In my experience, I have actually about 15 years experience in journalism, and first 10 years I was in mainstream media. I was journalist in mainstream media, and I build up my journalist experience through mainstream media, and at the beginning I have a very big fight with editor-in-chiefs and general with media, because they how to say, they thought that I'm a specialist for Roma topics. No, I'm a journalist. I'm a journalist, you know, and it's the end of story. I'm a journalist. If you want to write about Roma topics, okay, I will write about Roma topics, but not especially and just about Roma topics. But on the other hand, it's very important. I had lucky, I must say, because I was in one media that we, how to say, combine our roles, who will go on the field and to report about, to write article about I don't know, about some Roma issue. But how to say, it depends from media to media, how are they okay with Roma topics in general. But as a journalist, no matter Roma journalist or journalist from I don't know, from mainstream journalist, if you are professional, for you it's never mind where you work, you know, because you are educated to be a journalist, not a journalist, a specialist for, I don't know, that topics and that topics, but for Roma topics, it's a necessary to have some extra education, because you like a mainstream journalist, you don't know to cover that topics, and you don't have you don't know approach. No, it's simple. If you have a same approach, it will be okay. And it's very necessary to combine and to include mainstream journalists in Roma media and reverse, to start it, to make a space for Roma professional journalists in mainstream media. We talk about a same story, like about, I don't know, employing. If we try to find some place in some municipality or government and some institution for our young educational people and etc. in some I don't know, ministries, okay, it's okay, but it's very important to find a place for our professional journalists in mainstream media, because it's a point where starting to grow up some how to say, some new perspective for mainstream media. And I will share with you some example. Few weeks, actually 10 days ago, we published one article. Actually it was opinion. We have our friend from Serbia, maybe you know her, Nadia, and time to time she writes some opinion about general some topics, and she was a part of some conferences, of some conference where left-wing political party talk about anti-globalism, decolonization, etc., etc. And one of member of that left-wing political party started, I don't know how, maybe unconsciousness, but I don't know, to talk about anti-Gypsyism very open, very clearly. And she talked about it in her opinion, and she criticized him. After a few days, one of the most popular daily newspaper in Serbia reading our text, publishing their statement that he quit because he was criticized for anti-Gypsyism. Correct. Yes. It was maybe 10 days ago. So it's a strength. It's our strength. So because I talk about a Roma journalist like a professional, in the one hand, and the other hand, I really believe that it's important to combine approaches through, if we including mainstream journalists in our media, and through our media, through Roma media, to write and to cover some non-Roma issues.
Okay, let's give space to others to share their opinion. Actually, I also have a very interesting one, but I let you talk first. So who starts from the girls? Like Kata, would you share first? Okay.
So I based on your initial question, I wanted to share about this extreme right-wing website, Kuruc.info, that is posting several sensitive details of my private family details, including my mother's home address, kind of. So when you have aggressive media campaign that is giving fuel to extremist group acting online, that is very dangerous. And during the past 10 years, there has been several attempts to try to change the status quo of that website, which is not registered, obviously, in Hungary, and it would fall under international jurisdiction to be able to put that down, and we have not been able to achieve that, no matter several attempts and tries to dismantle that issue. So if you do a research with my name, that would be among popular results in the research engine. And I'm just thinking how complex it is for several of my family members who are associated with that post, because it's our extended family also that is the target of that extreme right-wing post. It features realistic elements. That's why it is extremely hard to counter-react wise. And I know that for those who are not, their voice is not raised actively in the Romani movement, and they are, would be rather just professionals who are working, it's really hard for them on their everydays because they are targeted because of that. They're recognizable and targeted. So definitely when we are organizing our activism online, offline, we need to be aware that over the course of years, there has been a growing extreme right-wing activism around our work that has been more focused, and we have been targets of various initiatives. But online space is also, a place where we can rewrite those narratives, and we can create counter-narratives that are focusing, so to say, on our perspective, on how we see our realities. And actually, as a reaction to that post on Kuruc Info, I kind of thought a lot about the first I'm a Roma Women campaign, which is like 13 years old now. It was designed during the course of the racist hate crimes when it was happening between 2017 and 2007 and 2009. And it has been partially, building on that narrative. What I say in the short at the very end, that I have 42 individuals in my family who have actually university degrees, which is true. And which is kind of a counter narrative to that article, that extreme right-wing article that was, staging my family name and putting a clan next to it. So this has been, lessons learned, and also, various ways in which we're trying to confront the hatred that comes, and also being cautious about what certain things we say might incite, kind of. And we need to be very open, and we need to offer various narratives that might replace those very, very easy stereotypical associations. And when we fill the easy associations with a lot of content, which content is available online. So we have, for example, romasinti.eu with 6 unbelievable testimonies of Holocaust survivors. You can learn a lot if you're interested. We have the Roma Archive, which is a huge digital database of knowledge, so people can go and visit. And we have all these wonderful initiatives like Romeo, like Travelers Times, like Talibers Initiative that are, focusing the attention on a different direction, which are average human beings, individuals, diverse individuals, as we are Romani people.
Thank you, Kata. And, what do you think, Lisa, about all what the others just added for this discussion?
I like the second question I'd like to respond to, actually, Maria, when you talk about how can we include, or when we're reporting on issues, how do we include the Romani perspective on that? And it's something that I've been working on at the moment as part of this podcast that we're producing. And the main aim of it is to connect Romani politics, history, and identity, but with current news and views that are happening in real time. So a good example of that is a podcast that I produced in response to, in commemoration of the Hanau attacks, the 1-year anniversary. For those of you who might know, this was a terrorist attack where 9 people were shot by a neo-Nazi. But what went largely unreported in the mainstream news was that 3 of them were actually Romani. So it was a way of highlighting our solidarity with other marginalized groups and bringing other people in who aren't just Romani into conversations to say, what is that actually shared experience as well as marginalized people or communities in terms of racism and stigmatization. Another one that we did was looking at how COVID is kind of fanning the flames of racism across Europe. But in order to make it more approachable and accessible or attractive to people who wouldn't normally come into contact or actively seek out news relating to Romani people, we framed it in, look, there's been a rise in anti-Semitism, particularly in the German context. And then we spoke to a lady who's head of the Sinti and Roma Memorial Trust to say, okay, so it's clear there's been a rise in anti-Semitism. So what's the experience of Roma as well? And then from her experience and perspective, then highlighting the issues and then bringing in Romani voices to that. So I feel by generating media that is reporting on mainstream issues and then finding a way that we can incorporate the Roma voice and views in that is so important in making sure that our stories are going to be picked up and accessed by people who would just never normally bother, you know? So this is something that we've been working on a little bit. So I do believe, as well as obviously the power of social media over the last 10 years, I've seen a massive, in a way, self-empowerment of young people, where now, especially on Instagram, people are defining the narrative, creating content, and it's almost taking, you know, you don't have to have a really expensive camera or, you know, kit now to be a filmmaker or to be a content producer. And I'm really impressed by the amount of young people that I'm seeing coming through Traveller's Times who are actively redefining their narrative and putting out accurate and truthful information, but in a really like cool, accessible way that is relevant to other young people. And it's not just educating then other Roma, but then generally it's palatable to wider youth in the UK context. So I'm really impressed with that, but that's just a few of my comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we are excellent in time. So let's hear Gwendolyn's thoughts about the discussion topic, or you can also reflect on the others' opinions.
So at Romea, we've been trying to cultivate the Roma voice, Roma authored work, also a lot of video work, because this is the direction that things seem to be going in any event. What I would say is that I do think it's extremely important for the fluidity that Dalibor was discussing, Roma and non-Roma people working together in the media, telling important stories. Also, the Roma perspective on larger societal issues is something that Romea writes about all the time. And Roma authors are doing the commenting. I just translate what's there, and I only translate a third of what they put out. They put out a great deal of content, and what my hope is that we are going to see in the future more of the Roma journalists who Romea has been cultivating moving into partnership of some kind with the mainstream media. That's the hurdle here that we haven't really crossed yet. I'd also just like to extend my righteous anger to Kata for her description of her experience. Many people here in the Czech Republic who are Roma, and also Zdeněk Ryšavý, the editor of Romea.cz, has experienced exactly this kind of thing. It's terrible. It shouldn't be happening. And we must do what we can to curtail this and to bring it all in line. And I'd also just like to extend my sympathies to everybody in Hungary for the situation that you find yourselves in right now. As you probably hear and know, I'm actually a citizen of the United States, and we saw several months ago just how crazy things can get when people who are unhinged from reality go for it. Yeah, we cannot, we must fight back against this. And I'm just very, very glad to be together with you all in this enterprise. I think it's extraordinarily important for Europe, and may we continue.
Thank you, Gwendolyn. So as a closing, because we have 4 minutes, but I don't want to take the last verse, so I offer it, but I just want to add that I think now we should continue our discussion, like to be a constructive one, to imagine our future, how to work as journalists, because there are so many questions here. Me as a media theorist and a social scientist, I deal with these questions through you, through how you work, and I observe you, of course. And so it's a very important and a very immediate question, talking about your identity as a journalist, because I'm sure I'm a very old person, so I experienced a lot when I started, because I also worked as a journalist like in the ancient times. And so then I couldn't be just a journalist, because I faced that you are a Roma, so you should go to report about Roma stuff, or there were some editorials who said like, no, on the contrary, you look nice, so you should report about not Roma things because it's so exotic. So of course I left and everything. But beyond that, we merged a lot. Like we have like many milestones behind us, and that's why it just makes me think all the time that what we are doing as self-representation, how long do we need this, or how will we transform it from staging positive examples and like this strengthening and empowering our communities, which we need, especially in East Europe, but now actually all over Europe. But in the meantime, how long do we have to stay in this role, and how can we just transform our role and just interfere in our major society, like, as Dalibor says, like as a journalist, just a journalist. And in the meantime, how can we use our perspective? Because what you said, Dalibor, I think is so interesting, because although we are fighting always like against this, like we are professionals, but that's for sure that we have something which until racism and until like open racism exists, we have something which makes us maybe more sensitive, or our communities accept us much more if we talk about our things, what we experience. So until it is on, then I think we need to also express that we are also Roma journalists. I have a very good example, and then just quickly, just one sentence from you. What do you think of this? Like, I love to watch Al Jazeera, and I also love CNN, but CNN when my favorite Black American anchors are talking. And I just, I've been following it for a long time. I'm sure you too. And what I noticed that they transform their roles. So they openly talk about their identity, although both of them are news sites, but actually CNN is much more like this. Al Jazeera is special because they are bringing on purpose another perspective of the world and talking about the world from a different perspective. But on CNN, you can see there's anchors like talking about their Black identity in America, openly, but also talking about major society issues. So what do you think of this? Just one sentence from each of you, because we are ending our discussion now. So just one sentence from each of you, and then we can continue in private. What do you think? Okay, let's go quickly. Like Gwendolyn, what do you think?
I have noticed that shift also. I think it's because of the extreme circumstances that our societies have been going through recently as a result of this encroaching rightward move, and not just a rightward move, but a move into real craziness, in my view. And I've also noticed not just the African-American journalists, but even the women journalists in the mainstream media and CNN are speaking more and more about the fact that they are women and journalists. I think we're moving toward a time when people can come to the profession of journalism bringing their entire selves, their whole selves. And when actually there's a hunger for that from the audience. That can devolve a little bit into me journalism, yeah, which is sometimes not what we want. Sometimes we don't want to see, you know, the selfie of your cappuccino wherever you were. Sometimes, but when it's done correctly, this is really a good way to build empathy. Also among people who never thought about before what it's like to be female or gay or Roma or Black or whatever. And I think it's a good development on the whole.
So Kata, what do you think? Just quickly.
In Hungary, the media picture has been, tried to be put into a colorful structure a few years ago. And the first Black introducer of the weather forecast appeared, if you remember. That happened way earlier than the Romani women would get the same role. Meaning that in our countries in Central Eastern Europe, it is really exotic to have a different skin tone, but the acceptance towards us is still a long way ahead. And I think out of the 96 alumni of Buvaro, there's only one girl who is working at a mainstream journalistic setup where she is writing about non-Roman issues as well.
Okay, I just got messages that we need to wrap up, really. So just one sentence from Dalibor and Lisa, just very quickly, okay?
Okay, just on that point, leading on from yours, I think, Kata, is the question that we had was, at least at Travelers Times in the UK context, how can we make sure that Roma journalists are not just finding themselves working in Roma-related media organisations, and how can we ensure that we're having Roma journalists in mainstream organisations? And our plans for the next 5 years at TT starting next year is to provide internships, but then have connections with the BBC or the Guardian, where we can be actively promoting and pushing forward young Roma journalists so they do not end up staying just in Roma-related media organisations, but have the opportunity and chance to move on to have experience working in mainstream media outlets too, although that was very long.
Okay, thank you. So one sentence, Dalibor, and then we have to end. Okay.
If we become a better professional, better a journalist, people starting to recognize us like role models, and they will starting to observe a Roma community through our example.
Okay, thank you all of you for participating in this panel, and thank you ERIAC for organizing this and giving us the chance to talk here. So, bye.
So, we are back after the break. We already had a very thrilling day of discussions, of wonderful panelists, but for sure, I think that this panel must be the most interesting of the whole day. So welcome back, all you viewers of our ERIAC Media Conference. I hope you're well back after the break. I hope you sit fine, because in this panel we really have super great people. There is Lela Savic, which is working with Laconders in the far away Canada for us Europeans, challenging the mainstream media with Romani perspective. And beyond that, she is running the Svato initiatives against fake news. And there is Jake Bowers. Everybody knows Jake Bowers. Come on. He's long-time Romani journalist. He's super connected with the BBC. I think both of them can tell us very interesting stories about their experience with their work within mainstream media and the experience mainstream media definitely had with them. And we have Scott Griffin. Welcome in our panel. Scott from the International Press Institute, who is also joining this conversation. We will have this panel rather conversational style, meaning that it's not like everybody is doing a single presentation, but everybody will have time for input, and we prefer the conversational style. So I'm already very looking forward to what our panelists have to say, and this is already where I stop. And already start with the first question that I would give to Lela Savic. For those who don't know what is Laconders yet, maybe you explain a little bit, what is this, where is it, and what is it doing?
Yeah, so thank you very much for having me. First of all, I will just start by saying a few words. I will just say, Kaj Kardema, mesme Lela Savic, Tages kam uthavtu menge sarsı kana keren buki savo jurnalistu Romani, ande gajikanilumia, ande parnilumia, hasai shaite parovase bukandral. So basically what I want to say is I'm here to tell you what it's like to be a Roma working in a white world and how can we change things from within. Basically, in a nutshell, I believe that's somewhat what I'm doing currently with Converse. So La Converse is a community-powered journalism outlet focused on dialogue journalism. And that in a nutshell means that we are working in ways that we listen to the community, and everything we write is based on community's needs. And I say community, that's pretty large. So we're working to serve marginalized communities across Canada and French for now. And we're also expanding it in Romanes, obviously, in Romani language with Romani reporters, with a project that's entirely led by Roma from A to Z, which I think is extremely important. Most of our collaborators at Converse are women, BIPOC women, marginalized women, queer women. There are some men. We have a photographer and a corrector, but most of the time, the people in charge happen to be ladies, which I think is fantastic. And it's also really important. And so basically, yeah, that's what we're doing. In dialogue journalism, what we really do is human-centric reporting. And in that, we also integrate solutions journalism, quite complex, long-form, in-depth reporting. What I really like about what we do is that we work with more experienced reporters, such as myself, also working with less experienced reporters coming from more marginalized communities who have had less access to, journalism. But together, that beautiful team makes something really powerful. And I don't see it as a disadvantage. I see it as something really strong. And we can actually see that with the story that's coming out in a couple of hours today, written by an Indigenous journalist, having worked with a white journalist together, and myself and other reporters in our team. And the final product is just really beautiful because we all learn from each other and put all of our energies to do good reporting that keeps institutions accountable and listens to people, communities.
That was packed full with information, but what I'm sure about is, so the people in this panel were chosen because they bring in a lot of experience within the mainstream media, and as we know, at least not officially, not a lot of Romani or Sinti people work in mainstream media. Maybe they are not outed, but there's just a few ones who are outing themselves inside the mainstream media and becoming what is called so-called Roma journalists, meaning also that we focus mainly on reporting about our own communities. And I'm sure you also had your experiences with, for example, colleagues or chief editors. Did the Romani journalist label ever have an influence? You can tell us any story about that?
My God, I can speak for hours if I'm to start about that. But what I can say is that I feel like sometimes, listen to the conversation before where like you have to choose between being a journalist and a Roma journalist, but being Roma is a political act in itself, right? So being a Roma journalist is a political act in itself. I chose to be a journalist, not because I wanted to see my face on TV or because I loved writing, as most of my white colleagues do. I'm not saying they all do, but a lot of them, don't think about it in the same way that most BIPOC people decide to be reporters. And so I chose to be journalist because I wanted to change the narrative pertaining to the Roma people, but also to other people. And I think that needs to be taken account when you have somebody who comes from a marginalized community working in a mainstream media outlet. For many years, our media institutions were based in white supremacy, and they still are. All the concepts of objectivity, all the concepts of, sensationalism, rapid news reported, that is not based in something that comes from benefiting our communities. And I think that people need to understand that. So that's what I have to say concerning that. Concerning my personal experience, a couple of years ago, last year, I don't count pandemic as a year, so I guess last year pandemic, I was speaking to someone who was a news manager in a pretty big institution in Canada, to be diplomatic, and I didn't know he was a manager, and we spoke for a couple of hours. I told him everything I believed about diversity in media, gave him my spiel, as we say, and then he called me in for an interview a couple of months later, after I had spent 3 hours explaining to him how racism in media works to discriminate people like me and other people of color. The first thing he said to me, he was like, it was almost a pretty secure interview, if I could say it in that way, right? Like we were discussing my contract. And the first thing that he said to me was, I know you care about Roma issues, so if you ever have to cover Roma stuff, it's not going to be you. I don't know if you'd say this to a white person, right? So to me, that was basically telling me, we want to tokenize you, or we don't trust you, right? And that's something I think that many other reporters of color have experienced as well, all over North America and Europe. But I think in terms of Roma, so what happens is that we're also not there yet, not as vocal about challenging racism, I believe. So we're trying to get approved by the little gage and be, please love me. But I'm like, no, please love me. I'm like, I am here, so you better listen up. And I didn't become a reporter to write about, the car accident, the cat who died in the street. I did it because I want to write important stories that matter to people, everyone. And so that's something I've experienced other times when I was writing about Anja Jambaski, who said that Roma should be euthanized. As a diversity intern, I've been told by my editors when I first pitched the story, are you sure you're not in a conflict of interest? I mean, how does the fact that I'm Roma put me in a conflict of interest in covering hate crime, right? And this was a diversity internship, may I just add? So, it's just constantly seeing your objectivity questioned. My professors would tell me in J school, are you sure you want to be a reporter? You may be too much of an activist. I'm not sure you want to be a reporter, but it's like, why do you think I'm here? It's been said to me by some colleagues as well. And what I realized after having spoken to other women of color who are journalists mostly, and women as well, who are white, is that I was a threat. So it was a big, nice way to tell me you don't belong here, right? So I think that, having somebody like me covering Roma and non-Roma stuff, definitely put some people in the waters, because I'm taking up space that they have taken for a long time, right? So yeah.
One more very polemic question, I admit, before we switch next to Jake, whose face already is saying a lot without saying words. But still, do you think you do both? I want to have a short on Svato before we come to Jake. You work in both. You have your Romani initiative with Svato, and you put up Romani initiatives in mainstream media La Converse. But for the future, what do you think? Should we Roma still go for the approach to have a space to be accepted inside mainstream media? Or do you say, come on, we can do it on our own? So as you work in both, very polemic question, what do you think? What's the future? It's the mainstream media, or should we go on our own?
Well, I mean, right now I'm running a media and I'm taking up my space as an entitled white guide would. So, you know, I think that this is the attitude going forward that we should all have. You know, it's not because we're Roma that we shouldn't be running a mainstream media. It's not because I'm Roma that La Converse is an alternative media. La Converse is a startup, and it's a Roma woman is leading it, and people just have to deal with it. You know, that's the way I see it. The fact that as I'm Roma doesn't prevent me from covering other issues. I cover issues pertaining to a whole bunch of people. I've covered federal elections. I covered provincial elections. I can cover an international subjects just as much as I could cover a Roma subject. I think that to me, the future is giving Roma people the space that they need. Now, I do believe that Svato is particular, and I really like it because we don't need to talk about stereotyping. We already know about stereotyping. So we don't need to convince the Gage about what's going on. So when we do our stories, we write them from what matters to Roma, which was mainly at the beginning, fake news that were circulating in our community that led people to not follow certain things, and that, you know, deeply affected our lives, you know. And then when we gathered, we realized, hey, hate speech is a big one too. So we cover hate speech. So basically everything we cover comes from a Roma lens. And I think that's extremely important. For one, to professionalize Roma journalists and keep them, you know, up to date with the other journalists. I think that's a big problem. We're not being given the same chances. People need to understand that. You know, people tell me there's no Roma reporters, there's no Indigenous reporters. What are you doing to get them in the door? I remember when I started school, my professor was like, well, we can't get Indigenous journalists. We're not going to take them by the hand. I'm like, yes, we will. We will go in the communities, take them by the hand, teach them journalism, and turn them into amazing reporters. White people don't have to take all the space. They can tag along and teach them how to be excellent reporters. If you want to, you know, to me, it's always about not centering on yourself, right? As I rise, other people rise with me. So people who have privilege should use that privilege to elevate other people who don't have that space. That's not what's happening. Very often, Roma people will be put in a position of journalism without the same skills that white people will have. Recognize those differences and use them to elevate our people, not benefit, you know. And I will end by saying one thing which really resonated with me. Connie Walker gave, an Indigenous journalist, gave a presentation on Clubhouse last week, and our reporter said it to me as we were preparing our promo video for La Converse. She said, we have to do storytelling, not story taking. And I think this is the future.
Thanks a lot, Leila, for the first input. So, Jake, I think I don't need to pose you another question. What do you say about all the things Leila said and you heard? What's your own experience with the mainstream media? You have to put the microphone on, Jake, please, so we can hear you.
Sorry.
Yeah, perfect. Now it's fine.
I tell you what, you would have thought as a radio journalist, I'd know to turn my microphone on, but, you know, I obviously haven't learned after 20 years. My experience is very, very similar to Leila's. It's what an ecologist would call an example of congruent evolution of two people in two completely different countries going through very, very similar processes, which is that, yeah, I identify with pretty much everything that that Leila said. And my experience is I try to hammer my way in from the outside into the mainstream media, because I'm not denigrating at all the importance of community media. community media is amazing and important and powerful because every community, whether it's a town or an indigenous or an ethnic community, needs to have its own media where it says its own thing to itself. But for me, that is always a good launch pad for actually changing the narrative on a kind of a national and an international level. And you face massive challenges if you try and do that. I remember I said to Layla in a conversation I had recently that when you do that, you feel like you're working behind enemy lines, yeah, because you're working in an institution whose entire history of the way that it's represented you as a people has been to denigrate, to demonize and castigate you. So if you're doing that, you're usually on your own. You're usually the only Romani person in the room. You're constantly having your objectivity and your ability to report on your own community called into question, and your ability to do so, which is nonsense, because you wouldn't say to a journalist from London, you can't report on London. You just wouldn't do it. And so you have those challenges, but it's the challenge that's worth doing, and it's a risk that's worth taking. It is a risk because you will never be the most powerful person in the room. Well, you may be one day, here's hoping. You'll never be the most powerful person in the room. You'll always have people trying to make your story or what you want to say conform to their agenda. And let's remind ourselves of what that agenda is. The agenda for most Gadget institutions in terms of how they report us is so affected by the gravitational pull of archetypes of Romani people, of either being the thief or the tambourine playing romantic Esmeralda character, that they cannot conceivably conceive that we may be different from that. So because there's such discordance in their head about the fact that we're different and real and human beings, they will try and push all the coverage and everything you do in one of those two directions. So the moment at which you try to start telling an alternative narrative, they will resist it and resist it and resist it, until you learn their language so well that you explain to them in their own terms why what they're doing, and please excuse my French, is bullshit, because it is. You can't fit stuff that way. And when I first started, I think what I did is I took an activist approach, which is, this is morally wrong. This is legally wrong. You shouldn't be doing this. And that doesn't cut much ice with people in television, for example, who are very hard-nosed, very ruthless, and are used to stacking up body count of the people that they've misrepresented badly. In British media, they have a saying which is, if it bleeds, it leads. And it's true. Conflict is what drives storytelling. And so the reaction of most people in Romani communities to journalists, whether they be community journalists or mainstream journalists, gadget journalists, is to dislike them. And you can understand why when you look at the history, when you look at all the negative tropes and stereotypes which are trotted out and never really challenged. What I've learned over 20 years of doing it by working in big institutions, BBC, Channel 4, ITV, big advertising companies, all the time trying to get in different narratives, is the way you change the narrative is not by trying to undermine the idea that conflict is what drives storytelling, because it does. I think that's part of the human condition. Even the Greeks went on about that. Is you realize that there are other conflicts out there that can tell different stories. And that's what you've got to do. And that's where you depart from being an activist, which is you're arguing on a moral basis for different representation, into a television or a media producer, where you're actually saying, yeah, we could make something about crime or poverty, all of that stuff. It's all there. We can't ignore the fact that it's there. But actually, we could do this. And this would be far different. And that's how you change the narrative, by understanding the essence of what narrative is, which is that as viewers, and this is how you've got to work in a mainstream environment, as viewers, people are interested in conflict and they're interested in resolution. Now, that could be on any basis that you want. It doesn't have to be going down those same ways that we used to go down. So you've got to be opportunist, you've got to be populist, you've got to be prepared to take risks. Sometimes they don't work out well. Sometimes you get burnt. Sometimes you feel like you're being compromised. You've got to be prepared to walk away at any moment. But the fact that you're prepared to do that, coupled with the fact that these people are absolutely terrified of us, gives you power. They're terrified of, in my country, in England, people talk about the gypsy camps. They're the places on the outskirts of town where the caravans go, where, I don't know, children disappear and people get eaten. I don't know what happens there. And these journalists, there's a fascination there, right? And there's something there that we can work with. And you see that through that it's big money. It's making big money for big media organizations. You know, kind of things like Big Fat Gypsy Weddings or Peaky Blinders are international sales success stories for big international media things. The real shame of it all is that we haven't, in most cases, been opportunistic enough to make sure that we get more than crumbs off the table. That fascination is there. It's there all the way throughout European history, throughout European literature. You know, Victor Hugo, when he wrote, you know, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, which is a fascinating story in itself, was kind of pulling on that. And that's what we need to do in order to kind of make sure that our stories, that our change narratives come into a mainstream agenda. We need to understand how narrative works in order to change the narrative. And I mean, I did put a presentation together, and I'm happy to show some of it because it gives some examples of how I think you can do it. Not because they're necessarily brilliant examples, because everything can always be improved, but you can do it. So with your permission, I'd just like to show a couple of those, because this is, after all, a visual medium, and you may be bored of my face by now. So let me just, is that okay with you if I do that?
I'm sure our technical support will do some magic now, so you can share your screen with us.
Okay, I can do it myself. I'm taking control of the agenda, you know, which is what you should always do. Here's my. I'm not going to do it from the top. I'm just going to do it from the point which I'm talking about, which is how I think you change the narrative. So let me start from there. And these are just two examples, right? And I'm talking absolutely purely populist, opportunistic entertainment. About 10 years ago, and I've been doing this for 20 years, so I've got lots of examples, but I'm only going to talk about two of them. There was this horrible television program called Big Fat Gypsy Weddings, which was syndicated across the world. Horrible. We hated it. It wasn't actually about Romany people. It was about Irish travelers. So even its name on lots of levels was very, very flawed. But what television did, Channel 4 in this country, is they proved that there was an enormous appetite for this kind of content, looking at this community that nobody really understood, that there was romanticism and myths about. And this just goes to show how you can be opportunistic. I decried it, I denied it, I went on the BBC everywhere saying this is tabloid journalism, it's sensationalism, it's nasty, it's negative, it's racist. And I probably just got them more hits. You know, I probably just got them a bigger audience by doing that. But then I went to this one university, and I said, you know, sometimes I think the only way that we're really going to break into the mainstream is if we combine, and this was a joke, we combine the populism of Big Fat Gypsy Weddings with the power of the X Factor. Now, that day, there was a newspaper reporter, and on the front page of a daily newspaper in Britain the next day, it said, "Gypsies to stage Gypsy talent contest," and that there was a bidding war for this television program. Fantastic. That day, the nonsense became real. All these television companies started ringing me up and said, "We hear that you're putting on this television talent show." And at the end of the kind of the negotiation process, we had an 8-hour commission on Sky, which was one of the biggest satellite broadcasters in Europe, to do this thing, which we called very blatantly, we ripped off, you know, the stuff that was out there, Travel's Got Talent. And it was a talent contest, it was populist, and I can hear people going, "You shouldn't be going down this route. Romany people are more than people that can sing and dance." And absolutely. But you know what? Most of it wasn't about singing or dancing. It was an intelligent look into our communities, which used the conflict, the artificial conflict of a talent show to navigate cleverly between communities. And we got an 8-hour commission on television, which had a really big impact. One of the biggest impacts wasn't just in terms of who watched it, but the careers of people that it then launched, like Scarlett Lee here, then a couple of years later went on to come second in the British X Factor and took that stuff with her and changed some of the narrative as a result of it. So if you're prepared to take risks and be populist and opportunistic, you can make a living out of this stuff and you can change the narrative in the process. So when out on Sky, the biggest satellite broadcaster, I think, in Europe, so certainly in Britain. Just another quick example is the stuff that I've done for the BBC. I produced the only ever community radio program there ever was for the Romanian traveller community, where we used this space, and it was a community space, so 2 hours a week, to bring together both the Romani community that I'm from and the migrant Roma community. And this picture kind of sums it up. That's Ambrose Cooper, who's a friend of mine, an amazing singer, together with a band called the Romani Diamonds, who originally, I think their name is Berdikitka Roma from Poland. And it wasn't all about music yet again. It was about culture, it was about history, it was about politics. It was all of those different things. And it was broadcast in a mainstream format, which actually covered pretty much all of the orbital motorway around London. And so millions of people, for the first time in their lives, had a listen inside the world of the gypsy camps where most journalists are too frightened to go. So it can be done, and it is possible. Just a final slide from me. You can use any platform in order to get a mainstream, get these great different narratives out in a mainstream environment. There's 4 here that I just want to talk about briefly. This one in the top left-hand corner is a music video done for a British hip hop act called Black Saint. Nothing to do with Cardi Sarah. That's just what they're called. It's called Could You Love Me? I can send people the links to it. You know, we use that as a platform. This one on the right-hand side, believe it or not, this is a Coca-Cola advert that I helped to produce within about a Roma football team on the near the border of Romania and Bulgaria, where we explored it, paid for by the world's biggest brand, decided to get connected with our community. This one on the left just goes to show that you should never be just a Romani journalist, because whilst you know, that can limit you, you can just be forced into kind of a ghetto where you never do anything other. And just like Leila has, I've always tried to use the experience that I've got and the opportunities that I'm given to branch out into other struggles. And this one here on the left is a remake, which I can also send people links to, of a George Michael music video called Freedom 90, which we remade for Sony Music. It was made originally with supermodels, and we made the recent version last year with superhumans. So these are people that have survived transphobia, homophobia, injury, all kinds of stuff. So you shouldn't just limit yourself to your own kind of pursuit of freedom and your own struggle. This one on the right was a big drive that we did, very high quality, high production values, to get people to sign up for the last British general election, which didn't change things as much as I'd liked, but they certainly had a big impact. So you can use any platform to tell a mainstream story, but you have to understand the essence of storytelling first. And you can do it. And just like Leila said, we got to help each other along. I'm 48 now. Maybe I've got another 10 years, 20 years in me. We've got to help each other along. There needs to be a massive investment in improving the training and the quality of up and coming Romani journalists, storytellers, cinematographers, sound recordists, animators. There are so many different ways to tell stories now. And that's what we need to do. Sorry, one last slide before I'm quiet. And it continues. Every opportunity leads to other opportunities. This one on the left is a free-hour series that I'm doing for Channel 4, one of Britain's biggest broadcasters at the moment, called 60 Days on the Streets. The original one was about homelessness. This one is going to be called 60 Days with the Gypsies. It's the first program that's ever been on British television which has a mainstream, which has a community, a Romani producer working as the main producer on it. It's been postponed at the moment because of COVID. So I'm working on this thing on the right, which I want to introduce you to this wonderful young woman called Anna, who is going to be our protagonist in an animation that I'm working on at the moment, which is, think of it as Dora the Explorer meets Black Panther, but with a Romani protagonist, a young Romani woman. So there's always ways to do it, even when your work is put on hold because of coronavirus. There are always ways to do it. That's the end of my slides, the end of my chat.
Thanks for this input, Jake. We still will have some more time afterwards to go on about it. Before we come to a enlarged, for sure, comment of Scott, Leila has to leave us very soon, so I might want to give another minute to Leila before she has to leave our conversation, actually. So Leila, if you have something very important to give to the world and to a Romani journalist out there, then this is your shot.
Well, I would encourage any Roma journalist to reach out to me. So yeah, please reach out. I'm always available to mentor whatever is needed. I think that we really need to put the power in the hands of Romani people. And this is something that I'm not seeing. So it's very nice that, you know, we want to give us a chance or whatever, but the power needs to be put in our hands. And yes, I think that I agree somewhat with what Jake says. You can't beat them, join them. Yes. But the problem that I have faced is then when you join the mainstream media institutions in a way that you're only tolerated, not celebrated, as Carla Harris says, I'm sorry. What happens is that you end up on burnout, you end up drained, and I always say you end up whitening yourself to fit in, right? And so until the power is put into the hands, in this case of Romani people or of other BIPOC people, the leadership will not necessarily change. And this to me is one solution, putting Roma people in leadership positions. You want to better cover Roma stories, put somebody at the head of BBC as an editor-in-chief. You want to better cover Black stories. When we've seen this in North America, and when a person who's Black or Indigenous or Roma, in this case, the way the stories are told definitely changes. The leadership changes, right? Everything that's taught through definitely changes. And I see it in myself in the way that, I have white people working with me, but I'm the one who gets to call the shots at the end of the day on what story is told and the way it's told. And that's definitely, to me, the way going forward. Now, added to that, I agree with Jake, we need to improve, massively invest in Roma journalism. I think that journalism is a really big key to changing the narrative. And the problem we're having is that that's not being done in a nutshell, right? And so that's essentially what I'm trying to do with Svato. We work with Roma journalists and we trust them and we give them a shot and we train them, but I'm only doing it from here with a 5,000 euro grant. There's only so much I can do. Same for Svato. We work on very limited resources. And to me, give me the same money that BBC has. Give me the same money that AJ Plus. Give me the millions and I'll show you what I can do. Because I think that's the problem. You can't, these institutions need to understand that if they want things to change, the power needs to be in our hands and we need to control the narrative. So yes, it's very nice that we talk diversity, but I mean, diversity to me is basically a word that we're using to not talk about racism, because at the end, that's what it is. It's systemic racism in media. So what are you going to do to challenge it? You need to attack it from an anti-racist perspective and not from a we welcome you, we include you perspective, right? Which really is not done, let's be honest, particularly pertaining to the Roma. When I come to Europe and I give presentations and I talk for an anti-racist perspective, very often I'm told I'm radical, which to me is just like, there's nothing radical when you go to the communities and you ask them what their needs are, their words. When we speak amongst ourselves, we're much stronger. The moment a gajo comes, we cater to gajo-ness, and what I'm asking is for us to be allowed to not cater to gajo-ness and not be seen as threats when we do. So those would be my last words. I can't hear you, you're muted, Gilda.
I said gajo-ness is the word of the day, definitely. Thank you for this input, and I know now during the answer and the first round that I will have with Scott, you're already away, so bye-bye and thanks for your participation. And as you know, and all the viewers out there know, tomorrow is another day of conference. It's not only today, so everybody watching now, come in tomorrow too, and you, Leila, for sure will join us too. So thank you for your input today. And I'm coming to Scott. I've seen you've written a lot of stuff down. So how does everything you hear from our super professional, both Jake and Leila, how does it resonate with you? What do you think when you hear all of their experiences?
Yeah, it's hi everybody. Good afternoon. It's extremely interesting, and I mean, I should say first off, I am not an expert in Roma issues. obviously, and IPI is also not, our institution is also not an expert in these issues, but what we are is, and I'd like to give a little bit of background about IPI. We are a global network of editors, publishers, and journalists that was actually founded in 1950. So we celebrated our 70th anniversary last year, and the institution was originally founded basically with three purposes. And let me put it this way: one main purpose, which is defending the ability of journalism to do its job, so to carry out its public function of providing public interest information. And for us, that really means having three main criteria in place for the media to be able to carry out that work. And the first one, which has always been at the heart of our mission, is media freedom. So a press that isn't free is never able to deliver public interest news. It's never able to comment on the issues that matter to people. I think this is something that we can all, something that everyone can recognize. And the second criteria is independence, and that means independence from all kinds of vested interests. So not just governments, which was back when IPI was started in the 50s and 60s was the biggest concern, independence from governments, but obviously over time that changed. Today we talk about media capture, and especially by private interests, by oligarchs and corporations, private companies that misuse media for their own means to promote their other interests. And so this is the second key criteria. And the third one is, which is more relevant to this discussion, is pluralism. Pluralism and diversity, both I think at this meta level, at the level of media landscape, to ensure that there's a pluralistic media environment, that there are different media outlets that represent different views and that represent a diverse public. But I think this is probably more what we are talking about now, and in recent debates, is also that there is pluralism and diversity in newsrooms. And I think that what we have seen in particular over the past year, coming out of this, I'm from North America, so the Black Lives Matter movement is something that is a big topic there, is this reckoning with the idea that, or the understanding that, for media to produce news that is in the public interest, they need to also represent the public. And we see now, and this is a conversation that is happening in newsrooms all over the world, although in particular now in Europe and North America, this idea that there is no way to produce information that is really in the public interest, and this is public service information, without understanding your entire audience and without reflecting your entire audience. And we look now at newsrooms, and it is changing, and these conversations are happening, I think. But it's no secret that newsrooms, traditional newsrooms, mainstream newsrooms in North America and Europe, don't reflect their audience. They don't reflect the public. They haven't incorporated the views and experiences of a diverse audience. And as I say, I think that we have seen in particular over the past year a big, well, we'll see where it ends. If it's really a sea change, if it's really a juncture in this conversation. But certainly I would say that there have been events over the past year, and the Black Lives Matter movement is, I think, the biggest catalyst of that. But as I said, this understanding that something needs to change in newsrooms, because the service that media are providing is not a service to is not really a public interest if it's only an interest to a part of the population, or doesn't really reflect the needs of the entire audience. And I think from IPI's perspective, I mean, this is something that has changed very much over the course of our history, and that we have always been at the forefront. Media looked very different 70 years ago when IPI was formed. And this, I think freedom and independence of the media were always very strongly understood and strong issues. But this idea of diversity and pluralism and being able to speak and represent the experiences of different people, this has certainly changed over time and has become much more important as people understand this is a critical part of media being able to perform that public function. And so I think that these are very much the conversations we're having them with our members who are editors at mainstream media, but also smaller media. We're having them. We had several conversations, during last summer. We have them on the sides of our events and in conferences. So it is a really big issue at the moment, and it's really important, I think, finally that this reckoning is taking place. So that's sort of our, let's say, perspective on this issue, and it's something that we, as I say, it's something that we are pushing because we understand that it's essential for the media to be able to do this broader work in a democracy. And I think perhaps there'll be time to introduce actually this program, New Spectrum, which we are excited to work with ERIAC on over the next few months, which is a program whose purpose is basically to strengthen minority language media in Europe as an essential condition of pluralism, having a pluralistic media landscape.
The New Spectrum is a very good topic, actually, out of two reasons. One reason is that a lot of people who watch this will be very interested in applying for it. But another reason is also to talk a little bit the structures. Actually, Leila and Jake both already implied how hard it is as a single Romani journalist working inside the mainstream medium, not necessarily because of your individual perspective, but because of how others perceive you and your role. For example, that non-Romani journalists tend to think we are biased about the Romani topic. What do you think in your everyday, and you have also a lot of colleagues, have you been aware about your own matrix, about your own bias before the whole Black Lives Matter movement and the whole discussion came up? What do you think? Are the structures aware about the matrix they live in?
I think that the structure, sorry, no. I think that the structures are becoming more and more aware. I think it's clear that there was insufficient awareness of these topics before, and as I said, this is something that has been changing for years, and we have a big catalyst now in the Black Lives Matter, which is about the experience of Black Americans in particular, but I think it has created a new conversation about, and I think these examples that both Jake and Leila brought up, about this idea that somehow Roma journalists are not able to cover Roma issues because they are biased. I mean, this is really an example of a really distorted way of thinking. And Jake, I think you put it perfectly, or I can't remember if it's you or Leila saying, it's like saying that someone who lives in London can't cover London because they're somehow biased. It doesn't make sense. But I do think that this, I don't think it's wrong to say that these types of structures still exist. But we are at a moment where these conversations are taking place, and the more we speak about them, the more important it is. So yes, I think these structures are there still, but there is a lot of work being done now to break through them, and this is a great platform for doing it. I think also, organizations like IPI are also a platform to have these conversations, because we have many members who are working in mainstream media, who are working in mainstream newsrooms, and yeah, these are where these reflections need to take place.
About the New Spectrum, this will be a great opportunity coming up for Romani journalists to apply. It's actually about exchanging with major mainstream media and to have an exchange of the perspective. I think it's a win-win situation for major media and minority media actually to cooperate. But if we listen to the experiences of Jake and Leila, and I also have to admit, also my experience is mirroring that it's quite hard to cope with the perception of the journalist colleagues that never met maybe someone who is Roma or Sinti. So also in this fellowship, so already congratulations to everybody who will get this money and start exchanging with mainstream media. But is there any thought about how to evaluate the way that the mainstream media will treat our precious fellows during these fellowships? Is there any kind of quality reflection? And Jake already raises the hand, just jump in whenever you like. But this question actually was to Scott. Is there any evaluation mechanism making sure that our Romani fellows have a good and impactful experience there?
So maybe I just say briefly what the fellowship is about, because I haven't really actually even described it. But basically we're launching together with an organization called MEDIS, which is an association of European daily newspapers in minority languages. And also now we are very happy to have a partnership with ERIAC beginning. But it's a fellowship that will allow journalists working at minority language media to either carry out reporting projects together with mainstream media or majority language media on any topic of public interest that is relevant to both audiences, but also to carry out short-term placements, short-term fellowships at mainstream media, which can really focus on any aspect of the newsroom. So it can be reporting, but it can also be business aspects of media or community outreach, audience engagement. And I think for us, you know, we are hoping that the fellowship will sort of achieve two goals. And one is really to support directly independent media and support, and then by that I mean financial support, to provide support to journalistic projects that are about topics that are of interest to minority communities, but also to mainstream audiences, majority audiences, with the involvement of minority language journalists. And the second one is, so that's sort of the general goal. And the second one is to support specifically, provide specific support to minority language media because of the importance of having a pluralistic media landscape. I mean, they're an essential part of that. And so we will be launching these fellowships next month. And we have about 500,000 euros available for the fellowships. We expect to fund about 40 fellowships, and they're not just for Romani journalists, Romani-speaking journalists, but basically for any minority language journalists in the EU. But it was a priority for us to include the Roma community in the project, and so we hope to have a strong representation of Romani language journalists in the program. And yeah, so we'll have an open call starting in April, and let me actually put in here now the link to more information about this. And we also have a newsletter so that people can sign up to receive the direct information about the call when it launches next month. But to go back to your specific question, I think this is really important. It's also why we are very happy to be working with ERIAC. I think this is really important to make sure that the fellowship is useful and really responds to people's needs and is done in a way that engages correctly with everyone. We will have at the beginning of the fellowship actually a needs assessment that will look at what are actually the needs of minority language media in Europe. What is it exactly that they need to be able to succeed? And many of them are already doing excellent work. But what perhaps is missing, what resources are missing. And that will lead into a series of workshops that we'll have in the second half of the project that will focus on a variety of different topics that might come out of that. So it may be that there's, the business models is a big topic, but it may be something else. And the second thing is that there is an assessment at the end of the project where there will be interviews with the different fellows, interviews with people, everyone who participated in the fellowship to understand what were their experiences, and was it really a useful exchange and a useful experience. So I hope this sort of answers your question. But yes, I think this is a really important aspect of the project.
Jake, you
yeah.
wanted to say something.
Yeah, I did. I mean, there's lots to say and not much time to say in. I mean, this fellowship is brilliant, and it kind of it raises one of the points that Leila and I was making about training. But I think a more fundamental point, and this is one that hopefully you'll spend some time considering in the rest of the conference, is that of power. There has to be, and this is something that I've come to the conclusion on over 20 years, is that there is once upon a time we just used to say we need to have representation in the media. And I've come to the conclusion that there is a direct relationship between representation in front of the camera and that behind it. Because the people behind the camera, the producers and the directors, they are enormous gatekeepers in terms of how reality is constructed. And it's one thing to be at the bottom level, getting the training, pitching this stuff forward. But if it doesn't concur with those in power, with their idea of who we are, it will never be commissioned and it will never see the light of day. And I don't mean that as criticism, I mean it as a kind of a constructive thing to really think about. Because, and this is something that I use as a litmus test in everything that I do. There was a great British media academic called Stuart Hall. He said the problem with the media, and he was a black man, he's dead now. He said, is it doesn't reflect reality, it constructs it. And what you see happening on very subtle levels with all kinds of, unconscious biases and confirmation biases and all kinds of stuff of the people who are the people in power, the editorial class, is that those come into play so that these different narratives are spiked before they even get in there. And so what is needed is, yes, training for people on the ground to improve skills, improve access to representation. But if it's not matched by a shift in power in terms of those who help to construct the reality through the media, nothing will ever change. These things will only ever be tokenistic and not really have an impact. So one of the things that I've tried to do, and I always insist, is that there is some power that goes with my work. And I don't mean that in a megalomaniac kind of way. I just mean so that we can ensure that the media there is about us does reflect our reality, our diverse, wonderful, pluralistic reality of middle-class Romanies, poor Romani people, people who are doctors, people who are nurses, people who are policemen, people who are journalists, people who are scrap metal dealers, all of those different things. And unless we start accessing positions of power, we will find in 20, 30, 40, 50 years' time that the representation hasn't changed at all. That's the big question for me on the table, is how do you change the power? How do you fight the power? It isn't necessarily fight, doesn't have to be, because there are better stories there, but that's the big question for me.
At this point, we already have a very interesting question from the audience that I would like to imply here, but just about the point of power, I want also maybe share 1 minute the story of my experience here. Because what we did with the Roma block in Austria was the following thing, and I think it can be a model also implied in other countries. We have a cooperation, or had a cooperation, with the University of Vienna with the journalist studies, actually. And in each year, every year, those in the last year of their bachelor or master studies, they could choose to go on a practical practicum, we say in Austria, like having a voluntariat, working in a medium, practically. And actually, the journalism studies made the Roma block one of those partners, meaning that we had master students from journalism in the Roma block producing stories about Romani topics or Romani connected topics under the supervision of our Romani chief editors. And for them, actually, the feedback by them was they were totally fascinated. They were totally thankful to join us. And they joined us approximately, they could choose between 1 or 2 months, meaning 1 or 2 stories. And they worked with us actively on the Roma block, and we had our own column for their opinion was the stranger. Actually funny, because Maria Bogdan already today talked about that Romani people are always in the position of the stranger, and we put our non-Romani journalists with their own column about the position of the stranger on our blog. And it was a great experience, and actually the connections we made with these people was very important, because these people who are studying journalism are the journalists, the chief editors of the future, right? So these genuine connections to future intellectuals of the media, it also did a lot for the connections of Romblock into the international media. If I could propose something to every Romani medium is, get your non-Romani, get your Gage practicums people into your Romani office and let them see how it is to be the only one of a certain culture inside the office, because I think this experience to feel how it is to be the single one inside a big group, it does a lot. It is really a great experience. So I cut that experience here and read to both of you out the question by the audience, which is actually William Bila in this case. And he's asking, how do we build a stronger Romani voice in the media without losing the pluralism of Romani voices? What he means, he explains, when private media in the mainstream is highly concentrated, how do we prevent recreating this mainstream model of media concentration and at the same time create a stronger voice? What's your professional opinion about that?
Shall I go first? I mean, I think it's an absolutely valid concern, Bill. I think private finance is really poisonous, and it has a massive impact, particularly when you look at mass numbers. I mean, if you look at the impact of Rupert Murdoch and his journalism within English language media, it's absolutely horrific how it can sway. It can sway elections and choose prime ministers and do stuff like that, and that's horrific. How do we stop that repeating itself in our own community? Well, I mean, I think one thing that has happened is there has been a democratization of access to media through things like YouTube, yet again, issues with private finance and stuff like that. Cameras are cheaper than they've ever been, microphones are cheaper than they've ever been. People, are able to access the media and create their own media now in ways which were unthinkable even a couple of years ago. And what you see happening there is that you see that some of the best stuff gets noticed really, really quickly. I mean, my kids' generation, they don't watch television anymore. They don't listen to the radio anymore. Their consumption of media is completely different from mine. They listen to stuff, they watch stuff like TikTok or YouTube or Snapchat and stuff like that. And what you see happening there is you see people of all kinds, you see an enormous pluralism, a kind of a massive divergence of voices, where those who have something interesting to say in a wonderful and powerful way, they gain an audience really, really quickly. So I don't think we necessarily need to worry about that, because that ecosystem is thriving, it is powerful, and it is growing. I think the thing we do need to worry about, though, is probably more to do with fragmentation, and that people only generally listen to the stuff that they agree with. And one of the reasons why we need to continually punch this stuff into the mainstream media is people need to be, they need to be shown, and they need to listen to things that challenge them. And that's the bigger issue for me. It's not necessarily the private sphere killing pluralism, because I think pluralism thrives anyway in our current media environment. It's the fact that those plural voices don't make it into the mainstream. And that is because of fragmentation. And I don't know the answer to that, but it's a big, big problem.
Scott, how can Romani people in their business models, which will be a topic, as you said, prevent the concentration and try to keep the pluralism that mainstream media maybe sometimes is leaving out nowadays?
Yeah, I think it's a really tough question. I agree with Jake that fragmentation is a really big issue. And we also see in particular that increasingly the business models of individual media are geared towards telling audiences what they want to hear. And this is a problem, I think, that we increasingly have to grapple with. It's sort of reversed power relationship in some ways, which in some ways is positive, but in other ways actually is harmful to pluralism, because you're constantly speaking to the same group of people who expect you to tell them the same thing always. And this is also, related to the way that the model has changed. It's not about advertising so much anymore, where media are increasingly rely on subscriptions. And this is one issue with that model, I think. So I absolutely think that is an issue, and the business models need to be carefully considered, that you are not actually reinforcing these sort of echo chambers within your own media. And it's a tough question. But it's something that will certainly be looked at within the fellowship. I think in the broader picture, I think it's, however, not just a problem of fragmentation, but one of concentration. There's a lot of media concentration happening, and not just because of private actors, but also because of state actors. We see, in particular in Central Europe, a big problem with state-led media capture, which is not helping diversity of the media environment. If you look at what's happening in Hungary, for example, and increasingly in Poland, or in the Czech Republic, we have a big problem with private media concentration by private owners. So all of these issues, I think, need to be looked at, and there are things that can be examined and tools that can be looked at to counter both this fragmentation on the one hand, and this sort of polarization of audiences and homogeneity of audiences on the one hand, which is an issue, and the other hand, this strong concentration either in private but also in state hands that we are increasingly seeing. So I think we need to look at both sides of the issue. That's sort of a broader response to that question.
Question to both, maybe not only focusing on Roma, but on the general developments in journalism. So Jake already mentioned that nowadays, first thing, not new, bad news is good news. If we talk about not only people being gatekeepers, but topics being gatekeepers in some way, meaning that the criteria how journalists or chief editors chooses their news is actually in the end working against Romani people. Why? Bad news is great. Romani people in criminal context for news is great. Exotism, always great. Even if you put in Romani people as a positive thing with music or flamenco, it's still exotism, the criterion why the story is chosen. And we have a problem actually nowadays with news that are between the line of being polemic or boulevardesque and fake. So this is a very general problem, also having an impact on Romani people, but not only, it's having an impact on all minorities all over the globe. So as Jake already said, the polemics, and you go for the polemics in some media, if you work at the boulevard media, for example, but for the public national media, both of you have both experience with them. As you already mentioned, they have millions of budget. What can we Romani people, but also institutions like IPI do to get the public nationals on the agenda? Jake, put the microphone on.
Done it again. It's it's really difficult. I mean, the way that I found through it, so that I can work, but also look at myself in the mirror every morning, by not becoming compromised by these very difficult and powerful forces that are at play, is to try and do what I would call produce stuff which is kind of an intelligent realism, where you're aware of where the tigers and the monsters lie in terms of bad representation, because you've looked at it and railed against it. But sometimes what you've got to do, and this is where it becomes risky, is you have to use and explore and intelligent ways. So for example, the program that I'm doing at the moment, which is mainstream, it is based upon the idea that you take an explorer. This guy's name is Ed Stafford. He's very famous on the Discovery Channel. Millions of people, massive in China, really big all over the world. We take him and we put him into, he's used to living in a hostile natural environment, and that he's walked the length of the Amazon, he's climbed mountains and stuff like that, and we put him in a hostile human environment. Now, for the people watching it, who 99% of them are going to be Gadget, when they see the title 60 Days with the Gypsies, they're going to be, okay, so they're going to send him somewhere where it's criminal and dirty and nasty, and all of that stuff will come to the fore. But that's the game. you're taking their perceptions and then you twist them on their head and you play with it. So when we say that he's going to go into a tough human environment, that's what people think is going to happen. What is actually going to happen is that he's going to experience racism, he's going to experience hostility, he's going to experience prejudice, discrimination, violence from the police, eviction, mental health problems, the suicide epidemic that there is amongst Romani people in our country. And people will see an entirely different view of the world. Instead of the world looking in with the gypsies as bugs on pins, the cameras are going to be turned outwards as a reflection on what you, Lagaje, believe about us and how you treat us. Now it's all got to be done in a balanced way, of course. So, you know, it's going to be difficult. But the premise is sound, I think, which is that you're using the populism of mainstream television and you're using the stereotypes that people associate with us in order to flip them on their head, experience them and take them apart. In some cases they'll stick, in some cases we'll smash them to pieces. I think that's how you do it. I think that's what you've got to do in order to produce something which is watched by millions of people, that has budgets of millions of pounds, and hopefully goes some way within a single lifetime to actually change a narrative. That's what I try and do every day. And it's challenging and it's difficult. But if it wasn't, it wouldn't be worth doing.
Time is just running. So there's only a few minutes left out in this discussion. There was a lot of important things said. In the end, what I can see is that there is two big worlds. We heard about today, summing it up, is we have super professional Romani journalists, right? And we have a mainstream media trend to recognize and to become aware that diversity is a win-win situation for them, and not only additional work, but it's about really representing the plurality of opinions, not only race, but the plurality of perspectives inside a society. So hopefully we will reach a time where all of those perspectives, for sure, not only Romani, Black, Muslim, Jewish, whatever, queer, transgender, to have a colorful representation of all of these perspectives in the future. And I'm sure that institutions like IPI do their best. But to put one, I'm not a fan of happy ends in discussions. This is why I put the following now. Today, there was also representatives of big private media companies invited. I'm not saying names. It's some social media network that nobody knows. We asked some really big private companies to show up here today in the conference, not in this panel, but in other panels. And I still hope, if they maybe watch us today, that they are not threatened. We are very nice. We are open for discourse. Join this conference, because the role of big companies in the whole game, we cannot underestimate it. So whatever we do, if we want to have Roma represented in the mainstream media, we also need a dialogue with the private media companies in the future, I guess.
And social media companies, I would say.
Yeah, right. So it's, for me, social media companies is also media companies, which is a very, very important difference to journalists. Actually, that is not discussed enough nowadays. So we are at now 60-40, meaning, and I'm looking at our timetable now for the surprises that are coming up today still. So it's still 5 minutes that we are able to go, and actually we will. Both of you having maybe a short 2 minutes statement, a message that you want to bring out to the people out there, maybe bringing them strength, hope, or money. Everything is welcome.
Okay, I'm happy to go first and just use a minute or two. I mean, this is really important, powerful stuff, and I think it's really easy to underestimate how the kind of the road that we have travelled even within our lifetimes. You know, in terms of how bad things are, how bad things were, and what potential that there is for change. There are more and more young Romani people who are educated, literate, media literate, IT literate in all kinds of different places. They have more skills than ever before, language skills, journalism skills, in order to make a difference. The big challenge is that talent is absolutely nothing without opportunity. And that does come back to the position of power. There are lots of people out there who can tell amazing stories in all kinds of weird and wonderful ways. But if they're not given a platform to do it, if they're not given the opportunity to do it, then that will be proved to have been a bit of a false dawn, that things don't change. One of the ways I've been lucky is I was in many ways one of the first people to smash my head against a glass ceiling. And as the first person to do it, I managed to get through it. There needs to be many, many more of us, and that can only come with opportunities. So, you know, the fact that the social media companies don't turn up to something like this is problematic, because they are the purveyors of truth. They are the constructors of our reality. But at the same time, I think there's a lot of hope as well. If you have a look, for example, at the kind of the documentary and drama content on Netflix and compare it to the BBC is so old, so out of touch, so out of date that actually it's proving it's going to be irrelevant within 10 to 15 years. The challenge, which I would put out to anybody out there who's watching that, who's watching this, who's thinking about this as a career, is I want to be there and celebrate the first amazing series on Netflix, which has a Romani protagonist, whether that's, you know, documentary or drama, because there is a gap in the market and somebody has to smash through the glass ceiling and grab it. And the time is now.
Romanized Netflix. That's a cool last word. So Scott, your last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I was just going to say I totally agree that it's really important, I think, to include social media companies in these conversations, not only because of what's published on them, but also the way that they are gatekeepers to so much of how people experience information and what information they receive, the way that these algorithms work, and the types of news sources that they direct people to, which is a big issue in a lot of countries. And I think there should be growing pressure really on them to understand how this is working. And it's part of a bigger conflict between media companies, which also IPI represents, and the social media companies. I mean, I would just say, you know, two things in conclusion. I think, Gilda, you mentioned, you know, this idea that it's sort of a win-win for media to be more, you know, to incorporate this diversity and plurality. I wouldn't really describe it as a win-win, because I think it's not about winning. It's a necessity. You know, it's what I was saying before, that I think it's an essential part of the media's democratic role. You can't play that. You can't have that function. You can't perform that function unless you reflect society, and that also certainly includes positions of power. I completely agree with what the other speakers have said about that. So I think that's one thing, and the other thing, just to mention again, I think, you know, this fellowship, for example, that we are starting is obviously just it's a drop in the bucket, but I think it can be an interesting opportunity. So again, we're really happy to be working with ERIAC on that, and I put the link to more information in the chat, and there's also an opportunity to sign up for the newsletter. And I'd be glad to answer any questions about that. So I put my email also in the chat. So thank you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this panel is over at that point. And this is what happens when you go live. Scott already revealed our secrets, but in some days you also will get official information about these common projects, and that's great. And I'm very, very honored now for the closing of the day to introduce to you two wonderful speakers representing very important parts of our political reality. So with us will be and is Ambassador Michaela Küchler, Special Representative for Relations with Jewish Organizations, Issues Relating Anti-Semitism, International Sinti Roma Affairs, and Holocaust Remembrance. She's also chair of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, and Ms. Tatiana Angelic, chair of the Council of Europe Committee of Experts on Roma and Traveler Issues. I'm sure they will give us the very, very symbolic, political symbolic, most important words of this day. Thanks a lot for being here, and bye, audience, for me.
Well, thank you very much, Gilda Horvath, for these friendly words of introducing myself and Tatiana Angelic. And thank you to ERIAC, the Council of Europe Roma and Travelers team, and the Central Council of German Sinti and Roma for putting together this conference on such an important issue, and for bringing together such wonderful people like you are, Gilda, or the others who are on this webinar. Some of you I know personally, I have met in person already, and some of whom I have only met in social media. But I'm really happy that we can have this panel discussion today and tomorrow. I will speak here mostly in my capacity as president, as chairperson of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. The presidency started in March 2020, and it will end on 1st of April 2021. So we're just in the last few days of the German presidency of the IRA. The issue of this conference here today is also the issue of anti-Gypsyism. And anti-Gypsyism is, as we all know, is not new. Indeed, it is centuries old. And during the Second World War, it came to a head as anti-Gypsyism became an essential element of the persecution and annihilation policies against Roma perpetrated by Nazi Germany and its collaborators. Despite great efforts, the stereotypes and prejudices about Roma have not been delegitimized or discredited vigorously enough. Unfortunately, they can still be deployed largely unchallenged. This continued widespread acceptance of anti-Gypsyism is linked in part to the long existing neglect of this history of annihilation of the Roma by Nazi Germany. Still today, this history remains under-researched and often downplayed. I would therefore like to speak briefly about how remembrance and awareness raising tools are central to countering anti-Gypsyism. We must remember the genocide of the Roma. We must acknowledge that the neglect of this genocide has contributed to the prejudice and discrimination that many Roma communities still experience today. This was underlined in the 2020 IRA Ministerial Declaration, and the IRA's 34 member countries share a commitment in doing so. Its neglect only works to support its denial and distortion. Commemoration of the genocide means, above all, remembering and honoring the victims, and some of them are still with us today. This is not the task solely of Roma communities, but of all society, including especially the political level. And I'm very glad to see that in August last year, the president of the Central Council of German Jews was present in Auschwitz-Birkenau at the commemoration ceremony together with Romani Rose, and I think that is a very good sign. In remembering this genocide under National Socialism, we must also draw attention to the prejudices against Roma and Sinti during and after the Second World War. We must show that then as now, such exclusionary attitudes both affect the targeted minority while threatening the basic democratic values of society as a whole. And I think that is very important. It threatens the values of democratic societies. It's not a problem of Roma communities, it's a problem of the whole of society. Commemoration cannot take the form of an empty ritual. It should help us uphold the democratic principles that form the basis of our societies. Of course, commemoration is not enough. We must also support research and education programs about the genocide of Roma and about anti-Gypsyism more generally. In October last year, the ERIAC's 34 member countries adopted by consensus a working definition of anti-Gypsyism, anti-Roma discrimination. Because it is non-legally binding, it can serve as a practical tool in helping to understand anti-Gypsyism, the various ways it can manifest itself, and to raise awareness about this phenomenon. We know that it exists and that it is pervasive in our societies, and that all too often it is left unchallenged. The working definition lists examples which can also help in identifying cases of hate speech and anti-Gypsyism in the media, for instance. And I would really recommend those media representatives present here in this meeting today to have a look on the website of the ERIAC and try and find out about the definition of working definition of anti-Gypsyism. The working definition can help raise awareness of this phenomenon in the process. After all, problems that cannot be identified will be ignored. The ERIAC has supported research to safeguard the record of the genocide of Roma and education efforts for many years, and it will continue to do so. Currently, the ERIAC and its Committee on the Genocide of the Roma are also producing teaching guidelines that will provide proper access to this usually widely neglected part of history. And I must say here, I'm very grateful to the members of the Committee on the Genocide of the Roma, because they have been working for quite some time on the definition, and it proved to be a big success. It was really in consensus that all 34 member states could adhere to it. And now they are working on recommendations about the teaching and learning of the genocide on the Roma, and I'm sure that it will be a very good work that will come out of their efforts. Together, remembrance, research, and education can help chip away at the persistent scourge of anti-Gypsyism and its toxic acceptance. Conferences like this one show that we are moving in the right direction. There is indeed the sense that governments, institutions, and individuals are finally beginning to wake up. A broader coalition is being built around the issue of countering anti-Gypsyism, and this should give us some room for cautious optimism. After all, action in this area is critical for the future of Roma communities and the viability of democratic societies around the world, and especially here in Europe. Thank you very much, and thank you for organizing this wonderful event.
Thanks for giving your input here at this closing remarks of the day. Ms. Angelich, you have been part the whole day at this conferences, and I'm very looking forward to your closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mrs. Kohler, Mrs. Horvath, thank you very much for announcing us in such a beautiful manner. Allow me first of all to say really thank you to ERIAC, to Council of Europe, to Central Council of German Sinti and Roma, which organized under the presidency of Germany. This is a very important conference, with really important topic. I would like to say that this conference is going on under the specific circumstances, under the COVID-19, and I think that we all used to it for these online webinars and conference, but I must say that all today's presentations and panelists and discussion confirm that we were really dedicated to this topic and that we had very successful first day, and I would like really to thank all the panelists. Topic of this conference, hate speech and anti-Gypsyism in media, is very important. Maybe even more important in these circumstances, since we are challenged by the fact that we have lockdowns, we are working from our homes, we are following media and social media even more. And I'm sure that unfortunately, many of are witnesses of hate speech at different media platforms. Hate speech is serious problems and threat to human rights and human dignity. And hate speech which is directed against Roma and travelers is huge problem in many, many countries and member states. Hate speech is often based on the underlying and deeply rooted anti-Gypsyism that has unfortunately existed and still exists in many countries. Hate speech also often leads to violence and hate crimes against the target groups. I must say that Committee of Experts on Roma and Traveler Issues, so-called ADIROM, which I have really honored to chair, continuing a very good practice which we had in previous ad hoc Committee of Experts on Roma and Traveler Issues, so-called CAROM, when we had thematic rapporteur on anti-Gypsyism and hate crime. And I must say, on our first meeting in February last year, we have appointed rapporteur on anti-Gypsyism, hate speech and violence. And this is Mr. Nicola Radice from Moldova, and you will hear his presentation tomorrow. And substitute rapporteur, Mr. Alen Tahiri, and you had possibility to hear Mr. Tahiri and his presentation this morning. I also must say that with us at this conference are our vice chair, Mr. Jan Hiro from Slovak Republic, and our colleagues from Directorate on Anti-Discrimination and Roman Travelers team. And I'm very proud of that they are all really present during all the day. The ADIROM has also supported the initiative to devote 10th meeting of the Council of Europe Dialogue with Roma and Traveler Civil Society, which was held in November last year, to the topic of hate speech. The ad hoc rapporteur from that meeting, Mr. Jonathan Mack from the Central Council of German Sinti and Roma, has produced excellent civil society recommendations, which he has already reported to the Council of Europe Committee on Combating Hate Speech, and which has been tasked with elaborating these recommendations to the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, and that will, of course, after that, they will address to the governments of member states. I must say that ADIROM also produced a report containing several examples of good practice in the member states, how to tackle hate speech, of course, with recommendations, and you will hear about these recommendations in tomorrow's presentation of Mr. Radica. And we also have prepared a report on anti-Gypsyism, causes, prevalences, consequences, and possible responses, of course, with big help of Mr. Julius Rostas. Dear colleagues and friends, Roma and travelers are facing very often multiplied discrimination. The manifestation of anti-Gypsyisms are prejudices, stereotypes, labeling, hate speech, hate crimes, and discriminations as individual discrimination, institutional discrimination, and structural discrimination. Media and social media networks have incredible importance, and unfortunately, they are used by individuals for anti-Romani messages, stereotyping, xenophobic speeches. I would like to remind us all that we have ECRI General Policy Recommendation number.
Friends, we had a technical issue, but we lost Tatiana, and I think she's going to join back in with us in a bit.
At this moment, we have a technical issue. As you can see, everything is live. And life is life, but we hope that Ms. Angelic will join us back as soon as possible to finish her remarks, which are very important to us. But what she already did is something that I can do actually now while we'll solve these technicalities is to tell you that tomorrow this conference is going on. It's not only happening today, but also tomorrow. We have a great conference program starting at 10 a.m. and you can join us also the whole day as you did also today and tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll start with Snežana Markovic, Director General from the Council of Europe, Roman Rose, Chairman of the Central Council of Roma and Sinti, and Željko Jovanovic, Chairman of the Board of the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture. So really high class, very important and influential guests already in the first panel in the morning. So take your breakfast coffee and come to the conference, because this is very important input that we will have already starting in the morning with the first panel, reactive approaches in fighting hate speech and anti-Gypsyism in the media. So this is the welcoming remarks, and we will have, as Tanja Angelic already told us, Alen Tahiri, Dan Dogi, Isabella Mihalace, Marcus Ente, Radmila Mladenova as speakers in the very first panel after the opening remarks. So really come and join us also tomorrow at this conference. At this point, Ms. Angelic didn't rejoin us yet, but this gives us the very lively, because totally unplanned possibility to maybe have 1 more minute with you, Ambassador Küchler, if this is fine for you, because you also thematized the very important working definitions on anti-Gypsyism. I think maybe for some of those not so familiar with the general and European politics, how do they help us against the anti-Gypsyism in our everyday lives? How do they help also institutions to fight against everyday anti-Gypsyism?
Well, thank you very much for this question. Well, actually, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance is an international institution with members from Australia. Most of them come from Europe, but also Israel, to Argentina, the United States, and Canada. So it's really an international institution. And this institution has passed several working definitions. One of them, the most famous one, was in 2016, the working definition on anti-Semitism, which explains what is anti-Semitism and gives some examples about, let's put it this way, modern anti-Semitism. And when Germany took over the presidency, we really wanted to pass in our presidency the working definition of anti-Gypsyism, on which the Committee on the Genocide of the Roma had been working for 2 or 3 years already. So from the, let's say, put it from the expert level to the political level and have it adopted by 34 member countries of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Well, the issue about the working definitions is, first of all, they give a general explanation about what we can understand of anti-Gypsyism, but they give also examples of anti-Gypsyism, and thus they help the society as a whole to raise awareness about this phenomenon, because quite often people, they are really not aware of this phenomenon. I would like to remind perhaps a discussion you have heard about perhaps a couple of weeks ago on German television late at night, a talk show about issues like, do we really have to avoid words like Zigeunerschnitzel, yeah, which means schnitzel, gypsy style. So, and
I need to
question is really it's really when, so I can see Tatjana is back on.
I really do apologize. I had excellent connections all the day. I heard all the participants, and now all of a sudden, and I was in confusion what is going on. But if you allow me, I would just like to really emphasize something which are very important from my side for the conference. I started to say that we are all responsible for preventing and fighting against hate speech and anti-Gypsyism in media. Governments should take measures at the national and especially at the local level to fight against the phenomena of hate speech. We must work also with Roma and travelers communities so they can be aware about the protection of their rights and how to use all legal means. Promotion of the Roma and travelers' culture and art is one of the important ways to fight against discrimination, prejudices, and stereotyping. And I really think that ERIAC has a really big role in all of this. I would like to say thank really to Marcus and to Mr. Jake Bowers, who showed us, unfortunately, how in media we can have images which could be stereotyping, creating prejudices, creating different really pictures of the people and of the culture and of the habits of the people. And I must say that media and journalists should be trained to recognize the concept of hate speech, of anti-Gypsyism, and specific form of racism against Roma. They really must strongly react against hate speech and anti-Gypsyism. We were mentioning this morning very important role of control bodies and involvement of Roma people and travelers people in these bodies. I think that campaigns are very important tool to raise awareness of public and institutions and of importance how to recognize, prevent, and to combat against discrimination, hate speech, and anti-Gypsyism. I really think that we can all agree that appropriate actions and proceedings should be taken against any individuals, media, or organizations which are using hate speech or promote anti-Gypsyism. Of course, the role of civil society organization is very, very important. And I think that we really need to rely on our mutual cooperation and synergy. At the end, really, I would like to thank one more time to all panelists, to really successful working day at the end of these days, and maybe to finish, as I usually like to finish from the competencies of our committee, that topic of Roma and travelers is not only task or our work. First of all, it is our duty really to be committed to the protection of rights of this group, I must say vulnerable group because it is like this, and to take care about development of the policies which must ensure that rights are protected and guaranteed. And what is the most important, that they are implemented in the practice and in a daily life. I think that we need to continue to speak about the topic of hate speech and anti-Gypsyism, that we need to be even more louder, and that we need really to share all relevant information and to involve journalists, really journalists who are objective, who are doing their job as they should, to really promote something which are not hate speech and which is not anti-Gypsyism. So thank you very much for your attention, and I really apologize one more time for these technical issues. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Angelic, for coping in such a professional way with it. And Ms. Küchler, we had to cut down the sentence due to the live things, but still, maybe you finish the sentence about how we can use the working definition of anti-Gypsyism in our everyday life to fight anti-Gypsyism.
Well, I think the most important thing is to promote it, especially to police and justice personnel. That's very important. We have some experience now how to do that because we did it with the anti-Semitism definition. Member countries of the ERA should adopt it at national level, should endorse it politically at national level again, because they already adhere to it through the consensus in the ERA. And we need to promote it, especially among police, among judicial personnel, but also among teachers and teachers in schools and in universities, so that they can speak with their students about this phenomenon. I mean, in the end, we are speaking about the biggest minority in Europe. Let's face it, and we cannot afford to neglect such a great minority in Europe any longer. So we really need to work on that.
Thanks, Ms. Küchler. and sorry for the distortion through the live. So thank you to everybody who joined here today. Thanks also to the one who had no thanks today, which is the technicalities team in the background, making sure that we have a smooth live experience with this conference. As I already told you, join us today, tomorrow at 10 a.m. We start with really great and influential and competent, most important, competent people who talk about these topics. I think in the end of the day, everybody is united in the thought of how to stop distorting the information that is going out there into this world, and how we can clean up the mirror representing our picture in a completely different and distorted way in this society. And we, the people in media, and everybody who can help our media professionals, can help to have a more authentic, a realistic narrative about and on and hopefully by Roma and Sinti. Join us again tomorrow at 10 a.m. ERIAC Media Conference Against Antigypsyism. Have a nice evening and read all the stuff that our people proposed to you today. Have a nice evening. Der Bimbachtale Jean Deblesa.
Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Good morning to everyone. Lacho Dives. My name is Miguel Ángel Vargas, art historian and theater director and member of Barbalipe Academy. It's a pleasure for me, it's an honor to open the second day of this international conference on hate speech on the media. And today, second day, we are going to be focused on hate speech online. So we have the pleasure to have a distinguished panelists and experts who will help us to understand the complexity of this issue. So today, as an introduction, we had two people who will help us to somehow frame the issue. So I guess we have Nikolai Radita and Sina Laubenstein. Yeah. So Nikolai, give me a second. Nikolai currently serves as the advisor to the Prime Minister of Moldova on human rights, interethnic relations, and civil society that aims to strengthen human rights protection system and civil society participation within the National Council on Human Rights by applying in practice the governmental activity plan and strengthening the democracy and the rule of law in the country. As a former director of the State Agency for Interethnic Relations, he followed the agenda on voicing the ethnic minorities issue in the public life via the national strategies and collaboration with the human rights institutions in the country and outside. Among those who were also tracking on implementation of the action plan on Roma, as well as supervising the work of Roma community mediators. He has extensive expertise on Roma issues, being part of the Council of Europe Committee from 2009 as board and vice chair of CAROM, and lately as an ADIROM rapporteur on anti-Gypsyism, hate speech, and violence. Mr. Radita is a human rights activist that founded and led Roma National Center, a not-profit organization that has realized different projects that address different human rights issues on Roma, such as health, employment, women, and youth empowerment, non-formal education. He is also the author of Anti-Discrimination Bill, the Roma Community Mediator Institution.
He also holds a master's degree in law from the University of European Studies and is following the doctoral studies in human rights for minorities at the Free University. He's also a scholar of the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University from New York, USA. And then we also have, as I said earlier, Sina Laubenstein, who is a political scientist and coordinates the implementation of the Council of Europe initiative No Hate Speech Movement in Germany. She works for the Berlin-based organization Neue Deutsche MedienMacherinnen. I hope my German is not that good. Since 2016, and further consults NGOs, companies, as well as political stakeholders in Germany and across Europe on strategies on how to respond to hate speech and extremism online. She's further working with the Council of Europe and partners from Belgium, Italy, and Romania in the international project We Can for Human Rights Speech. So without further ado, shall we give the floor to Nicola Erratita. Mr. Erratita, floor is yours.
Thank you, Miguel. Dear friends, participants, colleagues, I see also many familiar names and faces, and I would like to thank you for the invitation to this conference. It's very, the issue that we have to raise today is very actual, and I have to mention that we had a pandemic here that has brought out many fears for the society, and also has brought us many issues in the health system service. Definitely what we saw is that the vulnerable population became one of the most affected, including the Roma communities. We saw that this pandemic, I mean, referring to those European Commission recommendation as general policy recommendation number 15 that is speaking in regard of combating the speech Roma, that we know that Roma community is one of the biggest ethnic minority in Europe. It's also one of the most the group affected by the hate speech, alongside with the Muslim, immigrant, Jews, etc. many communities. The discrimination that we see faced by Roma and travelers, it stems from a vicious circle of stereotypes and prejudices against them, which is largely fueled by the media and is leading to an increased feeling of hostility and hatred by the majority of the society. We have heard yesterday regarding the social media networks that have taken a considerable importance on the transmission of anti-Roma messages. As I see, one of the main difficulties that lies in the anonymity of those messages that is disseminated on the internet, and therefore the prosecution and conviction of the authors, it's still raising some questions. Cooperation with the platforms and on which the hate speech is disseminated is essential so that they can monitor and remove such a material. The social networks also become a privileged means for politicians to express their hate speech against Roma communities in our case, but most the hate speech by political leaders is ignored and is not condemned, which is very important issue to mention here. As we saw in the past, the Parliamentary Assembly, the Council of Europe has pointed out that one of the major problems is the fact that use of the hate speech against Roma and traveler and Sinti communities is no longer restricted to extreme right-wing political parties, but is taken up the mainstream political parties and also by the politicians. And this is very big concern. Traditional parties, they take up the anti-Gypsyist rhetoric of extreme right-wing parties because they do not have to fear any negative legal or political consequences. And why we say this? Because as a main issue that we have to highlight here is that there is no legal frame constructed today in the system of, even in the European system, to condemn the the hate speech as a form of freedom of expression. As we saw that during COVID-19 crisis, some states in Europe have enacted proportionate measures targeting Roma and travelers communities. Some of these measures were driven by racist narratives that cast Roma and travelers and Sinti as a collective health and safety threat. Thus, the virus has emphasized severely the racial hatred against Roma and travelers spread through traditional channels such as politicians, policymakers, journalists, and even the social media. Even the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Mrs. Maria Pecinovic-Buric, has made a statement during the 8th of April 2020 as International Roma Day. The rise of hate speech against Roma, including narratives accusing them of spreading the virus, was condemned by her. They called all these participants for this event, they have called for particular efforts by the member states to ensure that marginalized groups and the ethnic minorities, in particular Roma communities, do not face additional disadvantage, discrimination, hate speech, or hate crime. Also, the Human Rights Commissioner of Council of Europe, Mrs. Dunja Mijatovic, has also warned against the dangers of scapegoating and hate speech against Roma in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, stressing that while action to ensure adherence to the confinement rules can be justified in the present circumstances, this cannot be selectively applied to people, neither fully nor partially on the basis of ethnicity. And we saw all of these examples that have been occurred in Europe in different member states, as compared to Romania, Slovakia, Czechia, Ukraine, etc. It's very highly regrettable that political leaders can express anti-Gypsyist opinion without anyone contracting them or countering their statements. The European Council Commission on Racism and Tolerance has stressed that the importance of the counter-discourse, which must take the form of a clear and explicit condemnation of hate speech, which serves to consolidate the democratic values on which society is based. Referring to the political leaders and the representative must speak out more clearly and more regularly in order to present counter-narratives to hate speech against Roma, travelers, Sinti communities. We also have to mention that member states, governments have reacted to this challenge, some faster than others, some in a more comprehensive way than others, and some with more and some with less consultation with the Roma, travelers, and Sinti community and civil society. But all of the, with due respect to their specific history and taking into account their respective background and situation. As an ADIROM committee now is currently finalizing its compilation of examples of good practices, which soon will be presented as for public, has been based on some examination of those examples. And I would like to share here with you, in a preliminary way, some of our recommendations to combat the hate speech against Roma and travelers and Sinti community. Anti-Roma and anti-traveler statements in public should be formally condemned and not accepted by the leadership of the government, the parliament, the political party, and specifically and especially by the media. Political representatives should, without any undue delay, apply counter-narratives condemning anti-Roma and anti-traveler hate speech. Immediate and appropriate action should be taken against the media or individuals that incite to racism or violence against Roma, travelers, and Sinti community. Teaching the history of Roma and travelers should be included in school curricula. Adequate teaching materials should be produced and used. Related teacher training should be provided. Roma travelers, Sinti civil society, and NGOs should be involved in the design and delivery of the teaching and the teacher training. National, regional, or local governments, in cooperation with the Roma and travelers civil society organizations, should identify gaps and challenges in national legislation, policy, and practice in appropriately addressing hate speech, including online hate speech against Roma, travelers, and Sinti community. The concept of anti-Gypsyism is a specific form of racism against Roma, should be introduced in the legislation, policy, and practice. And we saw this as a question because when the pandemic show us, for example, without legal frames in this regard, cannot be achieved that equal opportunities. And we shall and I shall complete the fine-tune those recommendations in our the third IDROM meeting that will be held in March this year, and then, as I mentioned, will be presented for the public. If you do have any question, I'm to your disposal, and would like to thank you and wish you nice and fruitful discussion, and hope that we will find those solutions on how to counteract the hate speech, violence, and how the anti-Gypsyism should be addressed today in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rala, and thank you for this framing. And now I would like to pass the floor to Mrs. Sina Laugenstein. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello and good morning also from my side. Thank you so much for having me and just generally for taking on this issue. And it's such an important topic. So I'm really happy that we have a 2-day conference to talk about it. As Miguel said, my name is Sina Laubenstein, and I'm coordinating the Council of Europe initiative No Hate Speech Movement in Germany and working for the Berlin-based association Neue Deutsche Medienmacherinnen, which translates to New German Media Makers or New German Journalists. So your German was perfect. It was really good. Thank you, Miguel. And I currently work in this intersection of hate speech and media, which is why I'm so excited and happy to join, because I already learned so much and I'm so looking forward to this day as well. So enough about me. In my introductory remarks, I'm supposed to talk about the conclusions reached during the international conference Unboxing Hate Speech, European Impulses for Respect and Solidarity on the Web, hosted by Germany's Foreign Office, the Ministry for Justice and Consumer Protection, and Friedrich Ebert Foundation on 18th of February 2021. So let me do just that and present some of the conclusions. So one of the main issues we discussed during the conference is that we have to be aware that hate speech and racism, anti-Roma sentiments, anti-Roma hate speech is often politically motivated and strategically planned. It is used as a tool, often also by political actors, to intimidate and silence opponents to gain support amongst extremist movements. No one should profit from hate speech, and approaches we need to develop and come up with approaches to respond to it. And we should keep in mind that hate speech is used as a tool by a lot of actors, especially in the political sphere. And therefore we need European-wide standards, but at the same time, we have to keep in mind that there are differences in national contexts and national situations and national regulatory frameworks. Another issue we discussed during the conference was that social media companies have to be more transparent, especially as their current design, as their current working continue to already marginalized groups even further. So the algorithms, the way the companies work, the platforms work, they keep discriminating against already marginalized groups. Building on that, we have to keep in mind that not only the companies, but also other relevant actors, such as institutions, politicians, civil society organizations, we have to talk to the groups and people affected by hate crimes and hate speech. We cannot come up with policies, regulations, approaches if we don't bear in mind the people actually targeted, the people actually suffering from hate speech and hate crime. And when we talk about hate speech, we often refer to it as a form of racism, anti-Gypsyism, sexism, anti-Semitism, but we have to keep in mind that it's often intersectional. So there is not just one form of hate speech. We have to keep in mind intersectional discrimination, because people are often targeted not only because of one thing, but because of multiple things. And for the victims of hate crime and hate speech, which is, in my opinion, the most important perspective we have to keep in mind, is that we have to reduce barriers and challenges to report hate crime, to report hate speech. And this also means we have to pour more resources also into training for law enforcement, police, institutions, administrative offices, so they know what people are actually struggling with and they know how to respond to it, instead of just telling people when they go, for example, to the police, that they are just imagining things and that it's just the internet and we don't have to take it so serious. So there needs to be a lot of training done. And another thing is that hate speech itself, it's not a new phenomenon. We need to address also root causes. We need to openly discuss and educate people about prejudices that are prevalent in European societies since centuries. It should not be the job of marginalized groups to provide that education for free. We should learn from marginalized groups and we should keep them in mind, but also it's our job to educate ourselves, the states, but also us, our job as a society to take that task on. And lastly, and most importantly, and that was the theme throughout the conference, is that we need solidarity and international, transnational cooperation. Hate speech doesn't stop at national borders. We need to learn from each other in terms of regulation. So states have to talk to each other to see what works in one country. Can we maybe adopt it in our countries as well? But also in terms of international approaches as a civil society. However, for that to happen, we need funding to strengthen international networks of civil society. We need funding to have international conferences, just like this one right now. And I think, and that's what I want to close with, and what was for me the most important learning from this conference was that we need to identify and discuss as institutions, but also now for me personally as a white woman in a predominantly white society, how we can do better as a society. How can we use our own privileges, our own spaces to strengthen marginalized groups? And I'm happy to see that this process and this discussion already started, at least in Germany it started, I hope in the other countries as well. And I think we have to discuss though how we can speed it up and how we can be better allies for marginalized groups and marginalized activists. I'm sorry, Miguel, I cannot hear you yet.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sina Lowenstein. That was a really good framing of the issue, and I guess the next panel that we are going to start from now will address many of the questions or the idea that you have raised on algorithm, the root causes of hate speech, and how the German government is working. So I think both introductions, like yours and that from Mr. Radita, will help us. So thank you, really, thank you. So now let's start the fifth panel of this international conference on hate speech and the media, today focused on online speech. So the title of this fifth panel is Hate Speech and Anti-Gypsyism Online, Sinti and Roma Experiences and Counter Strategies. So the questions that we are, our distinguished colleagues, friends, and experts will try to answer, or at least challenge us, will be what are the experiences of Sinti and Roma in online spaces? What strategies exist to act against hate speech on social media? And how can we build effective alliances across different stakeholders? So I had the pleasure to introduce the friends, because some of them are friends and and others are really people that I don't know that, but I'm sure that I will have the pleasure to listen to them. So I will try to somehow summarize the CV, what these panelists have done. So we have Maria Bogdan, my sister friend Maria Bogdan, who is a social scientist. Give me a second, I add this. Maria is a media theorist and a social scientist. Her main research interests related to media representation and racism. She received her PhD from the Film, Media and Culture Theory doctoral program at the Edward Loran University in Budapest. She wrote her PhD thesis about the media representation of the Roma in Hungary, titled The Visible Stranger. Maria knows a lot about this. So she worked as a researcher at the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, a Central European University, and recently at the Antigypsyism Research Center of Heidelberg University, where she was the first Romani Rose postdoctoral researcher fellow in 2019-2020, very recently. She was an assistant lecturer at the University of Pécs and held seminars at Edward Loran University and at Heidelberg University. She's a Fulbright alumna and has done part of her PhD research at Columbia University in the city of New York. She's one of the founding editors of the Critical Romani Studies Journal. And beside her scholarly interests, she studied journalism and film directing too. And she is the chair of the ERIAC Barbarife Academy. So we also have, I will take like some minutes just to introduce the people we have. So we have also Mustafa Jakupov, I hope I pronounce it well, who is the policy and project coordinator of Ergo Network. He comes from the field of youth work and has experience in addressing issues of participation, anti-Gypsyism, working on empowerment and mobilization of young people, especially young Roma. He is currently managing the peer education to counter anti-Gypsyism hate speech online project, supported by the DG Justice and Google.org. Mustafa is also part of the trainers pool of the Youth Department of the Council of Europe and was and is part of many international civil society organizations and actors, as for example, being part of the NTV Staging Alive board for 2 years, working with the Ternipe International Roma Youth Network, etc. We also have Taisija Schumacher, who was born into a Roma family in Russia. She narrates, my mother and her whole family are Roma. My mother is so-called Russian German, who lived together with my mom family and who learned our language. And then she moved to Germany when she was a kid, and where her mother told her that nobody, not to tell anybody that we were Roma, because people, especially here in Germany, wouldn't understand our ethnicity and would call us dirty and criminal. It's a second, and then we also have, let me finish with an introduction of Taisija. She's receiving a diploma and working as an actress in theater, film, and also working as a voice actress. And then we also have my brother Iñaki Vázquez Arencón, who has a degree in social education from the University of Oberta de Catalunya. He's been a president of the LGBTIQ Association H2O 2002-2006 and coordinate the Roma Civil Monitor 2017-2019 project founded by the European Commission and coordinated by the Central European University in Spain, and was the person responsible for writing different independent report on the national strategy for the inclusion of the Roma population. He's also the coordinator of the Roma Initiative, who is part of the platform Ketane 2019, which this Roma Initiative addresses and responds to anti-Gypsyism on the internet and on the media. He's also the organizer of the first Roma LGBTIQ seminar in Spain, held in Madrid on the occasion of the World Pride in Madrid 2017, and coordinate the network of civic centers in the area of citizen participation of the City Council of Reus in Catalonia. Currently, Iñaki works as an executive director of the Roma national organization Plataforma Ketane, is a Roma and LGBTIQ activist, lecturer, and social communicator. Well, our panelists, I'm sure that they have done much more things that I try to summarize, and I hope they understand that I cannot read, or otherwise we will consume all the time. And I'm sure you will find time to tackle or to remember some of the things that you have done in your past life, so we can connect you to the debate. So shall we start from Maria? Maria is over there. Maria Bogdan. So yeah. Maria, can you start? Yeah. Okay, so the floor is yours, Maria.
Welcome everybody, but what if I introduce you a little bit as well, because you respected us with all this introduction, and I just searched for your short bio, so I would like to just a little bit, I hope we have time. So Miguel Angel Vargas is my friend, and he's an independent researcher and artist, and he combines flamenco, theater, and Romani history as experience-based themes of his artistic and academic inquiry. He has worked internationally as an actor, director, set designer, production manager, and even opera technician, among other roles in performing arts. He has collaborated with several academic institutions like Central St. Martin's College of Arts of London in their Performing Arts Master. He has been a member of research group Pendaripen on history of the Romani people of the University of Sevilla, and collaborates with critical Romani studies seminars of Central European University, and much more. But we don't have time for this, right? Okay, so I'm really happy to be together with you, and I try to be very short. I would like to concentrate on the strategies that exist to act against hate speech on social media in my presentation, and that's why I gave the subtitle like from the position of the stranger to community building self-representation. And so in the beginning, I would like to just very shortly summarize what I understand on the stranger, or the position of the stranger and the representation of the stranger. So basically, I would sum up this as the distance, the symbolic and the physical distance that we can detect in the media representation that are about us, Roma. And it's very, so this is, when I'm talking about the media representation of Roma, I always say that this is the media representation of the stranger. And the stranger means a group of people or one individual as well, who is not the part of the community, who's not the part of the society. So I'm very, it's a very interesting thing that we always hear when it's about like major and major society and minorities. But it's important for, in my understanding, to understand that this media representation, which we say like anti-Gypsyism or hate speech against Roma or prejudiced or stereotypical representation, puts us in a position which is an outskirt position. So we are not talked about as a part of the society. And I can come up with many examples to show it. Of course, I'm not going to do it now, but just one example is that when you think about all these media depictions or representations which are about trauma and they are missing the historical narrative or the historical discourse, or they are denying it, for example. Or these media representations, for example, when they give space for such communication about us. A very recent example for that happened in Hungary, when on governmental level, it was communicated as a reaction to the ongoing refugee crisis in 2015, that as a defense for not acting and helping those people on governmental level, this was communicated openly and publicly, and the media repeated it, that Roma are not, like, we have our own strangers, we have our own burden, our outskirts, and we have to deal with that. This is our issue. We have our issue already. So just an example to understand this. Or if you think about this depiction of us as exotic people who are just strange and exotic and beautiful, that's also like our skin tone or skin color is different, and it means something different in society, and so on. So this is a very important to note in the beginning. And then it's also important to note that social media, so it wasn't the age of social media or the era of social media when hate speech and prejudiced representation started, but it made it more visible for each of us, for everyone, even for those people who would never read, for example, newspapers, because social media basically changed the way we communicate, not only privately, but also publicly. Like, media organizations started to communicate in a different way. So how news are constructed is a very different thing. It has been transforming, and it's actually together with the audience how a news is constructed. And it's here it's very important to note as well that the tabloid way of news constructing is also plays a huge role in how hate speech and prejudice representation spread easily and maintained easily in social media sites against Roma. But there is one thing that the social media couldn't change, although it gave us a huge power as well to communicate with each other. And this is the proof, how to prove hate speech. It's very hard to prove hate speech, right? So it's still hard to prove directly when hate speech happens against us. So in this sense, how I understand what we are doing on social media to go against this is that we are trying to focus on our communities. We are trying to construct a counter narrative, but in a way to strengthen, to empower our communities. And in this sense, when we talk about what is going on social media, when it's about hate speech and representation of Roma, then we need to understand that this is also about the Roma movement, because this is everybody becomes an activist when they also add something, an opinion, or add something to the discourse, an act, or just a text. So this is also an important note here. And so this counter narrative, on the first hand, it happened like staging inspirational, positive Roma characters who could go against this prejudice and hate speech representation, and they could reach their dreams, or they could succeed in this society, in these excluding societies. And the other very interesting approach is to create our historical narrative, to create historical discourse of the Roma, to reveal the ignorance and the denial practice that we experienced until now, until recently. That, for example, I think it was in one of the opening speeches as well, that that we are not in the history books, not in the educational materials. We are just like not existing, and that's always suspicious, right? So we are trying to interfere in knowledge production. So social media for us means what Hancock actually says, we are talking back. This is our tool to talk back. Although, of course, there are algorithms that are used are in the background and they are interfere the way we communicate each other. And I'm sure you know some of your friends who were kicked out of for example Facebook for months because of like they say that she or he was using hate speech or were excluding, although she or he was just trying to go against someone who was doing that. But this is how algorithms, and this is the very interesting, unexpected and unpredictable way of how these sites are working. But still, although it's very unpredictable, but in the meantime, and we don't know how it really works, but in the meantime, it gives us a huge platform. So one of these historical moments in time is, which is a very decisive and very powerful identity constructing and community constructing moment is the Holocaust. Or the other one recently is the Roma slavery, that we talk about it. We started to talk about it not only just like as individuals, but in a scholarly academic way, and we share this information with each other. So for us, it transformed the movement, the Roma movement, in that it transformed the way we are talking about ourselves. We are talking about our identity. So this is a huge identity discourse shift that we are doing together on social media. And it is very, very important if we want to change this representation, this practice, if we want to change that media puts us again and again in the position of the strangers through its representation. So we have to create our identity, to narrate our own identity. And this is what we are doing. And there are three very important terms and concepts we are communicating through. And this is resistance, belonging, and resilience. Through individual stories, as I mentioned, and also through showing how we are the part of the European societies, how we are the part of, for example, one country, one society. And just one example for the end of my very short presentation today is that, for example, when in Hungary, just recently, like in the recent few years, there was a huge campaign to show how Roma were fighting in the freedom revolution in '56. And they wanted to show, Roma activists wanted to show that this didn't happen by chance because Roma were there physically, but because they were involved emotionally and they felt belonging to that community, to that society, to that Hungarian society and that time. And they wanted to fight together because they felt that this is their home and homeland. So these are all those terms and concepts that just appeared on social media conversations, which were never ever before used when it was, and actually it's very hard to detect it when it's about the representation about Roma, which are not like through us, not through Roma media organizations. It's very hard to see that still. But we started to talk about it and we started to reshape this discourse. So this is what I see so far. And I think this is the time for me to finish my presentation and give the platform to my peers.
Thank you very much, dear Maria. You always brings good insights and questions.
I hope I wasn't too much, like in time,
it's okay,
right?
It's okay.
Okay.
You know, I was thinking that many of us who are here and some who were yesterday, we are very active on social media. So somehow all these things that should help us to reconnect or connect, or at least acknowledge what other people are doing in different languages. So somehow, and I will pass now the floor to our Prala Mustafa. Somehow your talk brought me the idea that somehow there is a tension between memory and history, and how these two things conflict in social media, no? So somehow it seems that algorithms are too emotional, and we try to confront it with historical thinking. So, okay, now is the time for our Prala Mustafa. So Mustafa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you very much for having me on this panel. Yeah, you already mentioned we are in Ergo Network. We are actually having the project called Peer Education to Counter Anti-Gypsist Online Hate Speech, or short PECAO, and we are doing it now in 10 countries, like in Bulgaria, Romania, Spain, Hungary, Czech, France, Italy, Ukraine, North Macedonia, and Albania. And actually, it's a very interesting project because we took it from the basics. Like we thought that it needs to be young people that are at the front to tackle anti-Gypsist hate speech that appears online, because young people are the most present on the online sphere and in the online spaces, but also in the online and social media. So actually, there is a need to better counter anti-Gypsist hate speech that we are now, let's put it, not too harsh, but in a way that we are now rediscovering with the pandemic going on. We are now having a battlefield. The battle was always there, but now we are shifting actually the battlefield, because we, as you know, most of us are doing home office, or we cannot do the same activities that we were doing before the pandemic. So now I'm talking about rediscovering something which was always there, and there were a few activists that were actually fighting against online hate speech against Roma. And but this leads us to again the need to better counter anti-Gypsist hate speech. And now we are seeing that anti-Gypsist hate speech is so prevalent and so much online that it creates its own data practically. And this is where the fight against algorithm and artificial intelligence also appears, and what Maria was mentioning before. So you cannot really counter algorithm or let's say IE if you don't have sufficient, let's say, counter data. So like for the moment, or what we are seeing at the space and how are actually decision made based on the algorithm is, there's so much anti-Gypsyism in the online sphere that algorithms are considering normal, like a normal speech against Roma. And if you, now we are trying to create counter narratives and counter speech to actually tackle it, but still it's not sufficient enough. And this is why things are as they are for the moment. And within PECAO, actually, we are focusing to work with young people through peer education activities to raise their awareness of the impact of hate speech on the Roma communities, and to empower them to recognize and report hate speech online. But then also we are having 50 young Roma peer educators in those 10 countries to actually monitor the hate speech in the online media and report cases of hate speech to the IT companies, to the national equality bodies, and to other relevant state institutions. But then also to actually advocate towards national and EU decision makers for anti-discrimination policies that take into account the online sphere as well as anti-Gypsyism. And to use this experience of the peer educators and the results of the monitoring to raise awareness about anti-Gypsist hate speech online and the urgency to counteract it. And this leads us back to what I was saying, that actually there is a need also for better policies or media self-regulation combating hate speech online. And this brings us to discuss that we need higher awarenesses of journalist ethics commissions. We need to improve self-regulation of those bodies or have better self-regulation guidelines. But then also we need a stronger adherence by the IT companies to the code of conduct on countering online hate speech. So practically what I'm saying, we also need, there's the exercise of the European Union, the code of conduct exercise where they're monitoring hate speech, and we need Roma NGOs in it. So for the moment, I think we only have 3, and we need to increase that number as well. And we need stronger condemnation of anti-Gypsy hate speech in the public discourse. That's for sure. And this leads me back to the creation of positive narratives that was mentioned earlier. That we need young people actually to counter anti-hate speech online by creating those positive narratives in the online sphere. At this moment, the project combines peer education and media monitoring in order to obtain a two-folded result. So practically the peer education as a methodology to achieve a direct change in the attitudes and action of a higher number of young people. But then on the other hand, the monitoring to contribute to better understanding and a more systematic change of policies through advocacy, because is also needed. It's not only to be present in the online sphere, but we also need to advocate and change community standard guidelines, code of conduct, etc., etc. So we actually need to work on that as well. But what we're noticing so far is it's very interesting how actually anti-Gypsyism in the online sphere is there. So you have like let's say posts, or let's call them actions, where Roma are overly prejudiced. But then you have one thing that where there's a demonization taking place of people that are tackling anti-Gypsist behavior. So it's like if you stand for Roma, and then you are being demonized. And this is another issue that is appearing in the online sphere. But then also many people are not aware that they are actually participating in anti-Gypsyism in the online sphere. So they're being part of a so-called involuntary anti-Gypsyism. So they are not really anti-Gypsist or racist, but they are joining the crowd. So they're sharing images, memes, etc., etc. But yeah, this is one important aspect to also to know. One more thing is the purpose of why we are monitoring, but also why we are having actually peer education. We need to actually understand what kind of discourse emerges there. Who are those that are racialized, or who are those that are racialized? So in the sense, like, who are doing it and who are the victims of it? So here we can actually see that there is one open discourse which is very easy for us to follow, because it has racist slurs, it's grossly offensive, it's very dehumanizing. So this is very easy for us to follow. But then there is a kind of coded discourse where they're using slangs, there's irony, there's fake accounts, memes. So this coded discourse we cannot really follow if we are not involved in like this closed discussion groups online, etc., etc. So this is another thing that we need to be aware of when we are speaking about anti-Gypsyism appearing online. That most of the time there's like this coded discourse happening. Like recently there were cases, for example, in North Macedonia, when the former prime minister wanted to congratulate the 8th of April in the Romanes. So he spoke Romanes. But then this was actually used to create a huge online campaign, actually laughing about how he spoke Romanes by the non-Roma. And they started to create even memes, like trolling a whole community, trolling the Roma community with their own language. So this is very, very dangerous, because there are certain levels of aggressivity or toxicity of hate speech which reinforce stereotypes, but then also spread myths and disinformation. So in a way, when you encounter most of the time anti-Gypsist hate speech online, tries to justify exclusion, stigmatization of Roma community. So they try to justify why they're being racist in the online sphere. So this is also to that most of the time we are also engaging. I'm already mentioned memes, but these are non-textual forms of memes, multimedia materials, hashtags, taggings, where the Roma community is also being attacked. And if we look at it, we can see that anti-Gypsyism in the online sphere can be treated as spectacular, which is highly visible racism that follows highly publicized events like the pandemia. I don't know, Gypsies did it, or they do this, like it's very spectacular. Then afterwards you have comments emerging, and the hate speech is just on a peak, is rising. But then you also have explicit racism, where there are some kind of milder events, but and most of the time this is what Radhika was mentioning, statements of the politicians or the public figures or the media reports. So they are actually using this kind of speech against the Roma, most of the time to demonize the community or to just scapegoat them for their own political means. And then there's this, let's say, a long-tailed racism, which is constantly there, but not necessarily triggered by any event. So you can, it's just, you just go on YouTube, just watch a Roma video and just follow the comments. So this is a long-tailed anti-Gypsyism there. So it's always, there is no need to actually to trigger it. So it's just appears there. And yeah, to keep it short, actually, this is what I was saying in the beginning, that there is a need to create counter narratives and to act on it. But it becomes more difficult if we are not part of the processes, like the code of conduct exercise, the monitoring exercise as a Roma civil society, or if we don't advocate for direct changes in some legislation and policies of hate speech. Because yes, there's always this freedom of speech, you know, but freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of responsibility, you know, or free, that you need to be accountable for what we are saying online. And this is very difficult. I mean, most of the time, those that are, let's say, quite seasoned in doing this, they have always fake accounts. So you cannot really follow them and to take measures against it. But again, we are at a good, let's say, road to actually do this and to tackle it, because we already have our partners, Roma NGOs, that are part of those exercises happening at the European level. But then we need more. We need allies. We need to create advanced researches, speaking about academic advanced researches on this topic. We need to alliances with other stakeholders. Like, for example, Ergo is now trying to work together with ENAC, the International Network Against Hate, against cyber hate. So we need more and more synergies like that in order to be able to tackle anti-Gypsist online hate speech.
Oh, that was really good statement, Mustafa. And that somehow carried me to think about, well, how this battlefield that you mentioned has moved from real life to online, but still is a battle. And again, maybe because I'm a historian and I always try to bring history back and see how our history, our common history can help us. And I was thinking, maybe there is something there. I mean, I know that we are all active on social media and we are combat with our weapons. No? So somehow we should be aware that Roma people are really active on social media. So that's a chance to empower them as a Roma army online. So because we have been fighters, we have been part of military history is part of our history. So why don't think, let's try to think on that, no? So we still have Taisilla, who is, as she said, in the middle of the countryside. So let's say, let's hope that the connection works good for her. So Taisilla, the floor is yours. I'm sorry if I didn't introduce you well. So if you want to take your time to say something about you and to see how you can connect in this debate, okay? So the floor is yours, Taisilla.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I am feeling really honored to be part of this panel. And no, you introduced everything fine. Thank you so much, Miguel. And yeah, my name is Taisia. You can call me Taisia. It's the short version. And I am a member of Sinti Roma Pride. We are a network of activists, and we started to counter hate speech like 7 years ago. And we developed really in a not being just active in the online atmosphere. So we are helping our people who are in need. And so I have here a representation. I hope this will work because I want to share my screen.
Yeah,
we can
see
have some visual presentation. I don't know. Do you see?
Yeah, so we see it. So
yes.
Go on.
Okay. So I will introduce shortly our members or the founders of Sinti Roma Pride. So this is Julie Georg. This is me. This is March, Wojta, Dislo, and
wait, Taisia, there's only like the screensaver, so we don't
okay,
see
so
your...
you don't see my my presentation.
Yeah,
okay.
we don't.
I don't know. Maybe the tech support can help me because I don't know. I just opened.
Yeah, well, yeah, they are going to share the presentation.
Ah, okay. They have to.
So, please, technical support. Can we?
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
So you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Go
Sorry
on.
for the inconvenience. Okay, so as I said, this is Julie. Yeah, this is me. This is March, Wojta, Dislo, and Trauber. They are the founder of Sinti and Roma Pride. So I don't know how to scroll here. I think yes. Okay. So Sinti and Roma Pride was founded 7 years ago, and we felt the need to counter hate speech in a more organized way. And we noticed that racist comments, especially comments and hate against Sinti and Roma, increased in the past year without any action. So that's the reason why we founded Sinti Roma Pride. Why should we be visible in social media? So the reason is clear, and the number of anti-Gypsyism hate speech increased in the last year, especially with COVID and the pandemic situation, as was mentioned before. And we need to enlighten majority society and social media channels about the history, as you said, Miguel, just right now, of Sinti and Roma, and about anti-Gypsyism and the struggle we are facing all over the world. And using these platforms, it's like to raise awareness about our issues, about our struggle, about our history. And it's a chance to change the game, but it's a huge task, we all know that. And of course, especially to empower other Sinti and Roma through social media. So we can develop an army of Roma activists. And it's just time to show up. We were silent for just too long. So now, why is it important to organize in groups? So I think it's always better to stand together and to do it together than just to fight alone. So fighting against hate speech can be mentally really draining. I think we all know that. It's re-traumatizing sometimes by reading all the comments. And organizing in groups is always a mental backup. So we can be stronger together. And there should be never just one person fighting along against this hate speech online. And it's to draw strength and through the support of others. You will just be stronger when you know you are not alone. So the next slide, yeah, there we go. Typical arguments in comments can be like recurring comments like I won't reproduce the racial slur, all G word are criminal and dirty. I was in contact with Sinti and Roma and then the list goes on and on. I know one of the community and it feels not oppressed through the word, like the Z word in Germany or the G word. And recurring positive comments like positive racism. Racism is always racism. And there are negative racism and there are positive racism. And this recurring positive comments are like, I connect with a G word with a free lifestyle, and or the music and the dancing. So this exotic and romantic view on our culture, which is always like reproducing. Okay, so how we can do it? Raising awareness of hate speech online through activist groups, like we everybody here do it or is a member, or everyone can share a post through Sinti Roma Pride Facebook community on our like website on Facebook. And so he or she can get support. And Sinti Roma Pride calls out in his internal community we are around like 1,000 members and we all support each other. So if someone is in a debate with some racist comments or anti-Gypsyism comments, we will be there. And so like it was mentioned before, it's important to report hate speech or posts or comments. And yeah, so I think everybody experienced that even we report hate speech or racist behavior and comments and so on, it won't be like charged. And so and that's very important to share positive life stories based on your own, like I don't know, like mine. So I can tell, like we came from Russia to Germany, so so our parents would provide us a better life. So I can be today an actress, and I'm educated. I went to school and stuff like that. So you can use you as a positive example if you wish. Anti-Gypsyism should have a positive opposite position. So it's never good to fight hate with hate. Okay, and here are some hints. So mobilize other activists about anti-Gypsyism content online. Share enlightening links with facts about anti-Gypsyism and about facts about Sinti and Roma, like history facts. Report racist comments. Share your education story, like be a positive role model, like I said before. if you notice the person is resistant to being educated, stop trying to convince. It's really exhausting and you will lose. It's the truth, the sad truth. And it's not always convincing the single person. There are always silent readers. So if you put a positive comment against a hate comment, there will always be silent readers, and that's a good thing. So we have a quote, beside people who can accept another view, there will be a bunch who will accept, who will appreciate, to quote like directly. Yeah, for instance, we have some screenshots from, yeah, like our platform. So this was a report of the Arte channel. It's a TV channel, and here is a comment like, yeah, I've seen another documentation or report. It says like they were 3 to 5 families living in under one roof and all that stuff, and the list goes on. You can imagine. So the next slide would be our response. You can link others like our member did. So we will see it and we will support each other against this hate speech. So always link others, and then you can start with sharing facts like Wojta did. And be a role model, like I said before. Add your own story if you wish. You don't have to add every single private part, but just to summarize like your educational background or whatever. If you wish to be a positive role model, do add your story. And then you will get positive feedback from the others. We hear a lot or read a lot like, oh, thank you, I didn't know that, thank you for education. So stay positive and stay hopeful, and let's stand together, and thank you for your attention.
Oh, that was, oh yeah, that was really, really good, because it seems like kind of common sense used, no, in this battle, no, that though I could recognize many of the things that we all have been doing, no, for some years in social network, like how to combat in a daily life these kind of attitudes. So I think we now have Luis is over there, because he seemed that he, yes, she is there. So let me introduce Luis, because she was kind of busy, and then she shows up. And I love her bio. She's kind of small, so let me read it. So Louis Brooks Jones is a Romani activist based in the West Midlands. And she's a co-founder of the Diclo Collective, which provides free cultural parcels to Romani people globally, and co-founder of Traveler Pride and LGBT plus Gypsy Roman Traveler campaign group, which brought the first Gypsy Roman Traveler representation to London Pride in 2019. So, dear Louis, are you there? No. So
yes,
I don't know if you could follow a bit the others, what the others say, but so now the floor is yours. So please share with us your knowledge and experience.
Thank you. So today I'll be speaking on the subject of intersectionality and anti-Gypsyism in regards to social media. As someone who runs like an online platform of over 2,000 people, something that I've found is commonplace in like our experience is you are just simply open season to anti-Gypsyism, discrimination and hate rhetoric from the entire online kind of public, as you'd say. you're completely open to hate remarks, kind of just direct anger and rage coming from all facets of mainstream society. So this can include people who are non-Roma, this can include your own community, and this can include other different facets of identity that you're just consistently expected to take, to be okay with, to adapt to. And it's something that can be really hard as a young Roma person in terms of like just adapting your identity to these sometimes intensely personal, emotional, and just quite scary at times remarks. So for example, I run the Diclo Collective with someone who's a close friend of mine who is also a Roma woman. And something which I've personally noticed is that as Romani women on online platforms, we're targeted in this entirely different way that can be incredibly violent. And we're just expected to continue with our daily lives after experiencing such intense, sometimes threats to our lives, threats to, you know, our lived experiences. Like, it's not uncommon for us as a platform to have people reaching out and simply saying, oh, a Roma person once took my dog, what, you know, you're an awful people. And we're expected to like give this unpaid labor, this kind of education on our culture, our history, our personhood to just random people at all times, which ends up actually taking up a lot of our kind of our free time, our kind of time that we would use to spend on us for self-care, on educating wider society for essentially for free. And this is why I get onto the topic of, in terms of intersectionality, I think general society has these assumptions that if you occupy space as an ethnic minority woman, you're expected to educate at all times. You're expected to be a living representation for your entire community all the time, on the clock, 24/7. You should always expect to let people know everything about your family, everything about your history, everything about kind of racism. Like, we would have people reaching out just to know, you know, very personal questions about like, oh, what is your family like? What is your history like? What is the Roma people like? And it actually ends up taking just so much time. I think what makes it really hard is that this then becomes an expectation of anyone who occupies an online space who identifies as Roma or Romani, or, you know, any of these like kind of groups. And you're just treated as if you should just always be doing this. You should always be ready to, you should always be with a big smile on your face, ready to answer any question that someone who is non-Roma or anyone in general society should have. And it means that you're technically on the clock working 24 hours a day and don't have any time to essentially clock out of your work. And I feel like this ties into intersectionality in terms of the expectations of women, in terms of emotional labor and unpaid labor. Because in my general life, like, I'm on welfare and can't even secure a job at like McDonald's or KFC. But then online, I'm the spokesperson for my entire community when we are so diverse and come from such different groups, such different languages. And that's just a daily expectation of you at all times. And even if the questions can be inherently violent, we are constantly having to occupy space in a way that is palatable to them. So we always have to be fully positive, fully in the space as palatable young Romani women. And if we deviate outside of that box, we are considered aggressive. We endanger our entire movement. And this is like our lived experience in daily life. And I see it in so many people. And then what ends up happening is young Romani women get burnout very fast in like our Roma rights spaces, because it's essentially a revolving door of abuse, trauma, and online attacks. It's not uncommon for Romani women online to be doxxed with their full legal name and address leaked to the public, and the world moves on. There's no kind of call out on this aspect, because not only are we occupying space as women, we are also ethnic minority women. So there's no kind of check-ins in that sense, in terms of mental health, in terms of how we are doing emotionally, in terms of our well-being, in terms of how we are like trying to navigate life as people who are just consistently gotten at from all different ends of the spectrum. Because something that I can speak about in terms of intersectionality is that, like, in terms of what we provide as a project, in terms of providing people with cultural packages, which include like diclos, hair ribbons, which I sew myself, and things of that sort, is that even that can be very like offensive to people. Like when I was in November, like during this pandemic, I would go online and just see so many comments about how we'd given diclos to men, about how we'd given diclos to LGBT men, about how we'd given diclos to unmarried women, and about how this was such a problem, and that we were solely responsible for the eroding of Romani culture, simply for expanding that bracket for Romani people to decide themselves if they would like these cultural items. And I think what I want to bring into this space here is that this is like a daily experience when you're an LGBT Romani person online. You are constantly pinned as being responsible for the eroding of Romani culture and traditions simply by existence, simply by giving people the opportunity to choose what they would like, how they would like to express themselves. And you're robbed of like your ability to have nuance, your ability to have softness in this aspect. And it's constant. Like the hate speech that you experience online is so visceral, so violent. Sometimes it's death threats, and you feel powerless because all of these platforms do nothing when you report it in terms of what they are going to do. Like the amount of times I've tried to report things on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, and nothing has happened because it's not deemed to go against community guidelines. So what you're left with is this hole inside yourself where you're like, oh, how come everyone else can exist so comfortably online, or seemingly so, whilst you're being consistently attacked from every aspect of like community and mainstream society, whilst also sitting in line with a lot of intersectional aspects of identity. And you have no idea how to advocate for yourself, because advocating for your LGBT self, or your, like all women's rights or things like that seems to actively annoy and frustrate even people within your own community as in Romani. And then the moment you start advocating for your LGBT rights or things like that, your Romaniness is delegitimized. So that's what you're navigating. Either you be your whole self and bring all this nuance as intersectional Romani people in terms of your identity, or you have to be a monolith, consistently moving around society in this like one box that we're given. And I think this is also the politics of low expectations of what mainstream society expects of Roma people. They think that we can only occupy in one box of Roma within their preconceived ideas of what that looks like from the media and from the like kind of content that they're kind of taking in terms of My Big Fat Gypsy Weddings or any kind of like racist media about us. And then they project it onto us as a community and use it as a bartering tool as to how much we are valid in our own community and in our own spaces. So this is like what happens for intersectional Romani people online, is you are consistently kind of under this canopy of discrimination and hate speech that will never get accounted for. So you just internalize it. Like over the past year with Traveller Pride, we've had so many young people contacting us about suicidal thoughts, being kicked out of homes, all kinds of stuff, and nothing ever changes. Like we're expected as Romani people who are intersectional have made the choice to create a space that isn't already there. All of the kind of labor, time, and emotional energy is put onto us as a community to do stuff for free and just create stuff out of nothing, like magicians. and there's no support. Like, we had young people who were given like one night of safe housing after having a life threat, having someone send them photos of a gun and saying, we're going to kill you for being transgender. And it's like, you're consistently navigating this world online where not only are you being told that you're not enough, you don't have the right to exist as an intersectional person who is Romani with nuance, but you're also consistently online seeing this like rainbow world of equality, being told that everything's getting better, that everyone's accepted and supported. And then in your everyday life, we have our own youth who are LGBT, who are intersectional, being rejected by mainstream society. And then we're then told that it's our fault because our culture is apparently inherently unequal or inherently discriminative. And this is the issue. Society doesn't provide us with the tools to kind of heal from 1,000 years of trauma. And then they blame it on us. Then they turn around and they say, oh, well, you know, your community is just, you know, backwards when it comes to human rights. So we don't have to provide for you in that aspect. But then you log on online on Instagram, on Twitter, and you see all this kind of harmony with being LGBT, being a woman, all this intersectional feminism going on that consistently excludes us. Like, we are one of the largest ethnic minorities across Europe. We are one of the most discriminated groups across Europe. Yet I hear nothing in mainstream feminist dialogue online about our issues, about you know, our situation and positions in society. And the times that I do, people get very excited about Romani people being in these spaces because their minds are blown that we can occupy space. But then you try and follow up on Instagram, on Twitter, on email. Oh, hi, we met you at this event. Then it dries up. It's like it just disappeared. And that's what you're consistently expected to deal with. We're always having to perform, which is like what we've historically had to do to survive. It feels like nothing has changed apart from slight changes to make it more palatable to society. We are still having to perform to survive. We are still having to consistently kind of, you know, occupy space in this very binary way for people to even look at us. And then you can't even follow up. You can't do anything with your time.
Luis,
Sorry.
can you please try to conclude? Just to...
Of course. So to conclude, intersectionality online is becoming fatal. People who are intersectional, especially young Romani women, especially young LGBT, is becoming incredibly dangerous, incredibly lethal for young people because mainstream society ultimately does not care. And if we're going to heal those aspects, we have to build solidarity and we have to have other people from other aspects of society take that move, not us. It's always us having to do stuff. And I think mainstream society has to do that labor and that work for once, and not us as unpaid young people online trying to make change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luis. That was a really, well, for me, was really powerful statement. So, and I want you to know that there is love there. So feel the love that we all, I know that we are all trying to give to you. Okay. So now we have my primo Iñaki, who is the last one in this panel, but not that's the privilege of the elders and the wise people. So please, primo Iñaki, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm very glad to be here with our colleagues and brothers and sisters, learning so much. And I just want to, oh my God, is it the left telephone? No. I would like, oh God, sorry. I would like just to add to the CV of Miguel Angel that Maria exposed before, because this is about love. that Miguel is a very good person, and it is the most important. I'm very, very happy you introduced myself in this panel, Miguel. And let me share my screen to my presentation. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. I can say, wait a little bit. It's okay. You see my, yeah, now. Okay, perfect. Okay, Lechoribes, buenos días, good morning from Madrid. It's an honor for me and from the Ketane platform to participate in this panel, sharing with all the people who are watching this international conference, this important event, our experience in fight against anti-Roma hate speech and social networks. First of all, I would like to briefly share with you what is the Ketane platform. Who are we? Ketane means together in Romani language, and the name defines our organization. We are a representative platform of the Roma associative movement in Spain, which works for the unity and for the emancipation for the Roma people. We are an interlocutor with the public institutions and with other social agents. The Ketane platform is the main organization led by Roma people in Spain. You know that, Miguel Ángel, it is very important for us. Acting as an umbrella confederation and advocating for the national and regional governments. We got 27 member organizations with a strong background of more than 30 years of struggle for Roma inclusion. 14 of them are organizations that act mainly in the regional and local level. We got 8 Roma women's organizations that are growing in number and influence in recent years. We got Roma youth organizations, Roma migrations organizations, associations that promote Romani language, and 14 organizations of the National Roma Council developing an important work on this consultative body of the national government. This is the territory in which our organizations work, practically all of Spain. For the Ketane platform, since its creation in 2012, addressing the public image that is projected in the media and on internet has always been a priority, knowing that much of the discriminations that we suffer as a Roma people is built on the social network, in the media, on television, and on the writing press. For the last 5 years, we have been developing the Romani-Pative program, Roma Dignity, which works to combat anti-Gypsyism in the media and social networks. Among other tasks, we do a lot of tasks, believe me, Romani-Pative publishes an annual report on anti-Gypsyism in the media and on internet. We always start our reports with an analysis of the context because it seems essential to us to carry out to this exercise to reach the correct conclusions. I share with you some of the conclusions of our 2020 report. So, anti-Roma racism, anti-Gypsyism is a political issue, not a moral one, as it is a structural aspect of the society across Europe. Fighting anti-Gypsyism by trying to change the perception that the majority society has of our people, for us and for our opinion, is no longer a valid strategy. Anti-Gypsyism is institutional because it's related to the historical legacy of the modern state, and it is performed by those same institutions. As well, the general strategy of part of the Roma movement has been, mainly in Spain, for too long, focused on reacting to racist statements, racist news, or racist actions. Sisters and brothers, reacting sometimes is absolutely necessary, but taking the lead and managing this content is essential in our opinion. And using the networks as a form of resistance is to honor our historical memory, is a Roma way, is our own way. Roma are resisted terrible episodes in our history by avoiding individualism and respecting our own diversity. I would like to show you the 4 strategies lines that we developed in the Roma Initiative program. The first one is creating networks of resistance. Obviously, with Roma and pro-Roma organizations, whether they are members of Ketanet or not. With the media sensitive to the anti-racist fight and the social justice, for example, in Spain, El Salto, Contexto, Picar Magazine, or La Directa. We have many more. Currently, 19 media are collaborating with us. With journalism, communication, the academy, and justice professionals, we have 32 professionals collaborating with us now. With cyber activists, we got now 389 individual collaborators on social networks, and developing the necessary empathy between the different actors to overcome existing barriers, as with the video anti-racist cliques that I hope you will see. The second line, anti-discrimination network, La Red Antidiscriminatoria Gitana. We have created this tool of a great success, transcendence, and scope. It is a place for a change of experiences and collaborations, holding so many kinds of events, seminars, and workshops with a great participation. We create resources for professionals such as photos, videos, music, stories, and offering ourselves as a source for the media, and elaborating specific action plans for each area of action, organizations, media, professionals, and cyber activists. The third line, Roma counter-narrative. I confess to you, this is the strategic line of work, what motivates so much our team, our organization. We do it in a permanent dialogue with the media allies, putting in value the new Roma voices that attract new audiences and new topics to these sensitive media with the anti-racist fight. Giving a loudspeaker to diverse Roma voices. In this way, we make Roma voices emerge that previously did not have the opportunity to go out on the public stage. And creating our own account of current affairs and of our identity construction. This is the most relevant aspect for us, and it has been consolidated in the last few years. And driving a positive line of action that has an ever-growing number of followers, in contrast to reacting to racist statements that only give racist ones more opportunities to reply, to spread their hateful message. And the last strategic line is monitoring anti-Roma hate speech. Obviously, introducing anti-Gypsyism as an item to be analyzed in a specific way, a specific category of racist bias. Collaborating with a public institution such as a Spanish Observatory of Racism and Xenophobia, ERIAC, or with the European project Alreco that makes algorithms in Twitter, or with the monitoring related with the European Code of Conduct against online hate speech. And creating reports or documents as the main tool to develop advocacy. Yes, advocacy, because we consider anti-Gypsyism as a political issue, as I mentioned before. Finally, the best tool we have of a Roma movement is to show our dignity as a people. Those who spread hate try to denigrate us, to dehumanize us. Let's show our dignity. Let's show ourselves as a resistant people, and we will surely win this battle as well. Thank you very much for your attention and for your time. And I wish all of you and your families and you dear people that you have a lot of health and a lot of freedom. Sastipen, Taimestepen, nice to get, nice to menge.
Thank you very much, Primo Iñaki. I mean, we already took 10 minutes from the following panel. So, and I guess we don't have much time, although I wish we have like the whole day to discuss, because I have learned a lot with this long trip that we took from the exposition of this, how the stranger is constructed through the media, as Maria has stated, how Ergo is working with this idea of learning by researching, but at the same time working on this idea of balancing data and counter data. And then for me was also really good that this how Taisilla, he was like, please, I'm in the middle of the countryside, and then we discovered that even from the countryside you can fight this in this battle. Then thank you, Louis, for your emotional exposition. This how hard it is to be 24/7 emotionally exposed, and how complicated it is even for a big part of the Romani people to understand how complex intersectionality works in online speech. This idea of occupying space, I think that I love that idea of we need to occupy a space even online. And then this idea of healing thousands years of trauma. Well, I think that was a powerful statement. And then my dear Primo Iñaki, well, I think with what Iñaki has tried to show us is how to organize the rage online to combat hate speech. So we need to be somehow organized through institutions, through a different kind of institutionality, but somehow we have to promote ways to organize the rage that we feel when we are subject of hate speech. So I don't know if I might have missed many things, but I think I try to draw a line trying to summarize all the presentations. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure for me to try to moderate this debate, and I have learned a lot. So, and then I pass the floor to the next panel. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. So it is 5:30 in the morning here, so I'm joining you live from North America. Very happy to see you, still with my morning voice and my coffee. We are now on what I believe is the last panel of this beautiful conference. And we spent the past 2 days talking about many things pertaining to media. And I think this panel is a nice way to close the conversation as to how can we move forward? How can we do something so that people on the internet can really feel safe, right? This is what I'm seeing. So building a safe and this respectful social media environment. We know that hate speech disproportionately affects Roma and Sinti, as well as other vulnerable groups. So what is the role of intergovernmental organizations, internet companies, as well as government in ensuring that the internet is safe, is a safe space to navigate? And how can we guarantee that Roma do take part in initiatives regulating social media? Fascinating question, very much looking forward to seeing what our panelists have to say. So today we are joined by, give me a minute. by a few people here who will speak on many different levels, which I think is quite interesting. So Tommaso Chiamparino from the EU Code of Conduct to Prevent and Counter the Spread of Illegal Hate Online, and Bastian Winkel, Vice Chair of Council of Europe Committee of Experts on Combating Hate Speech, Selma Muhic, board member of the International Network Against Cyber Hate, Bridging the Online with Human Rights, quite interesting. And finally, but not the least, Gilda Horvath, journalist and ERIAC board member, who has many other hats that I will not name for the purposes of time. So I will start with Tommaso. Tommaso, you're the coordinator of Combating Anti-Muslim Hatred, European Commission. Tommaso Chiamparino is the European Commission's coordinator on combating anti-Muslim hatred. In his role, he's worked to ensure robust and holistic responses across the Commission services. Fighting anti-Muslim hatred requires efforts and funds in the area of teaching and education, he says, in the area of integration and social inclusion policies, in these areas of employment and non-discrimination. I will end it here, Tommaso, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lela, and good morning to you, afternoon to shortly to all the other participants, and thanks for inviting me. I'm representing the European Commission and the Director General for Justice and Fundamental Rights unit here, which has a team that works on combating hate crime and hate speech on racist and xenophobic grounds, and in particular then some specific work is carried out, as you mentioned, on specific grounds like anti-Gypsyism, anti-Muslim hatred, anti-Semitism, and so on, which I follow directly. But my contribution today is mostly as the person that has, together with other colleagues, followed since 2016 the implementation of the EU Code of Conduct on combating hate speech online. And so I'd like to quickly present that initiative, because I think some of its aspects are actually quite relevant to discuss today, in particular when it comes to the role of activists and civil society organizations that from the ground and working on different aspects of racism and xenophobia, including anti-Gypsyism, can be relevant. So we started the Code of Conduct, which is a voluntary tool signed with major IT platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and just recently we onboarded as well TikTok in 2016, and building it on two axes, essentially. First of all, it's a voluntary tool, so it goes in support of what should actually be the core business here, which is law enforcement on the grounds of existing legislation on tackling hate crime and hate speech, as you know, is has to be enforced in Europe in national contexts. So in support to that, we created this tool on voluntary basis with two ideas. First of all, that we should make sure that IT companies had in place systems to quickly assess flags and content that is flagged to them for being hate speech, and take down if necessary. So what we call notice and action mechanism should be there, and this should work quickly and effectively. And secondly, the Code of Conduct brought forward the idea that there needs to be, since it's such a, and you probably said it in the previous session as well, it's such a broad and societal challenge here we're dealing with. You have to bring together all the key actors, be it national authorities, international organization if it is needed, civil society organizations, the platforms, as well as other categories, including law enforcement, obviously. So mechanisms of cooperation between all these actors have to be put in place. So these are the two legs on which the Code of Conduct has been walking. Now, what we did over the years was not just to throw there a piece of voluntary commitments and wait for things to happen. We tried together with many colleagues from national authorities and NGOs to make that become a sort of a living document that we could check, assess, monitor, and work on it on a regular basis, putting also pressure, in particular on the IT companies, to deliver on the commitments that are there. So we established, for example, a monitoring system that on a regular basis, through the help of many civil society organizations, and Selma, that is with me in the panel, is part of those. Iñaki from Ketana that spoke before, is also a part of that group, and many other are there, and many other could also continue to join if it is interesting. And the idea being that we keep this continuous pressure on IT platforms to deliver on their, in particular on their mechanisms to take down content. But interestingly, that dynamic of monitoring the platforms has, on the one hand, created some good progress, meaning that the peer pressure and the reputational risks of not being sufficiently good made them evolve in an interesting way and take interesting measures to be more effective in taking down the content, but also created a space for dialogue between the platforms, and in particular their trust and safety teams, content management people in the platform, those that really deal with how content is organized on their systems and their services, and civil society organizations that work on specific grounds, that work from the ground, so that they know the specificities of hate speech from different perspectives. And that sort of interesting dynamic is that on a regular basis, there are occasions of exchange and cooperation, which go in the direction of increasing the capacity of those that deal with content in the platforms to understand the context-related specificities of hate speech, as well as the, let's say, community-related specificities of hate speech. So talking to a Roma organization in, let's make the example, in Slovakia or in Czech Republic, has great interest for content management people in IT platforms that need to understand how does hate speech configure in that specific context, and when attacking those specific groups, to be able to quickly deal with it and remove and take down and go after all the other pieces of content that do resemble that. So you see, through that mechanisms of monitoring, the interesting dynamic that then was enacted is this continuous exchange that now is taking place, and we are working on further increasing in the future between those that represent the affected communities, those that are actually representing the victims of hate speech on social media, and the people on the platforms that have to take directly and concretely measures on content. And so we're seeing now also in terms of developments that we observe, that this is becoming really a sort of a common practice to have these exchanges. Google just recently launched a safety center. I might not be precise in quoting it, but it's essentially a sort of center of expertise where all players like civil society organizations, experts, lawyers, and so on can exchange on how to get this right and make sure that hate speech is stamped out from social media. And more will be coming, I would say, in particular when looking at now the use that is made, for example, of automatic tools for detecting hate speech, because we see that the platforms are evolving in that direction. Hate speech is very complicated to be captured by machines, so we're running late in that respect. And there is obviously also some preoccupation, legitimate preoccupation, for not infringing on freedom of expression, not infringing on censorship and similar aspects. But what is interesting is that the more machines get subtle and precise in capturing content, the more humans that do the further checks before content is eventually possibly taken down. You see that in that connection, humans that do the check need to be as effective as possible. And so again, the engagement with activists, with organizations working on specific field is extremely important. So I'll leave you with just this last message saying, this is a continuous work from our side. So we can count already on many organizations that work on anti-Gypsyism, anti-Roma racism in this field of work. But if there is interest from others to join in, we're all ears and we're happy to onboard new participants. So I'll stop here, and then if there are questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tommaso. We will now, I'm seeing you're talking quite hopefully in increasing the communication and maybe hopeful for the future to be continued later on. Bastian Winkill, you're the Vice Chair of the Council of Europe Committee on Expert on Combating Hate Speech. Let's give the floor to you because we are quite short on time.
Yes, thank you very much, Leila. A warm welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for inviting me to this meeting. I see a lot of familiar faces. I see a lot of new faces, and that's always the best environments to get good discussions on this. And I really, my congratulations for organizing this online meeting. It's already a challenge to organize a conference in the physical world. Not to say how much challenges we meet to make a digital meeting in here, and well, that already is some kind of a bridge to why the Council of Europe took up the idea to come up with some new recommendation on human rights in a digital environment that are connected to this digital environment. For example, topics like artificial intelligence and hate speech. And Tommaso already gave some examples why it is important to focus on artificial intelligence. And this new recommendation on hate speech, at this moment, a draft recommendation is being prepared by the Experts Committee on Combating Hate Speech. And I'm the Vice Chair of this committee. We will come up with a draft this spring, and a public consultation will be held over the summer. Then you have to think July, August, after which the experts committee will present a draft to the steering committees, and after that for adoption and submission to the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Today, I'd like to share some challenges with you, some challenges that the experts in the committee are meeting, and I hope that's a good basis also for further discussion in this session. The first challenge we're meeting as experts is the one side we have the legal perspective, and on the other hand we have the victim's perspective. If you have a look at the victims at a legal perspective, then of course there are all these Council of Europe legal standards. Some of them are part of the European Convention of Human Rights. Some of them are more soft law, and it's really a challenge to find a balance in this, especially when you look at some researches on the victim's perspective. When we have a look at the research there is at this moment on who and the people that are affected by hate speech, it gives an image that's not always the groups of persons that are equal to the groups that are most protected by treaty law, treaty legislation. For example, Roma and Sinti people, for example, LGBTI people. And in the session we had before, we already talked about this intersectionality, which is very interesting and also makes the discussion very more complicated as well. So the challenge we are meeting is do we really have to to follow this very strict legal standards, or can we go broader, and should we take into perspective this victim's perspective as well? When you have a look at the regulatory approaches to address hate speech, a lot of countries are developing this in a rapid pace. I name Germany, France, the UK, Austria, but it's surely not the complete list of countries. And then we also note EU proposals for Digital Services Act, for example, and Digital Markets Act, which were just published in December, but not just adopted. The second perspective I'd like to share with you is the perspective of the hate speech versus freedom of speech. Should we also only focus on utterances that fall under criminal law? If the EU has a discussion on including hate speech in the list of EU crimes, well, it's quite evident that this should focus on criminal law. This is focusing on law enforcement authorities working together, which gives a small definition of hate speech. But if we really look at the roots of hate speech, it does not start with a criminal law offense. It does not start with discrimination, but it starts much more before. And we have to find an answer on that. So the expert committee wants to provide an encompassing yet concise definition of hate speech for the purpose of the recommendation, and is aware in doing so it must distinguish between 3 layers of applicable liabilities. And that's the hate speech that is subject to criminal liability, the hate speech that does not reach the threshold for criminal liability, but is subject to civil or administrative liability, and hate speech that does not entail criminal, civil, or administrative liability, but still raises concern in terms of tolerance, civility, and respect for the rights of others. So the text of the recommendation will address this when defining hate speech and the need for a comprehensive approach, arguing that to address all 3 layers of liability, including online, will require different legal and non-legal measures as appropriate, and strategies from the member states and other stakeholders, including internet intermediaries and civil society actors. So we have to focus on awareness raising, on education and victim support, self-regulation, national and international cooperation, and of course the coordination between stakeholders. And then we come to the third challenge, which is the responsibility of internet providers and social media platforms. Because normally spoken, a recommendation is written for member states of the Council of Europe. But we cannot do it without the internet providers and social media platforms if we really want to combat online hate speech. So internet companies should ensure full respect for human rights, as outlined by the ministers, for example, already in a recommendation on human rights and business, and the UN guiding principles on business on human rights. We expect these social media social media platforms and this internet providers to evaluate how their products and services affect human rights of the users and the public through periodic and publicly available human rights impact assessments. And we may expect that companies align their online moderation policies concerning hate speech and oversight mechanism with human rights law and standards. And then in particular, of course, the European Convention on Human Rights and jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights. That includes that companies limit the spread or block content that clearly passes the criminal threshold, or if in doubt, trigger independent reviews of the content, and take appropriate action on content that violates civil and administrative law in line with their own moderation policies. And there also we come to the question, who is in the end deciding on where the threshold is on criminal law and administrative law or private law. Is that really the companies who are going to decide where the freedom of speech ends? Or is it the member states that can decide it? And is it our European values that decide that? Yeah? Can a social platform decide for a politician not to be a member of that platform anymore without them breaking criminal law? Well, that are really the challenges we are facing, and I would be very grateful to have a discussion with you on these three topics. So thank you very much for now. That was my short introduction.
Thank you so much, Bastian. Very much to unpack here as well. We will now move on to Selma Muhic-Dizarevic, board member in the International Network Against Cyber Hate, ENAC, building the online with human rights. Selma holds a PhD in public and social policy. She works at the Department of Civil Society Studies at Charles University, Faculty of Humanities. Her main research interest in social exclusion and questions of civil society in regard to minority rights, gender and hate speech. She cooperates actively with nonprofit organizations, both nationally and internationally. She was a visiting scholar at UC Berkeley, California, and she's currently a board member of the International Network and Cyber Hate. And she works as a senior researcher with Romea. Selma, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And thank you for this quick introduction with so many information. Well, first of all, welcome. Hello from Prague. I am in isolation due to my COVID positive results. So if I'm not at the top of my form right now, please bear with me. I will probably have to drink something from time to time. So I would just like to ask if yeah, okay, great. This is exactly what I wanted to say. You're reading my mind. I just have a couple of supporting slides, and I will ask you later on to move, but I will talk mostly from my prepared notes. So my plan is to say something about ENAC and then to comment a little bit on the monitoring exercise and some of the experiences that I had working with or cooperating with platforms during the monitoring exercise. So maybe just to say, and this is like the basic message of my contribution today. Thank you for organizing this. Thank you for inviting me. And the basic message is that we need more Roma organizations to become involved, both in the work of International Network Against Cyber Hate. I've been warning about this, that we need this representation. Currently, Romea, who specializes in all forms of anti-Gypsyism and combating anti-Gypsyism, is a member of ENAC, but we need more people because this is simply the principle, you know, that not everyone can be expert on everything. We have experts on anti-Semitism, and we like some other experts too, like, for example, those who are focused on anti-refugee and anti-Muslim hate. But also what we are missing in the network is stronger representation of the organizations. And that goes also for the monitoring exercise, at least from the list that I was available to see. There are organizations that focus on hate speech as such, but I would be really happy to see more people that are involved in anti-Gypsyism and combating anti-Gypsyism. That is something that is reflected in the monitoring exercise. We need to understand, obviously, that monitoring exercise is not a representative kind of research. Maybe I'm talking now from with my academic hat on, but I just wanted to warn about that. So its strength is in testing the platforms, in making the communication better and smoother, in explaining the platforms why and how this has to be dealt with. But it is true that the individual types of hates as defined by the Commission and that we also work with and we are okay with it, it reflects a little bit this representation of the organizations. And I'm glad that Tommaso is here, because my interpretation, and then he can confirm or deny that, is that actually organizations are welcome to join. And I spoke already with a couple of organizations that focus on anti-Gypsyism, and I would really like to see them participating in the next cycle of the monitoring exercise. And something about INA, just that it was founded in 2002 by the NGO, German NGO Jugendschutznet and Magenta Foundation, together with Complaints Bureau for Discrimination in the Netherlands. And currently it has more than 20 organizations, and the number is not so big, but the spread is really amazing from my perspective. Not only EU, but Europe, Africa, Asia, Americas, many languages, specific contexts. It also provides the possibility to report hate speech. It manages the database of hate speech and removal. It participates in many projects and publications. And what is important, and this is maybe the second important message from my perspective, is that we don't want to focus on removal only. We want to focus on education and training. This is what we also do within the INA. We focus on social media. We share the news, up-to-date state of affairs when it comes to incidents, changes in regulations. And within the INA, there's also currently a ERIAC project, and you will be able to see this in my at the last slide of my presentation, where we are focusing on anti-Gypsyism and anti-Semitism and creating the hub with tools that should provide you with a lot of material to work on anti-Gypsyism. And if you're interested in your material being included in this hub, please contact me. This feature that I'm now that I mentioned of not only removal but education is also something that I think finds its place in the monitoring exercise, because all the data to identify the persons is removed, so you cannot identify who that specific person was, or at least you can do it with enormous effort. But so it's not about punishing that specific person. It's about communication with much bigger players, and those are the platforms that participate in the monitoring exercise. So during the first 3 monitoring exercises out of total of 5, which were carried out in 2016, 17, and 18 respectively, the category of anti-Gypsyism was not included as a possible ground of hate speech. And in 2019, where the category was introduced, and that you can see that on both of these slides, it ranked 4th after xenophobia, sexual orientation, and anti-Muslim hate. And in the 5th monitoring exercise, it was sexual orientation, xenophobia, anti-Gypsyism. So it was already kind of like it progressed. And there are a couple of organizations that specialize in this, but anti-Gypsyism is a strong type of hate present throughout the EU. Currently, the Commission does not disaggregate data according to the member states, or I wasn't able to find that. And so this is again like how many of the people who are specialized in this, and then I can speak about a bit of the Central European context, or especially Czech Republic and Slovakia, for example. You know, the code term for the Roma people are inadaptables, those who can never adapt to the majority culture. So if you don't know this context, you are unable actually to understand the ramifications of hate speech. Online hatred, what we found in various researches, I mean, I have only 7 minutes, so I cannot provide all the sources. If you need any information about what I'm saying, I'm available at the email. We found that anti-Gypsyism in another project that was called SCAN, also both financed by European Commission, the usual platforms are Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, but there might be variations in individual countries. And In some countries, and it's not the social media only, but blogs and particularly comments under the media outlet context, for example, articles. In the Czech Republic, we had a situation of targeting senior citizens by sending emails, which they have a feeling that comes from someone they know, and therefore are more likely to trust the content. Then the other thing that we cannot so far completely cover within the either monitoring exercise or the shadow monitoring exercise. The shadow monitoring exercise is the exercise done by the NGOs, so not under auspices of the Commission anymore. And we found out, for example, there are a lot of issues regarding fake news, hoaxes, and decontextualization as the prominent tools of spreading hate. I can say an example in the Czech Republic. There are constant fake news about how Romani people are allegedly privileged. They receive special social benefits, free prescription drugs. And even though that has been countless times denied by the Ministry of Social Affairs, we still see them reoccurring. And there are many of these examples, like, for example, in Italy, common fake news reports fabricate the existence of laws allowing Romani people to use public transportation for free, protecting them from being arrested for stealing if the economic value of the stolen goods is so it's this idea that there's somehow that the Roma are somehow specially privileged and that they are receiving, you know, 1,000 euro monthly allowance and that they don't work. Also, I think yesterday the Roma civil monitoring was mentioned. So from there, I would just like to say that the Spanish report came upon two interesting findings, in my opinion. One of those is that in Spain, at least in Spain, the social platforms are reluctant to deal with anti-Gypsies hate speech, and that there is actually an increase of the hate speech directed at Roma. And so sometimes, despite signing the code, and in some countries, it's not guaranteed actually that they will be able to identify and remove the anti-Gypsist hate speech. And also within this other project that I mentioned, SCAN, in our report on anti-Gypsyism, we found out that the posts targeting Romani ethnicity were the least frequently deleted. When we analyzed back all these monitoring exercises. So I would like to say something about the, you can just leave the last slide. These were just the slides for, to see the spread of hate. I would just like to say something about my experience dealing with platforms at various training and kind of like operating models that we have with them. I would just like to stress along the lines, maybe what Tommaso said, you know, they really rely heavily on algorithms. And I was trying to somehow persuade them that it's not enough to be trained in the terms of services or the guidelines of that particular platform. What is necessary also to have some kind of expertise specific for hate speech. And when you think about that, sorry, and that's what I asked them, for the small languages, such as Czech, for example, or Slovenian, there aren't, this pool of experts is not unlimited. So, you know, I was trying to suggest to them that they need to cooperate also with experts. Otherwise, really, you have no chance of understanding the context. And as far as Roma empowerment is concerned in this particular aspect, I wanted to mention that in addition to adding organizations specializing in hate speech and increasing simply the number of people who are Roma or support Roma and have this kind of expertise, I think it's also important that that we negotiate, with the platforms to understand better these aspects of anti-Gypsyism, because we are flooded by anti-Gypsyism, and we can really easily find it. In some contexts, it's kind of like obligatory that you have that. But it is important also, in my opinion, which I also brought up a couple of times with the platforms, some kind of disbalance in the power that I noticed when I worked within the monitoring exercise. The less important the comment, the more likely to be removed. The biggest issue is how to limit, remove, or work with those who instigate hate, because they have become also cunning. They don't really say, like, for example, all Roma are thieves, but they say, look at this situation, and then they show some video or a picture or something, and they say, what do you think? So you cannot report, you cannot report that for any kind of illegal hate speech that someone is asking this question. But they trigger this kind of reaction by the audience, where then, these posts are relatively easily removed. So I'm thinking how to address this power disbalance that I found within the monitoring exercises that I've participated in. And maybe finally, I prepared something like for 7 minutes, but I see that Lila is saying you can go on for a little bit longer. I just wanted to say that we need to build the advocacy networks and also pressure the platforms out of the context of monitoring exercise only. And I think that corporate social responsibility instruments are really giving hope in this. We can work with this, and there are already in the scholarship of the corporate social responsibility different ways to create pressure. But of course, that can only be done if you have some kind of strong coalition. Plus, it is important to understand that the monitoring exercise is about illegal hate speech. But we in the NGO sector also work with the term harmful hate speech. So it's not the hate speech that would potentially reach the threshold of some, let's say, criminal act or breaching some criminal law, which we also don't know because we report it, but most of us are not lawyers. But it's also about the harmful hate speech and how to deal with that. And that, in my opinion, should be dealt with not only by removal or punishment, but also with so-called counter speech that has already been developed. So if people are interested in understanding, how actually, so how actually things work, so this is quite possible. And also we have to address the question of freedom of speech versus anti-discrimination provisions, which is a much bigger issue, not only anti-Gypsyism, not only monitoring exercise. I would say that's the issue for the whole society. On the one hand, we absolutely want to, I'm finishing this sentence. We absolutely have to support free speech. We want to have it as well, but we have to find the limitations in the anti-discrimination provisions. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks to you so much. To wrap up here, I will quickly now pass the floor to Gilda. Gilda, who's a journalist, artist, project manager, communications consultant. She wears many hats, and I will let her speak now. Thank you so much.
Hello, very honored to be here again, and thanks to all the speakers. I think many perspectives, important perspectives on this was already said, and maybe most important for me is that the perspective of all speakers here was not limited to the word hate speech, because the challenge we face is much, much broader than hate speech. Hate speech is just one expression of what we face in the next 10 years to come. It's just the very first impression of what future holds for us in the human rights basis to fight. So I'm starting with data security and social justice. Through artificial intelligence and deep learning, we are technologically able not only to target the data of ethnicities, but also from different minorities via geographic, financial, health criteria, for example. Already today, these technologies are used to regulate the access to human rights, civil rights, via technological apps. For example, we look at China. In China, different groups of people have no access to public transportation or healthcare. And this is monitored through an app that counts social points, which are used and this is only possible
Gilda, your connection is lagging, so if you don't mind just taking the sentence back.
Groups of different access, transportation, or care due to their
Well, we lost Gilda. Hopefully she will be coming back. So I guess we can start having some conversation until she is back. Hopefully she will be back soon. Some things that I'm seeing, we're talking about, changing the narrative and, putting the responsibility on the institutions having social media come in. Oh, Gilda, are you back?
Yes, and I hope it will works better now. Okay. I will just go on where I stopped, if this is okay.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So we were in China, where people can no longer take public transportation if they have no good rating inside the state app. So if you're a good or a bad citizen, is actually based on your bonus points in the state's app. Here, especially language recognition, just one example, in chats, is used to automatically analyze written and soon also spoken word to generate information about the opinion of one single citizen. This is not only relevant to Roma and Sinti, Jewish, Muslim, or queer people. This is also going to the ground of human rights in the free opinion and free speech. And in China, this is not science fiction. This is already reality. So in this way, not only Roma can be targeted again, problems with paying your music abo at Spotify or iTunes can ruin your score as a trustworthy customer. Healthcare insurances can deny you health insurance on the basis of the data you shared on your fitness app, tracking that you don't walk enough steps per day to be a healthy citizen. The technological development requires all levels of policymakers to strengthen the moral and ethical priorities in our society. So this is not only a fight against hate speech, this is a war of values. the value and the question if human rights have a higher priority to us than profit making in this society. This is what it comes to if you close it in the very end. What is more important to us? Is it our values of human rights that we fight for, or are we going to give companies all the freedom, and also states, not only companies, as you can see in China, to go for their profit and use the data for whatever they like? At the present, the discourse is often focused on media self-regulation. But honestly, I'm a journalist too, and I tell you, this is no discussion on free speech. At least it should not be a discussion on media self-regulation. It should be a discussion on companies. In this discourse, we have to separate company from media. Entities with the main focus on distributing news must keep their freedom to report without any further regulations. On the other hand, companies which target is mainly to profit from our data cannot be treated under the same terms as real media news organizations. In other words, CNN can't be treated the same way as Facebook, Google, or Amazon. No way. So if I read some days ago, we have a publishing that might initiate a small revolution in global marketing. It's by Google. Google published that, I citate quotation, Google will no longer build user-level profiles within its ad system, nor will the company use such data to enable targeting on Google sites. This is just a very small promotional text by Google that came out some days ago, but it might initiate the thought for the companies if the law regulations many of us here was talking about go into that direction. So not only regulating hate speech, taking down hate content, come on, to be very honest, counter speech against bots, I don't take the time as a professional counter speech person to sit the whole day to discuss with automatic bots that will never change their mind. And what about the news feed in Facebook? If someone clicks on hate speech one time against Roma, Muslim, Jewish, or queer people, Facebook shows this kind of news again and again. People end up thinking they just see hate speech all day, or fake news, or out of context stuff. So if we think about the regulation of companies, we have to think 5 or 10 years ahead. While we still think about counter speech and taking down content, there is a new app called Clubhouse. Maybe some of you already know that. This app is only for audio files. You talk into that app. You're not visible. You don't post anything. What do you think is this data used for? It's already the first step into language recognition. In some years, nobody will bother about text or having heavy discussion on algorithms. It's about speech direction in the next years. So let's think about where all of this is going in the next years. Let's not stick at where we are at the moment, because companies are already 10 years ahead of our policy making thoughts we are having now. In the end, I just want to quit with, if we put out money out there for people who fight all of this, it's fine, but let's not give only money to fight against. Let's give money for positive examples. For example, TikTok is giving money to people who are guaranteeing high quality content. They take money to get people who are paid to produce cool, good quality and fact-checking content. That's a good thing. We should give more money to that, because I think fighting the bots, the automatic publishers, the real lot of money in far-right publishing agencies already, not a good way. Give money to the people who do good content, positive content, instead fighting automatic bots that we have no chance against, to be really, really honest. So I think at this point, I wrapped it up, everything that I wanted to say at this point. And thanks to everybody in this group who is really doing a great job every day for our human rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naistuka Gilda. We will now move on to the questions. If anybody has any questions, please drop them in. First of all, I'd like to say, does anybody have something to say to wrap up this? I know that Tommaso, you wanted me to intervene. Is there anything that triggered you into all that was said, because you did start the conversation?
Oh, that's fine. It was all very interesting, and so I'm happy to go to the question phase.
Okay. Anybody else? Is there anything you'd like to respond? Because I'm seeing a lot of very interesting conversation on my end. What I'm noticing, one question that pops to my mind is, we talked about regulating and getting the institutions to paying attention, but what about in places where the institutions are not on board? How do we get that conversation going? I'm thinking in certain parts, particularly in Eastern Europe, where the institutions may not necessarily be on board with countering that speech. How do we get that conversation from happening? And another thing I'd like us to touch upon, many people have talking about the solutions that can be taken to counter this hate speech. My question is, are the people affected by the hate speech involved in the drafting the solutions, right? And how can we better involve them? I will let anybody who wants to respond to take it on.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, maybe if along the lines what you said, maybe Tommaso, can you comment on if my interpretation is correct, that the organizations can join the monitoring exercise, turning to you, that it's not a closed circle, so we could expand organizations that are focus on anti-Gypsyism?
Absolutely, Selma, you're correct. It is absolutely the case. We're open to engage and open up the network of organizations that we work with. I would say that in this sense, and also to more Roma organizations that work on anti-Gypsyism, to expand that partnerships. I would say that in this sense, and also to come to your question, Lela, on how what happens in contexts where perhaps there's a feeling, a perception of lower response by authorities, for example. Well, I think in that sense, again, these kind of fora that are facilitated by actors like the Commission, but I would say also the work in which Bastian is involved in the Council of Europe are important, because it is where actually you have facilitators, players, which could be the Commission in one case, the Council of Europe in the other, that are able to bring together in EU-wide fora both the authorities and the organization, and let them talk in those contexts. And we had quite a few examples. I mean, I don't want to sound over optimistic here, but we had quite a few examples where actually under the umbrella of a European working group, expert group, etc., then you find those connections, and you're able to to talk to your counterparts at national level that in ways that are unthinkable nationally, so to say. And this is opens up channels of communication that become and have become, in what we saw in some member states, very, very interesting and developed into concrete forms of cooperation afterwards. So in that sense, I'm saying the kind of process that we have developed and others have developed in bringing together the key actors from the ground, institutions, civil society organizations, and local representatives of the platforms could enact some interesting dynamic also, where things are more difficult to talk about, where there is less responsiveness, and so on.
Yeah, I'd like to fully support Tommaso on that statement, both within the Council of Europe, but also as a representative of the Netherlands. I see he's really making a very important point there. Right? We should look for the cooperation. What we can already see as well is that from codes of conduct, which are more forms of self-regulation, we're moving towards co-regulation and even towards regulation. It's not a voluntary process anymore, and I see that these big companies, IT companies, really see that they have to change, that they have to come up with new policies. Well, and if they don't, then member states will come up with more regulation, and that's what they don't like at all. It's not voluntarily anymore, and we really want to keep up the human rights that we use in the physical world as well online, and we don't accept it anymore if outside companies can decide on where the threshold is in freedom of speech, etc.
And pertaining to the experts, you know, somebody mentioned we need the experts on hate speech to get involved in this. But my question is, who are the experts in this case, right? And are we democratizing who gets to be an expert on hate speech? Right? I mean, in my opinion, it should be the people who are facing it daily, right? But I think if we involve them, will we then democratize the very own act of countering hate speech? And how will we make this conversation a conversation which really helps more resolve the problem? I don't know, Gilda, if you have something to say about this.
Well, actually, there are two sides of it. For sure, the victims know and feel what is the expression of hate speech and the impact negative one. But on the other hand, I think we should do the same that companies do. They just get the very best, most competent people to write algorithms, which is the thing that influences everything in behind, on a level that policymakers often don't even recognize is happening. As I said one sentence before, Google is stopping to use the data for profiling people and marketing. And really, it's great that all the policymakers, the activists, and they are connected, and they will be even more connected. But this does ignore what is really happening. For Facebook, Google, Amazon, and co. This is a business. It's about money, and it's about selling our data for the purpose of making money. And the next step is selling our data for the purpose of, for example, dictatorial states, as we can see, for example, in China, where exactly this is happening. So taking this into regard, we need coders. We need people who are not only competent in human rights, but we need a human rights expert who is able to code, to understand how the algorithms in the backgrounds are made. So we can send 10 human rights lawyers to Facebook and they can tell us anything they want. But it would be even better to let them look at the source code of things. For sure, as already Bastian Winkel said, companies will not like that. It's regulation, right? But at the same time, the states only care about this if they pay a lot of taxes in their countries. So let's look at the taxes that Facebook, Amazon, and co are paying. These taxes are ridiculous. And in this moment, some people are here sitting doing the monitoring and the monitoring. But let's be honest, shouldn't Facebook provide all this monitoring data to the states? Shouldn't they spend the money that they have been given through our data to support states in encountering hate speech? For example, 2 years ago in Germany, we had a big discussion. Facebook was visiting Germany. More than 20 Romani activists applied to Facebook for helping monitoring hate speech. You know how many got a job there? It's 0. So I think we have to be much more precise and go to the source code, to the DNA of the whole problem, which is us allowing companies to do whatever they want. And we need human rights experts who are able to code and understand how a business model based on algorithms is actually working.
Yes, yes. Bringing back to the question of, getting some journalists involved and, countering hate speech, I guess what you're saying essentially is that we also need the human rights activists to be more trained, I guess, in countering the hate speech and seeing how that could be a potential solution, which I think would be interesting to hear from the rest of you as well.
Well, I think I already mentioned this issue of this cross expertise. And what Gilda is saying, I think, is extremely relevant, but that's taking it on another level. And I would be very interested in doing that. But for me, the issue is that whenever we talk to them, they say we have experts or people who are trained in our terms of service. But their terms of service are actually not covering the specific forms of hate speech. And I even a little bit provocatively said, I know everybody in the Czech Republic who is hate speech expert, who works for you, so that they have some kind of idea that this also has to be taken into account. Who am I arguing against when they tell me we did not remove it because it did not violate our terms of service? It's because sometimes you have almost an identical sentence, they remove it or not. But yeah, in general, what I think is really what I would like to see is more involvement of Roma people, especially younger people who do understand these issues that Gilda is talking about. They understand more the technical side of it. And, during one conversation with the platform, they even told us, we removed 95% of the content without anyone ever seeing it. Wow. I was really shocked, because that's what our algorithm does, And so this is a very complex issue, I think, but in case we need them simply to listen to us more, because that's why I mentioned corporate social responsibility. This is also about them, profiting from this situation and paying back to the society for the harm that's being done, plus the shadow kind of activities that are done by the NGOs, and plus engaging more people who come from this position of understanding how that affects their life. If, for example, you'd say that all Roma are thieves, that has really strong consequences for your Roma neighbor, and you have to understand this connection, and we have to put through this connection more prominently.
Yes, well, thank you very much for this dialogue. Unfortunately, that's all the time we've had, but I think you've left.
Can I make one last remark on this last question of if you will allow me, because I really think that we have to realize, also when drafting the new Digital Services Act, for example, that with IT platforms like Facebook, we can have very good conversations at this moment, and we can come to an agreement. But nobody knows how the landscape will look like in 10 or 15 years. And when we are developing a new Digital Services Act, that DSA should also be applicable in 20 years' time, when we have perhaps Chinese networks or Russian networks taking over the position that Facebook and Twitter have now. And so we really need to use the Digital Services Act well, to make our human rights position very, very clear, and don't make a compromise on that. And one last remark, I'd like to remind you that we are drafting the new recommendation of the Council of Europe on hate speech right now, and that in July and August there will be a public consultation. So I really invite all of you to react on that and to come up with your expertise. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Leila, if I may, just 1 second, because I see that there is a repeated question in the chat, but just stepping in to say that Bastian has said it. Whatever refers to the responsibility on illegal content by the IT platforms is going to be disciplined by the upcoming Digital Services Act, which is a European piece of legislation that the Commission has put forward a proposal in December. It is now under discussion by the Council and the Parliament. So that is where, let's say, the response to the question will sit, and indeed the challenges that Bastian made are certainly relevant to be taken up in that context. And there's another question on the EU crimes initiative, so extending the list of EU crimes. It might be quite technical, but essentially it is about an initiative that could make sure that the gaps that currently the framework decision on combating racism and xenophobia has in terms of grounds that are covered, namely hate crime against LGBTIQ people, for example, that is not part of that legislation, can be filled up. So that is the essential aim of that work that the Commission is undertaking, which we hope will see the light soon in the coming months. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for this amazing panel, leaving us with many questions and some answers. One thing that definitely resonates to me is what we're talking about in the sense of like dog whistling supremacy, right? The speech is changing according to the regulations, and can we move forward if people are adapting their hate so that it's no longer regulated? A bigger question we might need to come back to another time. I will now pass the floor to Timea. Thank you all, nice to Menga Romale, who have been here for the past 2 days. Very insightful conversation. Timea, you are muted.
And now, thank you. So I said thank you, Lela, for passing the mic. We arrived after 2 diligent days to the ending session of the conference. So dear audience, as the closing session of the international conference, Hate Speech and Anti-Gypsyism in the Media, held in the frame of the German Council of Europe Presidency, I would like to welcome our speakers, Michael Roth, Minister of State for Europe of the Federal Foreign Office Germany, and Halvard Gorset, Head of the Anti-Discrimination Department, Head of the Department of the Roma and Travelers team at the Council of Europe. And I first invite to the virtual stage of our conference, Michael Roth, Minister of State for Europe of the Federal Foreign Office Germany.
Thank you much, Timea. Thank you so much for having me. I feel really delighted, and thank you for organizing this very important conference. Dear Halvard, dear distinguished participants, combating hate speech is one of the top priorities for Germany's President Council of Ministers. Strengthening the rights and increasing the visibility is another one. This conference has brought both topics to. I'm particularly thankful to the organizers of the Council of Europe, the European Roma, and to the Central Council of Roma. To raise awareness, organized hate speech just a few weeks ago. The great number of participants who followed the debate testifies how broadly this phenomenon has spread and how many people face hate speech. Hate speech still disproportionately affects those who also face discrimination in their everyday life. Women, marginalized groups like LGBTIQ, or Sinti and Roma. This happens on
I apologize for the interruption, but it seems that we are having an internet connection problem.
Oh,
so
really?
Your speech is rather, yes, your speech is rather slow, and our team verified that this is not on our end. We had this along the conference, of course. This comes sometimes with the digital platforms using. may I suggest, and I apologize for this suggestion, but perhaps we take off the image. Is it possible to take off the image and try the last sentences?
Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. Timia?
Yes, this way we have sound, perfect sound.
Okay, you have a perfect sound, but you can't see me. That's also an option. Okay, let's and the negative stereotyping of Sinti and Roma manifests in words, but also in deeds and practices of marginalization, exclusion, physical violence, and vilification. The working definition of anti-Gypsyism that was adopted during our presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance that my colleague, Ambassador Michaela Küchler, presented at this conference yesterday reflects this. In this definition, we acknowledge that the neglect of the genocide of the Roma contributed to prejudice and discrimination to many, many Roma today. This conference has shown that anti-Gypsyism is by no means a new phenomenon and that it persists in European societies, in all European countries. It's therefore vital that Sinti and Roma voices play an active part at the Council of Europe and elsewhere. The event together Roma and non-Roma stakeholders and media for combat hate speech and anti-Gypsyism. Most importantly, it has highlighted that a broad alliance of researchers, officials, media professionals, and activists exists. I'm very grateful to the organizers for bringing us all together. I welcome that the Council of Europe has been engaged in Roma and traveler issues for many, many years now, and has been a key agent in combat. For the remaining in the Committee of Ministers, we want to continue to work with the Council of Europe and with the Roma Institute for Arts and Culture in organizing further events. We are planning a single photography exhibition on contemporary hate speech and anti-Gypsyism are toxic for our societies. Our common fight for equality, a culture of respect and diversity will not end. Visibility and participation of Roma in culture, politics, media, business, and science are key. Dear friends, dear allies, thanks for your commitment and your contributions. Let's stand united. You can count on me, and you can also count on my colleagues in my ministry and in my government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Roth. May I ask you to also put back your image now, and also especially for expressing the commitment and support of your government is especially important for the conference. I now would like to invite Halvard Gorset, Head of Anti-Discrimination Department and the Head of the Department for Roma and Travelers team at the Council of Europe.
Thank you very much, team. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
So, dear Minister Roth, dear participants, I would like to start with a big thank you to the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture for having organized this conference together with the Central Council of German, Sinti and Roma and the Council of Europe. The government of Germany has made this possible thanks to placing the topic so prominently on the agenda of their Council of Europe presidency, both through this conference and the Unboxing Hate Speech conference that took place last month. I would like to thank the Roma and also non-Roma participants and activists, media professionals and journalists for sharing experiences on hate speech and anti-Gypsyism in the media. My main point in the closing of this conference is that we need to put behind us the view that freedom of speech is opposed to protecting people from hatred and racist and other discriminatory comments. We must recognize that behind freedom of expression, there are human beings, some powerful, many less so, and that deep-rooted European anti-Gypsyism makes Roma and travelers particular targets of hate speech. Combating hate speech and protecting human dignity cannot be put in opposition to freedom of expression and other human rights. Hate speech and online in particular produces a chilling effect on all those who wish to express their ideas, beliefs, identity, etc. At worst, it will terrorize people or even lead to offline physical violence. Hate speech polarizes society, it divides people and threatens solidarity and inclusion that are so vital for democratic life. Then how do we combat hate speech? I would like to make 2 points. First, regulation is necessary. We cannot solely rely on people's ethics, on existing laws, or on the courts, or on social media's own rules to ensure respect for everyone's right to life, integrity, privacy, and freedom of expression. We do need a clear legal framework on hate speech, defining criminal, civil, and administrative liabilities, as well as the responsibilities of different state and non-state actors. We think that clear and enforceable rules setting limits to certain types of communicative behavior, both online and offline, are in the interest both of freedom from discrimination and of freedom of speech. My second point is that hate speech can only be properly addressed via comprehensive strategies, including a range of coherent, complementary, legal and non-legal measures to address different online and offline manifestations of hate speech. We will not succeed unless we adopt a systematic approach which focuses on prevention to strengthen resilience against the toxic messaging and falsehood underlying hate speech in our societies. This requires long-term commitment by governments and cooperation with other stakeholders, including civil society, the media sector, and cultural and educational institutions to promote intercultural community dialogue, critical thinking, media and information literacy, human rights education, and general commitment to human rights and democratic principles. Comprehensive strategies must also include supporting victims to report hate speech and providing effective follow-up to these reports. This must include not only legal, but also psychological support through help centers and victim support centers. Let me conclude by making a call for action. The Council of Europe will, of course, do its part by adopting standards at the level of the 47 member states based on the case law of the European Court of Human Rights. But as we all know, obviously our standards in themselves will not change the world. What can change the world is if everyone, states, activists, educationalists, equality bodies, media, and the internet industry all mobilize to take their responsibilities and to make a contribution. It is essential to engage with persons and communities affected by hate speech. And here, of course, the role of Sinti, Roma, and travelers, civil society, and activists is essential. Victims and others that are targeted, once empowered and given a voice, are key to the solution, we believe. Counter speech developed and disseminated with and by those targeted and their allies is impactful and has a wide reach. Thank you very much, Timea.
Thank you, Harvard. I also would like to indicate that the recommendations that you shared with us are resonating with the different panel participants and contributors of the conference. And again, I must express on behalf of the Roma journalists and those who are allies fighting against anti-Gypsyism, the commitment of the Council of Europe in shaping the standards, formulating the standards is extremely important. I have a few closing lines for the conference. I appreciate if you stay with me for another 2 minutes to conclude on the conference. On behalf of the lead organizer, the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture, I would like to thank the 42 contributors of the International Conference on Hate Speech and Anti-Gypsyism in the Media. The bringing together of prestigious institutions and experts wouldn't have been possible without the support of the Federal Foreign Office, Germany, and the guidance of the Council of Europe. We are humbled by the high level of discussion and the commitment and passion of the Roma journalists, media specialists, academics, and public figures to continue to fight against the different forms of anti-Gypsyisms. And we appreciate the institutional partnership with the Documentation Center for Sinti and Roma, and we congratulate the members of the ERIAC project team for the great event. A thorough examination of the consequences of the impact of hate speech and of anti-Gypsyism, this targeted form of racism towards the Roma, took place at the conference. The speakers also contributed as well to the general understanding of institutional, structural, and historical racism towards not only Roma, but also to other minorities in Europe. The imbalance on focusing on the impact of individual racism was called to the participants' attention and is an area of future engagement of all entities working to fight hate speech in the media. The conference will be developed into the written and published reportage about the conference results by the end of March 2021. I listened very carefully, learning from the distinguished contributors in the past 2 days, and I would like to focus now on the returning question, the elephant in our virtual conference room, which is what social, political, and legal framework is required to counteract hate speech targeting Roma and promote a democratic culture of information and debate. And following Halvart's presentation and notes, it is quite a tall order to summarize again. I serve only with a few quotations here on the thoughts and recommendations you shared at the conference, and this list, of course, is going to be followed by the written expert report, and the list is not official or exhaustive, but let me attempt a few quotation of your thoughts. Through the contribution of Roma journalists, we gained and continue to learn for a better understanding of the specific manifestations of racism and anti-Gypsyism. Many experts emphasize the need for an intersectional approach to policy and lawmaking. Greater support to victims of hate speech is necessary, and there is a general lack of trust in law enforcement. Institutional racism needs to be addressed in this regard. EU framework decision plus EU victims directive is necessary for accountability and implementation. The national action plans against racism, milestones, indicators to tackle hate speech at individual, structural, and institutional levels are just as important. Funding schemes for Romani language journalism and Roma-led initiatives are necessary. And from the last panel, we learned that the need for monitoring and the potential application of corporate responsibility instruments, especially in the case of tech giants, is very important. Amidst the increasing scapegoating, disinformation, and anti-Gypsyism, the mandate of Roma-led organizations in media and Roma culture crystallized as essential. These organizations, together with ERIAC, take up the fight against nationalisms, racisms, anti-Semitisms, and anti-Gypsyisms, and catalyze positive, empowering, genuine visions about our common European belonging. Please visit the ERIAC website for the follow-up action, the report, and the next steps after the conference. Dear participants, thank you for your contributions. And dear audience, thank you for your attention.